Hey, everybody. What's going on? Happy Monday. Welcome back. Hope you had a great weekend. Today, guys, we got some new documents to go over. In the University of Idaho, Bryan Kohberger's dismissal denied. We know that. We're going to check out the documents to go along with that and a few others. Thank you guys for joining me again. I hope you had a great weekend, and thank you all for being here. Love to all the beautiful people, and that's what you are. Let's get this show on the road, guys. Here we go. Hello, everybody. How are you today? Good to see you. Good to have you here. Welcome back. Hope you all had a wonderful weekend. And here we are. All right. Welcome back, guys. Once again, I hope you guys had a wonderful weekend. It is snowing and cold here now. It is definitely winter time. As you can all hear, I'm super nasally. Still recovering from my latest, whatever this is, again. On your way in, guys, please hit that like button. Leave a little DNA if you will. I appreciate that. Share this out to anybody you think would be interested to come on in here and have these conversations with us. It is so very much appreciated from all of you. I appreciate you guys so much. Welcome back. As I said again, it looks like we got 101 people in here, guys, with 49 likes. Please, let's make that match. Let's get this in that algorithm because it really should be out there because that's what YouTube likes. And please, if you will, one moment, folks. If you will, hit that like button on your way in and leave that DNA, folks. Please. 1 second, guys. I gotta fix something. What are you doing, Milo? Milo dog. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Here we are. All right. So we got some new documents to go into today in Idaho. Of course, as it states, the dismissal paperwork, documents in regards to Bryan's dismissal request, so on and so forth. We're going to talk about everything that just dropped as of the 12th. I think it was, or the 15th. I'm sorry, guys, the 15th. So thank you guys for joining me for that. Welcome to all the meatballs. Always wonderful to see you guys. And of course, my amazing, absolutely amazing moderators, the best on the planet, the best in YouTube, are here today with me. And I appreciate you all so very much. God bless everyone else for being here. And thank you for joining us. Speaking of which, let's see who we got here today. Looks like the amazing Canadian Cat Lady's in the house. Welcome back, ma'am. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Kels, welcome back to you. Great to have you here. Gloria S., you are not late. We just got started. Thank you for joining us. Convicts Thoughts with A.R. Hayes. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you. Jessie Lynn, my dear, welcome back to you. Welcome. Great to see ya. CR is in the house. Welcome back to you. SRB, one of my amazing mods. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Just Love 2's in the house. What is going on? And hola to you guys. Again, if you want to put in here where you're tuning in from, I always love seeing it. You don't have to, but I will love to call it out. Josie Joe's in the house. What's going on, dear? Good to see you today. Good to have you. Happy Monday to you. Justice Informed as well. Welcome back to you. Thank you for joining us today. The Reverend Cynthia Hughes, the maker of my amazing and lovely slippers, because I wear them things every day, all day long. Thank you again for that, Reverend Cynthia. God bless. I appreciate that so very much. Michael 007, my friend, welcome back to you. Good to see you. Miss Shelley, hello. Welcome from Ohio. A neighbor, what's going on? Seattle's in the house. Space Junkie 69. Welcome back and thanks for joining us today. Miss Carolyn Miller, always a pleasure, my dear. Good to see you. Good to have you here. One Maiden Nut, my friend Eddie in the house from Minnesota. Welcome, brother. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Always a pleasure. Vix Logic's in the house from over the pond. Great to see you, Vix. Thank you for joining us. Salty Grace, hey, hey. What's going on with you? Chris Doherty, welcome back, brother. Pork chop sandwiches all the way. I love it. Good to see you, bro. Evie Marie, Miss Snowy Michigan in the house. Yep, we got it going on here too, my dear. Good to see you, neighbor. Blah, welcome back to you. Heather Newman. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. I see some new faces in here and I love it, guys. Welcome. Welcome, welcome with open arms to the True Crime Cafe. We love having new people here. Welcome to all of you. Bad Wolf, welcome to you. Great to see you. Let me see here. CR's coming from middle of Kansas. Hey, hey. Samir Dalby, welcome back. Great to see you. Chad Button coming out of Iowa. Welcome, Chad. Good to see you, my friend. Again, guys, please excuse the nasal. You guys know I'm sick. Choking down these steroids and these antibiotics and stuff, trying to get this right. But here we are, working on it again. But just excuse my nasalness today. Let me see who else we got in here. If I'm missing anybody. Sherry N coming out of Texas. I bet you it's nice and warm down there. Welcome back, Miss Sherry. Wendy Nelligan, wonderful to see you. Thank you for joining us today. All right. Who else do we got in here? Wildfire, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. The one and only Doodlebug's in the house. Another one of my amazing moderators. Thank you for that, Doodle. I appreciate you so very much. Moonlit Baby, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Baby Boop coming out of Georgia. I bet you it's nice and warm down there too. Snow is all I wanted for my birthday, but it's just cold and windy. I'm sorry to hear that, Moonlit. Dakota Parker coming out of Wyoming. Welcome back to you. Great to see you. David Clayton, my friend, my brother. Welcome to you from Surrey, UK, over the pond. Good to see you, David, again. Thank you for joining me, and I appreciate your comments, my friend. I see them in my comment section, and I really appreciate you doing that. KL Wingate, Lineville Falls, North Carolina. Welcome. Good to have you here. I love seeing where all the different areas that everybody's tuning in from. I really, really do. So thank you guys for those of you that put it in there. It's wonderful to see you as well, Carolyn. Always wonderful. Hope Floats is in the house. Hey, Val, what's going on? Good to see you. Good to have you here. Welcome and thank you. Newman 25, what's going on? Good to see you here. Come on in, guys. Grab a chair. Grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. You know the rest. Come on in, have a conversation with me. Oh, I'm working on it, Reverend. Again, Doodle, thank you for that right there on screen. Guys, a lot of people donate to support this channel to keep the bills paid so I can keep doing this, and it pays for the internet and everything else. This is not cheap, guys. As we've heard other people say, it's not cheap at all. So anyone that has donated to support the channel in that way via Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App, it goes most directly to this almost, guys. I promise you. And it is appreciated. It's definitely not expected at all, but more than appreciated so I can keep on coming here and hang out with you beautiful people. I really, really do appreciate you. So thank you again for that, Doodle. Miller Time's in the house. What's going on, my friend? Great to see you. Making sure I'm not missing everybody. Miss Evie Marie again. If I already said it, I'm sorry, but there you go. You get a double take. Rowena Moses, welcome back to you. People always sneaking up behind me. I know. I will get it worked out one of these days, guys. I'm just too lazy. CR in the house again. Gifting 5 memberships. One goes out to Samira Dalby, Wendy Nelligan, Chad Button, K.R. Wingate, and Bad Wolf. Looks like all the new peeps. You guys get a damn membership on your first day. You can't go wrong with that. Thank you so very much, CR. God bless. And welcome all the new meatballs to the sauce. You are appreciated. Thank you guys for jumping in this sauce with me today. As we spill a little bit, going over these new documents and everything else we cover, folks. Come on in, guys. Jacqueline Keeley, welcome back. Great to see you as well. Come on down. Come on down. Kyla Delilah, welcome. Great to see you. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, guys. Deborah Thompson, welcome back to you. Sorry, guys. I may do that throughout this. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get this crappy crud out of the lungs. I think I got almost Randall and Lori Gray. Welcome back. Great to see you. Good to have you here. Come on in, everybody. And guys, I don't know where you're coming in from, but guys, understand it's probably we got people everywhere. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night to wherever you guys are right now. It's so good for me to be here with you guys. I appreciate you all tuning in from all over the world, guys. It's awesome. I absolutely love it. Where are we at here? The Reverend Cynthia just dropped, looks like donated a membership. And that one went to Randall and Lori Gray. That is awesome. Looks like all the people that need them are getting them. That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Reverend Cynthia. And God bless. Thank you for that. I will probably be opening up the phone lines and or the panel, as I usually do with new documents, to talk about those documents and get everybody's input on that. So yes. Angela, welcome back to you. Joy Jones, welcome. Great to see you. Come on in, guys. I did notice that we had some new subscribers in here when I looked at the numbers themselves, and I guess I'm seeing those people in here right now. So, guys, thank you and welcome to the channel. You are greatly appreciated. David Clayton with the first super sticker of the day. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you so very much. All these green members, I'm telling you right now, Justice for Med, I can't go wrong. Got some great people in here. Kim Barnier, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. And again, David Clayton, my friend, thank you so very much. That is beyond appreciated, sir. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. Let's fill it up in here. There she is. The Raging Cajun herself. Don't dive. 509 in the house. I think that could have been one of the ones that I donated, Don't Dive. But either way, welcome back to the sauce, my dear. Welcome. It's great to have you here. Always, always, always. Miss Zelda donated herself. Say where to go. She donated one herself, and that one went off to Kim Barnier. Congrats, Kim, and thank you so very much, Zelda. As always, another one of my amazing moderators. And we have the awesome Salty Sleuth in the house, listening and driving. This is a hardworking lady right here, my friends. Busy, busy, busy. This lady has helped me in so many ways. You guys have no idea, but thank you, Salty. I do appreciate you. I know you know that. Be careful out there, please. Be safe, and thank you for joining us today, Salty. Always a pleasure. I think it might have been one of the ones that I dropped, Dive. If not, either way, I know you appreciate it very much. One made nuts. Jesse Lynn, yes. Bad news, yes, but we all knew this since October. That's right. I suppose I'd love to have had the argument during the closed hearing, and you're right, what you just said. I agree with that too. Reverend Cynthia with a $2 super sticker. Thank you so much, Reverend Cynthia. Again, God bless. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Looks like our brother Willie's in the house. Truth Nation Uncensored, guys. Another awesome channel is going to be starting up here pretty quick. We got to show some love and go check that out, guys. If you haven't, one of the mods, can you please drop Willie's link here in the chat for the Truth Nation Uncensored channel? He's going to be kicking it off here soon, folks, and we need to show the love and go over there and support that channel as well. I appreciate you guys so very much. No worries, don't dive. You know I love you. Boston Supports Land is in the house. Welcome back, Boston. Great to see you. Look at that, guys. 4 months, Michael 007. Congrats on that, my friend. And thank you for being a part of this family and this community. We appreciate you very, very much, my brother. Thank you so much, SRB. There's the link, guys. Let's go check out Willie's channel. If we can, Truth Nation Uncensored. Show some love. Subscribe to that channel, guys. Let's show Willie that we do care, because we do. Always, brother, always. You know you're part of this family. No worries, my friend. No worries. Rach is in the house. Welcome back, Rach. Good to see you. Absolutely, my friend. Love having you here, Michael. Love having you guys all here. I missed you guys over the weekend. I was going to do something Saturday, but the whole family showed up, so it was just an all-day thing, folks. You know how that goes. And I got a large family. When they come, they don't leave. Thank you, guys. For those of you that subscribe to Willie's channel, I appreciate it, and you know he does. And it's going to be good stuff. The name will tell you itself. Uncensored. Can't go wrong with there. You know Willie don't put up no crap, so it's going to be a good one, guys. It's going to be a good one. We got some great creators coming up out of here. Our friend Dinky, in my opinion, Dinky's great. He's got a wonderful channel over there. Our wonderful Nellie B, her channel, Beyond the Pale. Please, guys, we got some great channels and great creators out there coming out that are starting off here relatively new. We need to show that support and keep them going. Let them know that we care and that we support them. Thank you so much for that, Dive. Another $10 super sticker, super chat of the day, the first one. Thank you so much, Dive. We appreciate you very much. Joy Jones, thank you for that. And thank you for that too, Reverend Cynthia. You guys are awesome. I don't even have to say anything. You guys are already doing it. We're at 85 likes, guys. Let's get this out in that algorithm. We only need just a few more with 154 people in here. I think we can do that. This community is awesome. Look at all the love being shown in the chat over here. You guys are amazing. I love it. Thank you all for supporting these new creators and these new channels. I promise you, you will not be disappointed in these people. As you all know them already from coming in here, being amazing community members, and then they decided to do their own thing, and I support that 1,000,000%. Oh, good Lord, I'm tired of being sick. So tired of being stuffed up, you guys. Tired of coughing. That's another one. There's Milo in the background, chopping around. My wife and mother-in-law are in the midst of their baking. Gotta love it. Merry Christmas to you, Miss Carolyn. I hope you're having a wonderful holiday season. I really do. Amen to that one, brother. Amen to that one. Sick of being suppressed. A good point. Good point, sir. Sweet Melissa, welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Same with you, Miss Charlotte Gross. Welcome back to you. Yes, they're making Buckeyes. They're making a little bit of everything. She's got orders that she needs to put in. Sausage balls. Oh my God, those are so good. Those in My wife makes these spinach balls too. I love those. Those are absolutely amazing. Of course, you got to like spinach. El Boriqua, welcome back. Stay away from them donuts. You ain't lying. That is so very awesome. Look at that. 6 months, Miss Cynthia has been a member here. Cynthia, we appreciate you and that so very much. And so proud to have you as part of this community. This community is strong, folks. I got to say that. I have nothing but appreciation because you guys are all here all the time, together, repeatedly. No matter what the scenario is, you're still always here. So I want you to know how much I appreciate that. This is a very strong and amazing community. It really is. There's Murky Piglet. I haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us today. I probably could, Catley. I don't see a problem with that. I have no problem. I'll just have to talk to the boss and make sure she's got enough because she's got orders, but I'm sure she will. There's only 12. Let me see what I can do. You just send it directly to my email, my dear. You don't have to worry about it. I know that. I absolutely do, Charlotte, and I absolutely adore you all for that. You guys have been nothing but the greatest for me. Nothing but the greatest. Beyond the greatest. I appreciate you all so very much. All right, guys, come on down. Like I said, we got some documents to check out in regards to, of course, Bryan Kohberger's dismissal for the indictment, and a couple other documents we're going to talk about too. So thank you guys for joining us today. I appreciate that. So apparently Judge John thinks prosecution is on the up and up and perfect. And I've done nothing. I've done no wrong, and everything they have done wrong and possibly illegal means absolutely nothing. I don't know. Bonnie Bailey, welcome back to you. Good to see you. It's very possible, Jesse. You never know. That's great to see you guys today. Oh yeah, I'll be opening up the phone line and the panel today to get your guys' comments and thoughts on these documents once we hit it. Space Junkie 69 says Christmas cookies are the best. I love the flavors of the season: gingerbread, orange, cardamom, marzipan. Oh my god, marzipan is amazing. I love it. You're not lying on that one, Space Junkie. Miss Jane Bosch is in the house. Welcome back, Jane. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Where is Wisdom? I have not seen Wisdom yet. Thank you, El Bariqua. Bariqua. Appreciate that very much. That's my secondary tree. Oh, good God. Bonnie, that's not good. And thank you again, Don't Dive. Another super sticker. That is so amazing. God bless you so much, Dive. I love you to death, man. You know that. Our own Raging Cajun down there in Louisiana. She's always been supportive of this channel and myself, and we appreciate you so much, Dive. You have no idea. I'm so sorry to hear that, Bonnie. Please take care of yourself and be safe. COVID seems to be bouncing its way around again, guys, like crazy. Thank the Lord it's not what I have, but it's just as bad. I got some kind of my wife has it too, some sort of a flu or something. Jackie Bushable's in the house. Welcome, Jackie. Good to see you. Sarah the Irish, welcome back to you. I hope you're doing. It sucks, Bonnie. It really does. Please take care of yourself. I'll be praying for you, my dear. And that goes for anybody that's got any of these sicknesses going around. Yes. And again, thank you to all my mods that are joining me today. God knows I appreciate you guys more than you know. Couldn't do this without you. That's what I heard, Michael. There is a new strain going around. It's a little rough. Thank you for that, Murky. I appreciate that very much, as does Willie. Guys, Willie has been very supportive of this channel. He's been very supportive of this community and is a very big part of this community. So I think it's the least we can do to show him just a little bit of love and subscribe to his channel and keep him supported as well. What outfit is Milo wearing today? He's got on his Christmas jammies, I believe. They're the warmest thing, and it's cold out here because he's just a little guy. So he's wearing his jammies around the house today, hanging around with his mama. since she's off today. Today, just love. We are talking about the documents that were just dropped as of the 15th. Thank you, SRB, very much. The documents that were dropped as the 15th, and the dismissal documents and stuff like that. He is mixed, Gloria. He's what do you call those? A Chi Russ or a Chi Jack Chi. That's it. He's a Jack Chi. Jack Russell Chihuahua. Thank you again, SRB. Again, thank you to anybody that has donated to these links to help support this channel to keep the bills paid, especially this time of year, guys. Christmas time, the holidays is rough. Everybody knows that. So one way or another, I got to keep these bills paid so I can keep doing this. So anybody that's donated to these links, God bless you and thank you so very much. Again, it is not expected, but beyond appreciated. Thank you so very much for that. That's awesome. Vix, that's so awesome. And again, El Bariqua dropping a super chat. Thank you for that, El. You are appreciated for $9.99. God bless. Thank you so much. I did hear that too. Cynthia says there's a new COVID vaccine out for those who are interested. I have heard that. Let's say. There you go, Melissa. Gotta love the Ohioans. We got a lot of them in the house too. Bryan Hoffman, our friend Bryan, guys in the house. What is happening, my friend? God bless. Good to see you. He said he smells some meatballs. I don't know about that one. I took a shower today, I think. Yeah, I'm good. Wonderful to have you here, Bryan. Always happy to see you. As I drink my awesome coffee that was sent to me from another one of my amazing moderators, Miss Zelda. Looks like Jane Bosch just dropped 5 new memberships as well. They went out to Sweet Melissa, Juju Bones, Gloria S, Chin Lo. I think that's it. Or is there another one? Salty Sleuth. That is awesome. Thank you so very much, Jane. That's beautiful. I appreciate you so very much for that. And welcome again to the new meatballs to the sauce, guys. That's great. Again, Salty Sleuth, Gloria S, Juju Bones, Sweet Melissa, and Chin Lo gifted memberships. That's awesome. Thank you, Jane, so very much. That is amazing. Yes, yes, yes. All right. You guys rock and roll. I love it. I understand, Bryan. Please take care of yourself, buddy. All right, guys. Let me see here. Get this stuff up and going. Let's see. We're at 107 likes with 191 people. That's amazing. Thank you guys so very much for that today. You guys have been great. All right, let me get this up for you guys. I think we got most everybody in here. I was holding out for a little bit so I didn't have to restart it again. Again, there's a link for the Truth Nation Uncensored, Willie's channel, guys. If you want to check it out, please do. I would appreciate it. Show a little bit of love, subscribe, and check it out. You won't be disappointed. Just Breathe, welcome back. Good to see you. Miss Brady B's in the house. Brady, if you could let Miss Wisdom know that we're live. I haven't seen her yet. I don't know if she got the link or not, but let her know that we're live, please. And if she's not busy. All right, here we go. Yeah, we've been doing that too. Harsh one, Shelly. It's going around. My granddaughter had, instead of having the respiratory stuff, thank you so much for that, Canadian Cat Lady. And thank you, Brandy, as well. Amen. I think we all are, Dive. We all are. All right. Where are we at here? We'll go with that one first. All right. And guys, if anybody needs to contact me in any way, shape, or form, there's a couple different ways. One way is you can get a hold of me via my email right there on the top line. My phone number here is right there. Also, you can hit me up on Twitter at any time you need to. Please feel free for any reason whatsoever, guys. That is appreciated very, very much. All right. Marina Girl's in the house. Hey, good to see you. It's been a minute. Thank you for joining us today. I get it, Brian. I get it. I hope to God it works out, buddy. I really do, Brian. I've been praying for you. I feel horrible that you feel the way you do on a daily basis. You shouldn't have to. But Brian, know that we got your back in here. We're all thinking about you. You're in all of our thoughts and prayers, and we love you to death. And I hope that all works out the right way. Thank you for that, SRB. If you guys want to become an official member of this family and jump into sauce with the rest of us meatballs, there's the link for it right there, guys. Thank you so much, SRB. I appreciate you. T is in the house. What's going on? Thank you for joining us today, T. Good gosh, you guys are amazing. I love seeing this group of people come in here every day. Without fail, you guys have got to be the most supportive community I've ever seen in my life, and I really appreciate you. Lisa and Cannoli's in the house. Welcome back, Lisa. Good to see you. All right. Let's get this up and moving here. All right, so the first item up for bid today on The Price is Right. Tabby Cat, welcome back to you. Good to see you. All right, all right, all right. Okay, so here is the first document, folks. Order denying, and I may have to stop here and there because sometimes it's hard to talk, guys. So just work with me today, please. This stuff is not fun. And again, thank you for that, Doodle. God bless. It all helps, guys. Every little bit helps. And like I said, it keeps these bills paid and keeps me going. So, Sarah in the house, welcome and thank you for that, Sarah. Bianca K, welcome back to you. Good to see you, all of you guys. Yes, there's more documents, Brian. I'm sorry. I told you guys I'd keep you up with them for sure. Lucius and Olson, welcome. And Ms. Zelda, thank you for that again. Anybody that has purchased, I just received a new mouse pad. Whoever sent that, God bless, and thank you so very much. Off of the Amazon wish list there. I appreciate that so very much. Whoever that was, there was no name or nothing, but thank you very much. I appreciate that so very much because I actually needed a new one. My other one was garbage. So thank you for that. And again, Zelda, thank you for putting that out there. All right. Let me blow this up here for you guys. Get that out of the way. So this first one is the order denying the motion to dismiss the indictment for inaccurate instructions to the grand jury. CR, thank you so very much. You're amazing. That was wonderful of you. It's actually perfect. It's a long one too. It's not just a regular little one. And of course it has the LED lights on it so I can see it at night. And it's perfect. So thank you so very much. Really, really it was too. So very sweet of you. Yeah, that goes to anybody that sent anything. I appreciate that more than you guys know. So like I said, order denying motion to dismiss indictment for inaccurate instructions to the grand jury. Thank you. Merry Christmas to you too, CR. Carolyn says, remember the important thing about this document, the inaccurate instructions to the grand jury helps in any appeals process. That's a good point. Thank you, Carolyn, for that. Very much. So the introduction to this is that this decision addresses the defendant's motion to dismiss indictment for inaccurate instructions to the grand jury. The question of law posed to the court is whether the standard of instructions to the grand jury The question, I'm sorry, I just read that twice. Whether the standard of proof for a grand jury to justify an indictment is probable cause or beyond a reasonable doubt, based on history, case law, and Idaho criminal rules, specifically Rule 6 through 6.8 I.CR. The standard of proof for a grand jury to indict is probable cause. Remember this stuff. This is the important stuff, guys. Welcome, Bombshell. Great to see you. Therefore, the motion is denied. Let me back that up. The standard of proof for a grand jury to indict is probable cause. Therefore, the motion is denied. Okay, so the motion has been denied. Number 2, procedural background. Guys, give me 1 second. 1 second, please. Sorry, folks. My son's walking around dressed like an elf. My apologies. I was a little bit of shock. Anyway, procedural background is number 2. Defendant Bryan C. Kohberger filed on July 25th of 2023 a motion to dismiss indictment on grounds of error in grand jury instructions or in the alternative remand for the preliminary hearing. The defense argues that the grand jury's indictment was flawed because the grand jury was instructed wrongfully. And here we go. Because the grand jury was instructed wrongfully that the standard of proof to justify an indictment was probable cause. Instead of a higher standard of beyond a reasonable doubt, Kohberger's claim is based on legislative history and interpretation of the Idaho Constitution and statutes. The question of whether the standard of proof to reach an indictment is probable cause or beyond a reasonable doubt is one of law. It's interesting, folks. Quite interesting to me. Okay. So, Kohberger's motion included briefing. The state filed an objection supported by brief, and Kohberger provided a reply to the state's objection also with additional briefing. A hearing on the motion was held on October 26th of 2023. Kohberger was represented by Ann Taylor, Jay Logston, and Alyssa Massoth. I can never say that. Massoth. Hey, LR, good to see you today. The state was represented by Bill Thompson, Ashley Jennings, Jeff Nye, and Ingrid Beatty. This hearing was open to the public and media cameras. At the conclusion of the argument, the court informed counsel with a brief explanation that the motion would be denied and that this written opinion would follow. We didn't get this, okay, before. To avoid confusion, it is important to know that on the same day, there was also a hearing on Kohberger's sealed motion to dismiss the indictment based on the other grand jury issues. All counsel named above were also involved in this hearing because the arguments centered on the grand jury secret procedure. Procedures, I'm sorry. This hearing was closed to the public. Likewise, the written decision will be separate from this decision and will be sealed. The results, however, will be public. In order for the court to assess the arguments in both motions, the court needed to have access to the grand jury procedures and evidence to accommodate the need. The state submitted a motion to take judicial notice of the grand jury record. Without objection, the court, as requested by the state, takes judicial notice under Rule 201C2 I.R.E. of the grand jury transcripts, the audio recording, the exhibits, the jury instructions, and the jury questionnaires. The state has provided the same information for the defense. So there's that. Okay. Now, the analysis on this, guys. I wish I had somebody else. There's wisdom. That's okay. No sorries needed. I just wanted to make sure you got the alert. That's all. Thank you for joining us today, Miss Sherry. God bless. We appreciate you. A reasonable reading of I.C.191107 does not require a standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The Idaho case law and criminal rule 6.5 clearly establish a standard of proof of probable cause for a grand jury to find an indictment. Hold on a minute here. Hey, Joanne, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us, hon. Appreciate you. Make sure I'm not missing anybody else that just popped in here. I think I got everybody. If I didn't get your name or didn't see you, I'm so sorry. I will catch up with you. And it's only because I didn't see you. So we will see here. I knew. Well, see, that doesn't make him guilty, Just Love. That doesn't say that this, just because of this doesn't say he's guilty, okay? Remember that. He has not had a trial yet. There's nothing to prove that he's done anything yet. So at this point, he's still innocent till proven guilty. Dinky, my friend, there he is. What's happening, my brother? Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Good to have you here. There he is, guys. Dinky, in my opinion, that's the other channel I was just talking about. Again, guys, if we can link that out again for Dinky's channel, I appreciate you so very much. And thanks for joining us again, Dinky. So, Kohberger claims that the standard of proof for a grand jury to return an indictment is beyond a reasonable doubt. And because the grand jury in this case was instructed that the standard of proof was a probable cause and found there was probable cause to return an indictment, Kohberger argues that the indictment must be dismissed. Where did it go? The state disputes that Kohberger's argument. Disputes Kohberger's argument and asserts that probable cause for an indictment is settled law in Idaho. There is no dispute that. What? Oh, there is no dispute that, in this case, the standard applied by the grand jury to justify the indictment was probable cause. Thank you, Brandy and SRB. I appreciate that. There's the links, guys, to Dinky's channel. Check it out. You will not be disappointed once again. It's a great channel. I guess looks like all three of these guys dropped. You guys are quick today. Damn. Thank you guys so very much. Kohberger first relies on the Idaho Constitution and the plain language of the statute for his argument. Article 1, Section 8 of the Idaho Constitution, in part, states that no person shall be held to answer for any felony or criminal offense of any grade unless on presentment or indictment of a grand jury or on information of the public prosecutor after a commitment by a magistrate. Walt Harris, what's going on? This language obviously does not define the standard of proof for the grand jury, but Kohberger claims the language of Idaho Code Section 19-1107 does. Here is the entire statute. The grand jury ought to find an indictment when all the evidence before them are taken together. If unexplained or uncontradicted, would, in their judgment, warrant a conviction by a trial jury. Again, this statutory language does not state that the standard of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt. The legal the legal standard of proof for a criminal jury trial, however, Kohberger asserts that warrant a conviction means that to find an indictment, a grand jury must find the accused guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. First of all, the word warrant carries many definitions. For example, the plain language of warrant means justification for an action. No worries, Dinky. Take your time, my friend. For an action. Grounds. The American Heritage Dictionary, 1364. Hold on a minute. Sorry, that's my weird son.
Hi.
Good Lord. Anyway. So, moving forward. I can't, Kaden, I can't. Way too big to be dressed as an elf. He's dressed up as elf, like elf, because there's something they're doing at school tomorrow. Good Lord. So anyway, where are we at here? Annie Ruler's in the house. Good to see you, Annie. All right, moving forward now. The American Heritage Dictionary of English Language, 2014, 3rd edition, 1992. Black's Law Dictionary also defines warrant to justify. The conduct warrants a presumption of negligence. Warrant. Black's Law Dictionary, 11th edition, 2019. These definitions have not significantly changed for over 100 years. Thus, the plain language of the word warrant easily means that after hearing the evidence, a grand jury would, in their judgment, be justified to send the accused to trial by a trial jury. Kohberger seems to miss this additional language of the statute by a trial jury. The additional language provides the broader context of a warrant conviction by trial jury, not a grand jury. One definition of probable cause is a reasonable ground for belief in the existence of facts warranting the proceeds complained of. My apologies again. Okay. Okay, Black's Law Dictionary, 1081, 5th edition, 1979. Let's do that again. Emphasis added, the grand jury is not a trial jury. Its function is to screen whether or not there is sufficient evidence to proceed to trial. The grand jury is baked into our United States Constitution. Amendment 5. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury. In our Idaho Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, see language above, and the procedures of the grand jury have evolved over the years. These glasses don't work. I keep grabbing these and they just don't work. Here they are. Sorry. Yep, it is coming down pretty hard here too with the snow, guys. Okay. Now, 1956, Justice Black in Costello versus United States provides similarly history of the grand jury. The Fifth Amendment provides that federal prosecutions for capital or otherwise infamous crimes must be instituted by presentments or indictment of grand juries. But neither the Fifth Amendment nor any other constitutional provisions prescribes the kind of evidence upon which grand jury must act. The grand jury is an English institution brought to this country by the early colonists and incorporated in the Constitution by the founders. The basic purpose of the English grand jury was to provide a fair method for instituting criminal proceedings against persons believed to have committed crimes. Grand jurors were selected from the body of the people, and their work was not hampered by rigid procedural or evidential rules. I need new glasses bad, you guys. In this country, as in England of the old, grand jury has convened as a body of laymen, free from technical rules, acting in secret, pledged to indict no one because of prejudice and to free no one because of special favor. Interesting. If indictments were to be held open to challenge on the ground that there was inadequate or incompetent evidence before the grand jury, the resulting delay would be great indeed. The result of such a rule would be that before trial on the merits, a defendant could always insist on a kind of preliminary trial to determine the competency and adequacy of the evidence before the grand jury. This is not required by the Fifth Amendment. An indictment returned by a legally constituted and unbiased grand jury, like an information drawn by the prosecutor, if valid on its face, is enough to call for trial of the charge on the merits. The Fifth Amendment requires nothing more. Interesting. All right, let me see here. All right, so Costello versus United States 350 US 359 361 76 South Core CT 406 408 100 LED 397 1956 citations omitted. The Costello case is addressing federal law and grand jury procedures employed by the federal prosecutors since the birth of the Fifth Amendment. And the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt is certainly not applied in federal courts. But Kohberger's argument is based on Idaho law, not federal law. Nevertheless, the language and practice are similar. Kohberger's brief seems to acknowledge that he is reaching for a higher than the probable cause standard. Even though the whole of modern jurisprudence on this issue is against it, as well as at least one founding father. One moment, folks. Oh, sorry, guys. I don't know how that even happened, but my apologies. Um, the language remains the same today. The charge as given calls for a greater degree of proof to justify an indictment that the statute requires. While this is be dicta, it does acknowledge the Supreme Court's view of the standard of proof for an indictment. A more recent and more definite acknowledgement of the standard of proof for an indictment is expressed in the State versus Edmondson. The Supreme Court states clearly the purpose of the grand jury, including the standard of proof. Okay, one moment here. Okay. The grand jury is an accusing body and not a trial court. Its functions are investigative and charging. The purpose of both a grand jury proceeding and a preliminary hearing is to determine probable cause. So they could have done the same thing, guys, with the preliminary hearing if they would have allowed that. Welcome, Vicky Harrison. Okay, but they didn't. They went directly for the secret indictment. They did not allow his preliminary hearing, which he would have been allowed to bring forth more evidence on his side per the preliminary hearing. We would have seen things a little different than what we've seen things so far, in my opinion, at least. Okay. So, again, in stitches, what's going on? Good to see you from Southeastern Ohio. Thank you for joining us today. Okay, so moving forward, the purpose of a grand jury proceeding is to determine whether sufficient probable cause exists to bind the defendant over for trial. The determination of guilt and innocent is saved for a later day. As long as the grand jury has received legally sufficient evidence, which in and of itself supports a finding of probable cause, it is not for an appellate court to set aside the indictment. Okay. So, without even considering the evidence used to find probable cause, we note that the prosecutor directed the grand jury that it should not indict unless all the elements of an alleged crime are proven beyond a reasonable doubt. This is a much higher standard than is required by Idaho law. Define probable cause, though, is dreadful. Exactly, Vix. That's a good point. That's a good point. Thank you for that. That's why I'm going to listen to what you guys have to say after we get through this. Because there's a lot of people that have opinions on this, guys, and I have my own as well. In the State versus Martinez, the Supreme Court recognized that the law governing grand jury indictments is rooted in the numerous statutes and rules, including Idaho Code 19-1107, 19-1105, and Idaho Criminal Rules 6F and H, amended and rearranged in 2017 for the State versus Martinez, 125, Idaho 445, 448, 872, 708, 11, and 1994. The merging of the statutes and the rules suggests no conflict between the statute and the rule. If there is probable cause to believe an offense has been committed and the accused committed it, the jury ought to find an indictment. Excuse me. In the following paragraph, the court stated it must determine whether, independent of any inadmissible evidence, the grand jury received legally sufficient evidence to support a finding of probable cause. ID, citing State versus Jones, 125, Idaho, 477875, P.2D, 122, 1994. Overruled on different grounds. State versus Edmondson, 113, Idaho, 230. The court held that there was sufficient independent evidence to support a finding of probable cause, and therefore this court will not set aside the indictment. ID at 449-872, P.2D at 712. The Court of Appeals, hold on, I need to take a break for a second. That's a lot of talking. 1 second. Hey, Sooner Girl, thank you for joining us. All right, moving on, guys. I just had to take a breath. Sorry. Simply put, a grand jury is how the state gets an indictment when they know they will lose at the pretrial hearing. Basically, in a sense, yeah, it's a good way to put it in layman's terms. That's what I'm taking it as, honestly, Cynthia. That's why I believe they rushed to the grand jury, because they thought there was not enough during the preliminary hearing to get an indictment out of that scenario. So, that's my thought too. When they set up the time to go have that conversation with Bethany, first they tried to bring her here. Okay, she denied that. She didn't want that. She fought her way out of that. Then she agreed to have a conversation with the defense. They were going to go to Nevada to sit down and have a conversation with her. And as soon as that went into play, guess what happened? Boom. Overnight, they go for a secret indictment. That's all quashed. End of story. Now we're sitting at this point. And I feel like if there would have been, the hearing would have happened, we'd be sitting here in a whole different world right now, folks. I really feel that way strongly. I don't, and I'm going to give you guys a chance to express that here in a little bit once we get through these documents. But I really feel we would have been in a different place right now with this case if that hearing would have happened. So, if it appears to the grand jury after evidence has been presented to it that an offense has been committed and there is probable cause to believe that the accused committed it, the jury ought to find an indictment. Probable cause exists when the grand jury has before it such evidence as would lead a reasonable person to believe that an offense has been committed and that the accused party has probably committed the offense. So, exactly. That's my thought exactly, Reverend. Literally. In reviewing the propriety of the grand jury proceeding, the appellate court first looks at whether, independent of any inadmissible evidence, the grand jury received legally sufficient evidence to support a finding of probable cause. And the rest of these relevant cases look to both statutes and the rules in determining the law for a grand jury to justify to warrant an indictment. And the standard of proof has been consistently probable cause for at least 3 decades now. This court has also reviewed 3 decisions from 3 separate district courts that address similar or identical arguments from defendants claiming that the standard of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt and not probable cause for a grand jury to warrant an indictment. I'm not going to Google the cases here. These decisions were attached as exhibits to the state's objection to defendant's motion to dismiss indictment. Their results were the same as this one. The standard of proof for a grand jury to find an indictment is probable cause. The current rule for a grand jury to find an indictment is Rule 6.5 Idaho Criminal Rules. If the grand jury finds after evidence has been presented to it that an offense has been committed and that there is probable cause to believe that the accused committed it, the jury ought to find an indictment. Probable cause exists when the grand jury had been before it evidence that would lead a reasonable person to believe an offense has been committed and that the accused party has probably committed the offense. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Welcome back, Molly. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for being here today. I appreciate you. Bad Wolf says, so it sounds like the judge is saying that the case law presented by the defense and the statutes don't support a beyond reasonable doubt standard. I agree. So for the grand jury to indict is probable cause. Yes, I agree with that. I don't agree with it, but I agree with that's what they're saying. You know what I mean? Sherlock Kendra's in the house. Welcome back, Kendra. Good to see you here. Great to have you guys. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in today. So, good point, Bad Wolf. If there were any conflict of ambiguity related to Idaho Code 19.1107, then the standard of proof set forth in Rule 6.5.I.C.R would be considered procedural and therefore trump the statute. Based on the case law and the criminal rules, there should be no confusion or conflict between Idaho Code 191107 and the grand jury rules. However, if there is any ambiguity or conflict, whether statutory language or evolution over 100 years of history, there could be friction over whether the standard of proof set in the grand jury criminal rule is substantive or procedural. Kohberger argues that the standard of proof for an indictment is substantive and therefore trumps the rule. The state argues with the standard for indictment is procedural and therefore trumps the statute. These struggles have also long been resolved in Idaho law. I don't think, Rowena, I don't think that has anything to do with it. Oh, the governor, I don't know. Molly, what is the governor of Idaho? What's her name again? Or she's the deputy governor, I'm sorry. Yeah, if we have a link for that, guys, anything we can do to keep that house standing, we need to do it. I wholeheartedly feel that house should stay through this entire trial. That's my opinion. I'm only one person, but everybody I've seen, including the families of the victims, believes the house should stay standing. So if we can push a petition through to possibly make that happen, I'm willing to try. Okay. So if we can get the link out for that, let's do it. Let's do it, folks. Best thing we can do. There it is. Thank you, Molly. There's the link right there. And thank you for bringing that in here, Molly. I appreciate that so very much. So let me get down through here. I'm not reading all of that or that. When a statute and a rule can be reasonably interpreted so that there is no conflict between them, they should be so interpreted rather than interpreted in a way that results in a conflict. When there is a conflict between the statute and the criminal rule, this court must determine whether the conflict is one of procedure or one of substance. If the conflict is procedural, the criminal rule will prevail. Period. Okay, so Annie says, Boston, if the judge can logically see the frats were injured, is it attempted? And I'm sending wrong guy to the fire squad. Judge Thompson. Okay, gotcha. All right. All right. Sorry. Although a clear line of demarcation cannot always be delineated between what is substantive and what is procedural, the following general guidelines provide a useful framework for analysis. Substantive law prescribes norms for social conduct and punishments for violation thereof. It thus creates, defines, and regulates primary rights. In contrast, practice and procedure pertain to the essentially mechanical operation of the courts by which substantive law, rights, and remedies are effectuated. There we go. You guys rock and roll. Let's get that petition signed, guys, and see if we can keep this house standing. You guys are amazing. Thank you guys so much for that. Let's do this. Maybe it'll make a difference, guys. I still wholeheartedly believe that truth needs to be, or that house needs to be standing throughout the entire trial. Just because. Okay? So thank you guys. And I understand, Sherry. I do. Not everybody's going to agree. Thank you, Brady, for that as well. All right. Let's see here. Okay, so the conclusion of this is that the arguments from the defense for a beyond reasonable doubt standard for the grand jury were historically interesting and creative, but do not overturn Idaho court's interpretation of the statute, the case law, and the criminal rules, specifically Rule 6 through 6.I, 8.I.cr. That the standard for the grand jury to indicate is probable cause. Therefore, the court denies Kohberger's motion to dismiss the indictment based on his claim of inaccurate instructions to the grand jury in order to warrant an indictment. KDD, what's going on? And that's that on that one, guys. We're just covering documents that have dropped, Katie, for Idaho. This one was about the dismissal for the indictment. We got a couple more. This one isn't even the important one. The next one is, guys. Well, one of the next ones. Sorry. Welcome, Brandon Hossman. I get that people want the two stand, but what if this does not go to trial? I get it. No, I understand. You want the people's house to stand. I understand. No, I know what you're saying, Brandon. It does make sense. It does. I mean, listen, here's part of what my thing is on this. The prosecution and the defense both said they don't need it. They don't want it. Okay. I understand that. And I can go with that. The families themselves want the house standing. So for them to say it, that's why I support it. Okay. I support that because the families themselves believe the house should be standing. Kara Northington has stated she thinks it should be standing. Steve Gonsalves has said it. Sorry for skipping that. I think at one point Ben Mogan stated that he believes the house should be left alone as well. The only people I believe that support the house not being left standing were Ethan's parents. And I respect that as well. But I'm only saying that I do respect and support that it needs to be left standing. Did I change the memberships? No. Why? What's the matter, bud? I don't believe I did. Was there a problem? Why would the defense want it? I'd tell them to knock it down too, so a jury has nowhere to go. I get it. But she said she's not worried about it, so that tells you something, in my opinion. Can you do a live on speculations as to why Bethany doesn't want to go back there or to testify? We've done one, but I absolutely can. We absolutely can. That's fine. And you're right, Vix. That somebody else made that statement the other day on a live that I was on the other night. Another great channel, as well. Oh Lord, there was somebody then that made the same statement that they don't believe that the house is needed for either side. I can agree because the house is really it's empty at this point. But I took now one level I did take down. Oh, that's right. Mama Bear took down the highest level because it was too expensive. It was stupid. I didn't want anybody paying $24.99 just to be a damn meatball. That's ridiculous. That's too high. So that was removed. William, is that what you're talking about? It shouldn't have taken you out as a member, though. That's weird. And the dollar amount should be lower. We'll take care of it, William. No worries, bud. Yeah, I thought that was too expensive, buddy. That's way too expensive. $24.99 for a damn membership. And I didn't even set that up. YouTube did. I don't like that. That's ridiculous. Okay, we'll fix it to make sure that you guys, and I'll put you guys back in there. Well, I'll cover it for you, William, if that's the case. And you too, Brandy. You already know that. But nobody should have to pay $24.99 for anything. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry. I've got enough people saying I'm grifting for that's another thing. I didn't set those. They did. So You know, I'm taking it. I'm trying to take that out of there. That's too high. That's insane. Oh, okay, Brandy. Well, either way, William, I can fix yours too if you want to, buddy. Oh yeah, they were canceled. Mama Bear took it out, like I said, because I wasn't happy with that. 24.99. That's insane. That's too much. Cook this shit. Dago would have to date us for that much, right? There you go. See. What do we got here? What is that, Brian? Our grifting Dago. He just does that all the time, please. Oh, I don't know what you mean, buddy, but okay. Hey, MIA's in the house. Welcome. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. And good to see you too, Cryptic. Neil Homestead, welcome. I appreciate you, brother. I really do. And I'm sorry I took that down. I didn't think that we had too many people that were that up there. You know what I mean? It's yeah, and that was it. That's too much. I don't expect that from anybody to be a member of the channel. Come on. So if I put another one in, it's going to be a lot lower than that. I promise you that. But they would not allow me to change the amounts on those, so I just took it out. You know what I mean? It was just too high. I tried to go in and change it, and when I tried to, it wouldn't allow me to change the dollar amount on it, and that was the only one that they had. So he just took it out. Period. So if I can find another one that's a lot lower, then I'll put it back. Otherwise, you guys will just have those two levels. Oh, I got you, Brian. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, we could do something like that, but I definitely don't expect anybody to go that level. And I really appreciate that you did too. 100%, bud. We should at least get a glass of wine, right? Or something, you know? $25? Shit. That's insane, guys. That's just too much. And anybody that expects you to do that for their channel, I'm sorry. That's just too much for me. Never was I comfortable with that. Okay, so that one is done. Get out of here for a minute. Where did that go? Back that up. Okay, cool. Jane Boss. Oh, that was old. All right, cool. Oh, here we go with the White House farm stuff again. And William or Walt Harris, I'm telling you, congrats again, buddy. Welcome back to the sauce. Thank you for that. Very much appreciate you. All right, let's move on to this next one here. No, Katie. It's definitely not $24.99 to subscribe. It's free. Subscribing doesn't cost you anything. To become a member of the channel, I think is $2 or $2.99. And that's all you would need to become a member. But you don't have to do that if you don't choose to. We just give you that option. I didn't want anybody to have to pay $24.99 to be a member of the channel. That's insane. All right, now where's it at? What the hell? Hold on, guys. Sorry. Turn around for a minute. Stop. You don't have to run up on me.
Wait.
You're a mess. Go ahead.
I am Santa.
Okay. All right, let me see where this other one is. Where is it? All right, guys, I'm looking for the new. Here we go. Oh, dokie, dokie, dokie. Thank you, Zelda. Welcome, Silence. Okay, so the order taking judicial notice of case admin. In order for the court to assess the arguments in defendant's motion to dismiss indictment on grounds of error in grand jury instructions or in the alternative remand for the preliminary hearing and motion to dismiss indictment on grounds of bias grand jury. Okay, one moment, folks, and we'll get rolling on that. Okay. So, in the alternative remand for the preliminary hearing and motion to dismiss indictment on grounds of bias grand jury, inadmissible evidence, lack of sufficient evidence, and prosecutorial misconduct and withholding exculpatory evidence, the court needed to have access to the grand jury procedures and evidence to accommodate the need. The state submitted a motion to take judicial notice of the grand jury record. Without objection, the court, as requested by the state, takes judicial notice under Rule 201C2 IRE of the grand jury transcripts, the audio recording, the exhibits, the jury instructions, and the jury questionnaires contained in admin. The state has provided the same information to the defense. Then it's redacted. So there's that. Okay. It's interesting to me, but hey, what are you going to do? All right, now let me get this one backed up here. And then this is the good one, in my opinion. What is this drink? Okay. 1, 2, 3. All right. Let's see here. Thank you so much, MIA. I do appreciate that so very much. God bless you. All right. Peggy Sue, welcome from Columbus. Love the name. Reminds me of the Buddy Holly song. I love it. Got another Ohioan in the house. That's awesome. Okay, so this next one here is a public order denying the motion to dismiss the indictment on grounds of biased grand jury, inadmissible evidence, lack of sufficient evidence, and the prosecutorial misconduct. God, I wish I had somebody up here to read with me. Okay, here we are. So this one here states, on August 23rd of 2023, Kohberger filed a motion to dismiss the indictment on the grounds of biased grand jury and admissible evidence, lack of sufficient evidence, and prosecutorial misconduct in withholding exculpatory evidence. On September 14th, the state filed an objection to the defendant's second motion to dismiss the indictment on September 20th of 2023. Kohberger filed a reply to the state's objection. A hearing on the motion was held October 26th, as we know. Kohberger was represented by Ann Taylor and the rest of his team, as we know, and of course the state represented by Mr. William Thompson, Ashley Jeffney, and Ingrid Beatty, as we know as well. This hearing was the closed hearing to the public and the media cameras to protect secrecy of the grand jury proceedings. The decision will also be sealed. However, the results of that decision are addressed in this public order for the public's benefit. Kohberger has failed to successfully challenge the indictment on grounds of juror bias, lack of sufficient admissible evidence, or prosecutorial misconduct. Kohberger was indicted by an impartial grand jury who has sufficient admissible evidence to find probable cause to believe Kohberger committed the crimes allegedly by the state. Further, the state did not engage in prosecutorial misconduct in presenting their case to the jury. That was dated December 15th. Welcome, Harlot Oscara. Good to see you. Tomboy Charm, same to you. Okay, and that is it, folks. I wish they could explain that a little bit more in detail, in my opinion. I don't like it like that, but hey, that's all we get. That is all we get. Gag orders and so, you know how that goes. And there's everything sealed, so. Sherry said, I felt this one had merit. I gotcha. So, I don't know, guys. Let me see something here. I think what bothers me is the house should have never been released. And I see that's where I'm at, Salty. And I've had kind of issue with that from the beginning of that. Okay. If you have a criminal investigation that's active, not been to trial, why is the house released? Why is it sold? Why is it touched? Why was any of it touched? You know what I mean? That's what I don't get. That's what bothers me. No detail at all. It's insane. There should have been a lot more. I agree with you on that one. Thank you for that, Doodle. I think what bothers me is the house should have never been released. If they're still holding phones, cars, golf clubs, the crime scene should be held too. Everything should be held. Amen to that. Amen. Thank you for that, Doodle. Jane says 100%. I agree. Both of you, I agree. Nothing should have been touched, returned. Nothing at all. If Kaylee can't get her phone back, or they can't give their phone back, then why are they giving away the crime scene? You know what I mean? Vic says they will not be able to probe the IGG is the biggie. That's a good point. Hey, CL. SRB agrees too. Just saying, guys. It's just one of them things. You know what I mean? That I think it's bugged a lot of us. They give the home away to the college, and then the college in turn wants the house gone now. And I don't, I mean, if it's because it's an eyesore, it's a bad memory. I get that. I do. I get that. It is a bad memory, guys. It's a horrible memory. But we still have the trial going on that hasn't even come to effect yet. That's where my problem lies with this, guys. It really, really does. And that's why I agree with the families, because, like Steve said, everything needs to be there to be seen. What if the jury wants to walk into the house just to be inside the house? Seriously. What if they just want to stand inside the crime scene? You know what I mean? That's another good point. The house was the evidence. Are we supposed to forget them saying the house was the target? Thank you. Monday. That's right, Willie. That's right. So I don't know. It bothers me. It just bothers me, but it is what it is. I'm nobody to be bothered by it, So be it. So be it. All right, let me see something here. What did I just do? Damn it, I knew I just did something I shouldn't have done. Hold on. Trying to close some of this stuff out here so that I can get this other side set up. All right, give me one moment, guys. Sorry. Julianne, good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. It's wonderful to see the new faces in here. Oh, goodness gracious. Hold on a minute.
Phantasmic Ether.
Welcome, Ether. Good to see ya. I'm sorry about that. I wish you could get the notifications. You should. Not really, though, Jesse. They did not a whole lot. Hey, Pickle. Good to see ya. Thank you for joining us today. Yep, man. Those kids are partying with the house in the background of pictures. People who support the demo think a memorial is going up, and it's not. It is not at all. That's correct. The memorial is going to be at the college on campus. That will be a gravel lot. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Good point. Good point, guys. You guys are on this. I love it. And thank you for joining us, Pickle. That comment is exactly it right there. Can you guys hear me okay? Great point, Deborah. Great point. All right, all right. Now, hold on a minute, guys. Let me get this up here. 1 second. All right. Let me see here. Now, oops, sorry. Okay. So, bingo. Okay. Where'd it go? Nope, that's not the one. Okay, there's that. And that. We're almost there, guys. It's loading up. Okay. Yes, Phantasmic. That's correct. I can agree with you on that too. I do agree with that. All right. So okay, guys, the link is now in chat, and I have the phone lines on. Anybody wants to dial in or jump on panel with me? I'd love to have a couple people up here on panel to discuss this. Of course, as always, I appreciate that. And then once we get that rolling, we can open the phone line up to have people call in and express their views on this. So let's make it happen, guys. There is the link. In fact, let me go over here. Hold on a minute. Bring that down. Pin the link in the chat. Kaboom. There we go. And then I can pull this back up. Get rid of that. And there we go. We are set and ready to go. So come on up, guys. Let's do this thing. Eddie, Willie, anybody that would like to join me up here, please join me if you will. Love to hear from you guys always. Take your time, Brian. Take your time, buddy. There's plenty of time. We're still early on in. There he is. What is up, my brother?
I just have a quick, interesting thought to throw out there with the house.
Let's have it, sir. Let's have it. Welcome. Good to see you.
I've been looking back through articles, and I think it's right around December 14th that they announced that the house is scheduled to be torn down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Does that sound about right? Within a day or so.
Yeah. Hey, buddy. Yeah, that was exactly it, sir.
Okay. So here's the thought. What if they had announced that a couple months, 3 months before? I predict what would have happened is a lot of these content creators would have. I'm getting a lot of feedback.
Willie, I had to mute Willie because he's feeding right back through. Sorry, Willie. I think you might have to bring it down in the background. Go ahead, Eddie. Sorry.
If they had announced the planned demolition like in the fall, I think a lot of these content creators, at least one, would have probably taken the opportunity to go at night, park behind the house maybe, and try to get a feel for what can even be seen in the fall foliage, through the woods at that elevation. It feels like this was kind of planned. I don't know, because that's a missed opportunity that we'll never have.
I agree.
What is even observable? Because I think Steve Gonsalves is saying that there's now video of, Bryan Kohberger staking out the
Yeah,
where he's lurking, these 12 times.
Sorry, Lily.
So
I think you might have to bring it down in the background. Go ahead.
saying that he parked, saying that he parked back there and staked it out 12 times is one thing, but does that even pass muster? What is he even looking at, if anything, at that hour? But it's a missed opportunity. We'll never know.
I mean, a stalker is a stalker. I mean, somebody wants to park and stare at the house while everybody's sleeping, then you're a stalker. I get it. You know what I mean? But again, I guess I don't know. I don't know how to go with that one. You know what I mean?
It's so funny, Dago. When you mute me, it totally confuses me on my end. Like, did I do this wrong again?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I was just picking up.
No, it's funny. All of a sudden, I kind of like, okay, Dago muted me. Hi, Willie. Hi, love. Hi, Eddie.
I don't know why it's feeding back.
There you go. I still have shit coming in.
Yeah, it was feeding back to you, but there we go. I'm not muting you to be mean. I'm just trying to keep the feedback from rolling. And Eddie just dropped. So okay. I think that's what his point was. We should be okay now. Oh, Bryan or Willie dropped. Okay. Yeah, it was bad echo, Willie, if you can hear me. Welcome, love.
Hi, Dago. I just wanted to say hi. And
hello.
How are you, love?
I'm so happy to be on panel with you.
Absolutely. I'm happy to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us.
Okay, for me, look, it's been a bad 2 weeks for me, okay? So when did you all learn they're going to destroy the house? Because a lot of my rage about all this is it just feels like they did like, fuck you, we're doing it in 10 days. Like, did they announce this a month ago and I missed it because I'm kind of preoccupied with my spinal cord? How long have you guys known about this?
This final one for the 28th was released it was released on the 14th.
So that's what, 3 days ago?
Yeah, I didn't even know about this shit that you're reading, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So this isn't about me being they pulled a fast one. They did it sleazy. They're just saying basically, fuck you all. We don't care what you all say. We're doing it in 2 weeks. Go to hell in the middle of the holidays. And that is not okay.
And the thing is they're waiting until after Christmas. Yes. But then the kids are going to be coming back to school anyway. And here's my thing. I don't care what the university thinks. I don't care what the university wants.
Exactly.
The families are the ones that I'm supporting with this. Okay. That's why we're running this petition and all that. Not that it's going to make a difference, guys. We know how that goes. But
well, I'm sure the president of the college never had their child slain in an act like this.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And he has no idea why it would matter to these families as to why this house needs to stay, whether or not prosecution or defense says it needs to stay or they don't need it or not.
It's not okay. You pulled this.
Well, that's why when you keep saying that the defense, doesn't need it. I mean, if I was a defense and I had everything I needed inside, in my opinion, the only thing that scene can help is the prosecution. So if they want to knock it down, I'm gonna tell them, go ahead. I got everything I need. If you want to knock it down and you're that confident, go ahead.
I get it.
Hi, Jules, my love.
Like Jules just said, why would they care? It's not on their property. It's not like part of Greek Row. It's not a regular sorority house. It's not something that,
don't you have to like drive out of your way to like pass it?
From the college, yeah. In a sense, yeah.
So it's not like on a main strip or something.
And that's the thing is people get lost trying to find it. So it's kind of hidden out of the way. You're not really going to see it. So, unless you go looking for it.
Yeah.
What's the point?
I agree, Jules. It's just really sleazy business.
Guys, can I say something?
Sure.
Please do.
I'm actually so
Willie,
afraid of saying anything because
that's funny, dude.
I am so scared of saying anything because, to be honest with you, it could be okay. It could be 3 different reasons. Okay, number one, the one reason could be that
thank you, Brandy.
LE fucked up, and then all of a sudden the FBI is like, okay, so they come in and they're trying to say, okay, we're gonna do this what is it, HD, whatever it is that they were doing, but they were actually trying to get evidence that we're not longer there anymore because they fucked up.
They did. I mean,
So
there's video of them messing up, going in and out without gloves on.
So
Yeah, and they're
the
saying
other thing that
also.
I'm thinking about is this, you guys. Have you thought that maybe, I mean, are you serious that do you really think if the, okay, I don't want to say it like you're, like, I don't want to offend anybody or like,
So
you know
Well,
what I mean?
as long as it's not about the families or the victims, then you're
No,
fine.
no, but anybody's opinions. But have you thought about, I mean, do you really think that if it really happened in that house, do you really think that there were gonna be people sneezing in there and not wearing masks and not wearing like gloves and not, you know what I
Well,
mean? So
yeah, I know what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
so I believe, let me tell you something. I believe, and I'm not gonna say why I believe this because people are gonna say, nah, you know what I
we
mean?
we
But
just got to use common sense and logic. That's all, my dear.
no. It's another reason why I believe this. But I don't want to say it because people don't believe in these things. But and I don't want to say the gift that I have, but I, you know, because people are gonna be like, oh my God, I don't believe you, this and that.
Listen,
I don't
listen.
believe that it
I'm gonna
happened
say
in the
that
house.
before you say something, okay?
Yeah.
I don't let people downplay psychics or mediums or anything like
No.
that. If
I'm
you have
not.
people
No,
that
no,
get
no, no.
that, I don't let people downplay that on here. I'm gonna give everybody's gonna get the respect they deserve. We just gotta watch how we say things. That's all.
Yeah, I don't believe that it happened in the house.
Okay, I respect your your.
No,
I respect that.
because if you listen to the I'm going with the facts. I'm not going with medium, psychic, whatever. I'm going with the facts. If you listen to the what is it, the Linda Lane,
Uh-huh.
and everybody's thinking it's coming from the left side, I believe it's coming from the right side. I believe it's coming from the corner house.
Okay.
Right on Linda Lane on the right side. I think I believe that they got picked up by a red car, and then what do you call it? And then they were taken to the house. They did not go home. And then if you listen to the Linda Lane, if you go to this channel called, should I mention the channel?
I mean,
Chaos,
you can if
something
you want.
chaos.
The chaos sector.
Yeah. So
Mhm.
chaos sector, there's a part that you listen to the woman saying, you lie, you lie. But before that, you can hear Kaylee saying, Maddie.
Well, listen, and I respect what you're saying on that. I just don't. I have a hard time believing any of that stuff because a lot of that audio was messed with so much that I can't find anything that is concrete with that audio at all. That's why I have problems believing a lot of that stuff.
yeah, I don't trust any audio because audio can be doctored into a video so easily. I could make a
Just don't
video right
believe
now
that
of
it
me
happened in the
screaming.
house. Bottom line.
Right.
I don't
But
believe it
now,
happened in the house.
as far as the video goes on Linda Lane, they go. I have a question.
Okay.
Why is nobody? I mean, I've seen a couple people single out the person walking across the parking lot way, but why is nobody bringing up that guy more often and looking and trying to figure out who the hell that was that literally walked on screen from the far right hand side, walked around the parking lot back towards the home, and then around 423 gets in the car and leaves with somebody. I mean,
Well,
why is nobody looking into that?
well,
Oh my God.
maybe they are, Willie, and they're just not telling anybody because you've seen how things have blown up out here. Maybe that has been looked at. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but how? Yeah, but how? Okay, so I mean, do you know what guy I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I do.
There you go.
Absolutely.
I
Yep.
know you guys don't believe in that Linda
Absolutely,
Lane. But did you guys hear the guys running?
No.
I
So
heard, vámonos, vámonos.
What do you guys think about the two double-handed beer dude?
The what?
I don't
The
know.
dude with the two beers in his hand with the nice police haircut?
Where?
No, on the Banfield that walked up. He had the two beers in his hand and
Oh,
looked just like a
Saeed.
cop with the bushy eyebrows. Kind of
Saeed, yeah.
cute. Kind of
Okay.
cute.
I want to ask Dago. I want to ask your people, and if you guys have heard the Linda Lane, because I do believe
Yeah,
that
Banfield.
a lot of the Linda Lane is really legit. And then I hear these people running, and I hear them saying, "Vámonos." That's in Spanish. Let's go.
Okay.
And then you can hear the guy saying "Vámonos," and then you can hear a woman laughing.
Well,
Nobody said anything because
here's
obviously
why.
it's in Spanish.
Here's the thing. The Linda Lane footage, I didn't put a whole lot of stock. I mean, I did spend some time looking at it when it first came out, but okay, I didn't put a whole lot of stock in it because of this one thing. It was a Saturday night. It's a college campus. Okay, there was a football game earlier. There was a lot going on that night. So of course, around that camera and that that area there, we probably are going to hear people running and messing around.
No, but
So there
there's
are.
a part
So there is a lot of action going on around that time. Then
there's a part like
That's my
around
thought.
there's a part like around the time that the murder happened, okay? And then you can hear them running, and then you can even my nephew said, didn't he say let's go? The guy said vámonos, and then I was
didn't.
thinking,
That
I
part I
heard
didn't.
vámonos.
yeah, but
Listen
Vámonos
to
isn't
it.
a crime.
I want you to listen to
Right.
it, and yeah, I'm sorry.
Vámonos ain't a crime. Like, I'm talking about a gentleman who walks on camera, didn't get out of a car, just walks into the screen, walks around the parking lot, goes towards back the house where the kids were murdered, comes back and then hops in a car and takes off. And if that's not suspicious, I don't know what is. I mean, right around the same. Somebody crackling?
I don't hear anything.
Right around the
It was
same.
probably me laughing at how bright your observation was about give me a break. Oops.
Well, I'm just saying.
What's going
So
on?
he walks back, and he would be back there around the time that the murders were occurring. And then he walks back from the same direction, and then gets into that. Brian, can you mute for me, brother?
If you listen to the Linda Lane, like around 2:20, something like that, you can hear these guys, like these people running, and I hear vámonos. I can never forget that. It's like I'm thinking these
Did he say
people.
Vámonos?
Yes, I go listen to it. It says vámonos.
I believe it.
And then you can hear the female laughing, like ah, but nobody said anything. Or
That's what I
noticed it
said.
because it's in Spanish, and I noticed it because I
She
said,
might be on delay,
wait a
Dago.
minute, did I hear
Yeah.
vámonos?
It was last time too. Here's the thing.
So
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like I said, I'm not taking down what you're saying, but I can't.
no.
I
I'm
personally
not trying to convince anybody. I'm just saying
No,
that.
I
it's
know
so
that,
weird.
but I want you to understand something. I have a huge problem with the audio from any of those
He
videos.
didn't say ándale. He just said vámonos.
That's fine, and you probably could have heard that. I won't trust anything that I hear unless somebody hands it to me from the direct source. That's all I'm saying. Because we've seen things that can be Joseph Morris, for instance.
Yeah.
He did the whole audio bullshit. You know what I mean? So at that point, it's like I can't. I can't. I spent 3 days on that stupid Linda Lane footage. I watched the video, and yeah, Willie's right. Who was that guy? Why was he there? What was he doing at that time? But again, the audio part of it, you know what I mean? And people, here's something. I don't want to upset anybody when I say this.
Yeah, the audio. Yeah, because we've already got the audio of the. Remember it sounded like somebody screamed Xana, and it turned out that the audio is fake.
Right. Yeah.
So you could love. Can you mute your mic first? Thank you.
I just did.
You could insert any audio into a video. Love, can you mute your mic?
Yeah, you're Love. I have to keep muting you because your type is coming through.
I don't even know what I'm saying now, dude. Yeah, so that guy, that I'm not talking about the guy that went to the dumpster. That just looked like a dude. I don't know what. Love, stop unmuting your mic.
You have to
So no, that I'm talking about. You're talking about the same guy I'm talking about, right? The one that walks on screen from off screen.
He's in like white sweater or something, or white sweatshirt or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he was wearing, but I didn't like the first time I saw the video, I saw him walking through the back parking lot. I never saw him come into frame. And then when I think Jeff H enhanced the video or something, but when he did that, I saw the guy walking into the picture clear as day, then walk around the parking lot, past the homes on the left-hand side and go towards the home. And then at 4:20 something, he's walking back.
Willie, I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt, but I'm going to get off because I think it's
Hi, Mandy.
Yeah, try hopping down and then
I'll be back. I'm going to go to my laptop.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
See ya.
Okay.
Bye.
So no, I know what you're talking about. And I saw
Mandy,
him walking around the backside of the vehicle, get into the driver's side of the vehicle, some front or back. You can say whatever you want with that, and then back the car out and leave. That's the only time I saw that person. Now, what I was trying to explain to her, because I'm not gonna take down what anybody thinks about hearing things, seeing things, or whatever. That is on you. I'm not gonna disrespect that it means, but a lot of people were saying that they were hearing thuds and thumps and screams from the house. Clear as day, and it's like, wait a minute, guys. I don't care what. Like, hold on, guys.
That camera's like 300 yards away. Number one, I don't care what I hear, but when you see something on camera, it's hard.
You know what, though, Willie, and I don't believe that audio stuff is right with the Xana and the thing, but the gut-wrenching scream from Ethan on it really did freak me out, because to me, the very first time I heard it, it was like, man,
but the audio
sound like what
the audio
you would do when stabbed with a golf club.
But the audio that
it was so guttural, it was so painful to hear. That's the only part that I buy, but I don't really buy because the rest of it's BS. But man, the Ethan Male scream in that segment that they did, that was really hard, but it did sound like what it would sound like.
But now where was that picked up? Where was that picked up?
That's my point. It had to have been picked up right there by that Linda Lane address.
Yeah. So
I don't know that. All I know is it was horrible. The first time I heard it, I absolutely flipped.
But that's what I mean. If it's loud in that camera, imagine how it's going to sound in the camera. Whatever.
If it's coming from the house. This is what we're saying, Brian. Think about it. If it was coming from that house, we would not have heard it like that. You would have heard.
Wait, say it again, Dago.
If it came from that house to that camera, there's no way we would have heard it that clearly. Okay.
Oh. Okay.
It would have been because the camera's so far away. It was like 100 yards away. And then,
but now the other camera.
Dago, that's fair, because I don't believe any of the other stuff in front of it. All I'm saying is the male was just, to me, like, God, that could be what it would be like to get stabbed with a golf club and what you would do. And it was a very awful experience. That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I agree with you, because to hear those things, it really messed with a lot of people. Okay.
Yes, it was awful.
That's why I went to that audio, listened to it, and then I tried to be consequential with the fact that this doesn't make sense, guys. We're standing right in front of these cameras, and you're hearing something go on 150 yards away from this at the minimum.
That's what I mean. If we can hear it that clear on that camera, imagine how loud it's going to be on whatever other camera they picked up the the audio on because it's in the PCA.
Now, that camera they're talking about there is right next to the house. It's 50 yards from the house. That's different.
Exactly.
That's the one that I'm okay with. Okay. Anything coming from Linda Lane is at Linda Lane. It's not at the Idaho or at the King Road house. Anything
that shit was silly. All that it was.
I agree. Yes, absolutely. I agree.
Yeah, that's not.
Somebody said, "Oh, I heard the thud, and then I heard this, and I heard that." No, you didn't. I'm sorry, but no, you didn't.
It was coming from inside the house the camera was on, bro. That's what it sounded like. It was coming from behind the camera.
These are not like CIA cameras, folks. They're not. They're just not. So and I didn't want to be rude to anybody and say that kind of thing because people believe what they believe. That's fine. We got to be commonsensical, though. Okay.
Yeah.
It's 150 yards away, and somebody's saying, "I heard a thud, and then a slam, and then I heard this very clearly," and I was like, "No, you didn't. No, you didn't." Okay. I'm sorry, and I'm not trying to be rude. It doesn't make sense, you guys. Come on.
No, it doesn't. And there's like 17 versions of it. Like one of them yells, "Go away, Emma." Another one says, "Bryan, leave." I mean, like so much audio.
Well, that's why everybody's spirit box says 10 different things. You can interpret audio distorted however you want, just like the spirit boxes.
Just like the spirit boxes. Don't get me going on the spirit boxes.
This right here, what Scale just said, they'll use the camera because I do believe we watched a car turn around back there and come back around. Mm-hmm. That to me, okay, let's do it. That's fine. If you're gonna try to pull audio, they're not gonna put that in the court, guys. I'm telling you, and say we heard this in the house and that you didn't, and let it be. That's all. So,
hey guys, can I ask you this? You all do all this stuff. How sharp? I don't do any of this. How sharp and clear are those Ring cameras? Like
someone asked me,
dude. You guys have them. How sharp are they?
I got nothing there.
They're what?
So I don't have anything. I don't do technology. Nah.
People on here. You guys have all that. How clear is it?
They're decent, Bryan, but you have to be within a reasonable range for it to pick you up in that sense. Now, one thing I do know, okay, let's go to the one that's closer to 50 yards from the house. The one that they had directed 50 yards from Xana's bedroom. It was cold outside. When the weather's cold, sound does carry, okay, a little bit more. And the way that is set up back there, it's kind of in its own little corner, okay? And there's things around it that could give you, keep the sound in that circular area right there around the house. Anything more than that, though? No. That's why it was, in my opinion, that's why the sound was vague, because it was 50 yards away and the sounds were coming from in the house. Now, yelling and screaming, that's why listen, guys, this is why I have such a huge problem. I'm not trying to be, I'm not trying to victimize any victims. We'll say this, but with the two surviving roommates, I have a huge problem with them not hearing more than they've stated that they've heard. If that damn camera can hear it from 50 yards away from the house,
damn right.
That's the problem. Okay.
God almighty.
The PCA, like Vic said, it says thud and barking. Okay, I'll go with that. I agree with that. So tell me.
And listen, Dago, every morning I'm awoke by my neighbor upstairs when he gets out of bed. Just like the creaking noises wakes me up around like 5:50, 6 o'clock every morning from creaking. Yeah,
I get it. But that's what I'm saying. Thud and barking is heard on an audio device that's 50 yards on the exterior of a home. You're hearing interior stuff. How did two people inside the house not hear any more than what they heard?
The bottom line is we are saying that the Ring things really aren't all that great, right? That's what we're really saying.
Well, no. It depends on the range. It depends on the range, and it depends on the brand. If you have Ring brand, like the initial one, those are really good. There's a bunch of different kinds that are kind of cheaper, and this one and that one. They're not going to be as good. You know what I mean? Just like if you buy Chef Boyardee SpaghettiOs as compared to
don't you dare.
Chef Boyardee is going to be better than the generic. Okay, you see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
It's going to be whatever the scenario is. I don't know what kind of a camera they had. It is what it is. But that was what big deal for me.
You
I have a
guys,
question.
you know what is
How do
really
they know the
neat
car's
about
route
the
if they don't
camera?
have them on camera?
No, you know what's neat? If you go back about the actual camera, the huge breaking point in this thing, the light bulb chick, if you go back and look on Sunday, the morning after she was interviewed, she was blue SUV. The SUV hatchback was open, and she was interviewed, and she was fleeing the area. That is the house of the light bulb camera. Okay, blue SUV, hair down to her shoulders. Talking about, her mom's really freaked out and she wants to get out and she's now running away. If you go back to the very next morning, she was interviewed, and she was like a big interview. Okay, come on, it's a huge story. Yes, I find that interesting only in the fact that, my God, that is the light bulb camera house chick. Yeah. Do you guys? Well, I know SRB says, yeah, you know what I'm talking about, and she was just fine. But to me, it's just interesting now in hindsight, in that this camera is going to really, really, really.
Well, who has?
Make it to
Well, what
trial. It's
camera?
going to be huge.
What camera has because they did a whole news segment showing the path of that car 6 times, driving up, turning around, stopping, driving up. Where are they getting that information from? If Bryan's phone was off and they don't have that information to track his movements, how did they come up with that? Are there cameras?
The camera recorded him.
Really, there's the light bulb camera on that girl's house right next to the murder scene. Okay, it's just unbelievable. Okay, I saw her interview on Sunday. Then a week later, I see a picture, and the light bulb camera is gone. Okay,
but I'm saying a light bulb camera can only see one fraction of movement. Okay, so my question is, how did they know he drove all the way down the road, turned around, came all the way back, turned around, came up, stopped for a few seconds, did a K-turn, went in areas that isn't in that Linda Lane footage? So that means there's other cameras that they have showing that car. So how the hell don't they have him getting out of the car and going into the home?
Because he never got out of the car and he never went in the home, and he has nothing to do with the killings. He was there because he's got the Pullman internship from WSU undercover, and he was going over there because it was the biggest party night of the last 4 months. Huge party night, lots of drug action. He went over there and all of a sudden ended up with, which sucks as a grad student. Let me tell you, man, that's a sucky project, isn't it? Man, shit. 4 of my potential kids got murdered. Give me a break. He was there.
Thank you so very much for that. I appreciate you more than you know.
He was there.
I'm just trying to figure out how they would deduce his path like that if he wasn't clearly on camera taking that path. And if he is on camera clearly taking that path, then they would have him getting out and going into the
Linda Lane thing. You do see shit that goes on.
Yeah, but Linda Lane is one portion of the route that they're saying he took on in that vicinity.
Well, Willie, come on. They write BS all the time. The car.
Yeah, what I'm saying, they said that he stopped. They said that he stopped. They said that he stopped in front of the home, and then he kept going.
Nobody ever said he ever got out.
No, they're saying
one person that says
no. They don't even say where he parked.
Kohberger
That's why there's so much. Thank you, Debbie, so very much. That's why there's so much doubt. Okay, because of that right there, and I've said that myself. We have him going up, turning around, coming back, turning around, going back, turning around. We don't have him getting out of a car and going into the house.
Never. You have to get out of a car to kill 4 people.
That's
just
why
be stupid if you want.
That's why we have doubt.
No, has anyone ever seen anybody say that they have video of Bryan in that car getting out of the car to go to 1122 King Road?
No. Okay, so here's the thing. Here, let me pull this up real quick. I'm going to go
Just
back
love
to this.
to. What do you mean?
I'm going to go back to this because this is what we're supposed to be referring to. Okay, give me 1 second here, and then we'll go with the language of the PPA.
Dago, Mr. Dago. Have
Yes,
you
ma'am.
guys
Welcome back.
go to the video? Okay, have you guys go to the video where they go to the what is it, the complaint, the noise complaint, and then one of the cops said, "Hey, sergeant, whatever," and then he points. The house had
That's what I think too,
a
Jesse.
Ring doorbell camera.
Yeah, they all did over there. I think that, or two of them did that they were talking about before.
The house, the main house that they're gonna demolish, where the kids used to live. The cop said, "Hey, sergeant, look, there's a Ring door camera."
Mm-hmm.
No one has mentioned that, and I wanted to be like, I've been wanting to tell like everybody, but it's like, okay, so I'm gonna wait to see if anybody noticed that. Not even that lady. I'm not even gonna mention her because I don't like her, and because I don't want to promote her channel here. But not even her, that she's so against the cops, has mentioned the fact that there was a doorbell camera on that house. The cop pointed at it and he said, "Look, sergeant, there's a doorbell camera right there."
Right.
Like, he points at it. If you go to that video, you will listen to that. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. So if there's a doorbell camera, hello?
I'm here. Go ahead.
So I'm thinking, who has access to that camera?
Well, I would imagine the police have access to any cameras in that area based on the investigation.
Listen. This is the good thing that I'm thinking about. Kylie's phone was the one that hasn't been returned to the parents. Is it possible that she had access to that camera and that's the reason why they haven't returned the phone to the parents? And that is the main thing that everybody's saying is going to be like a bum thing.
It very well could be, because when I did my video the other day about Kaylee's phone, that's what I was talking about. We don't know though, but
because she was the main girl. I think she was like she was the senior. She was living at the top. Like, she was like basically
it was Maddie's house. Maddie was the one that got the house and was the leaseholder. I mean, I know they were all on leases, but she was the main, from what I understand.
Yeah, like every sorority has like a mother or something like that. I don't know what they call it. I don't know. And
what video did you see that on, love? Where you saw the Ring doorbell camera thing being spoken about? Which video?
That was that one of the videos of the noise complaint. Like,
was it the one with Xana, the one where he called Maddie, or the one where he goes to, so the one with Xana, or one with the guys at the door?
Yeah, they went to the main door, and then one of the cops said, "Look, sergeant, there's a doorbell camera."
Okay, so that would have been the one of the two where Hunter and the other kid answered the door for them.
It was dark, so it was one of the night footage. So you need to go look at it, because no one has mentioned that. And then I'm thinking, wait a minute, there's a doorbell camera. So who has access to that? So
in the front or the back?
It was in the front, the one where we saw Emma Bailey walk out of the girl.
Okay, then. So they're saying that, I mean, from what I heard yesterday, because there's no confirmation that he parked behind the home, he parked in front of the house and ran behind the house to the sliding door, is what I was told. Is that correct?
I'm guessing, but that doesn't make sense either, does it?
Well,
no, not the sliding door. I'm talking about the front main door.
Yeah, but I'm saying the front. Yeah, but that front Ring camera would catch him parking his car, getting out, and running around the house.
Yeah, if there was one there, that's what she's saying, I think,
What?
too.
Yeah.
because-
Willie, what
Wait,
is
I
wrong
didn't hear
with
that.
you?
What was
He
that?
has 19 feet arms. I mean, you can drive a car and kill 4 people and never stop, right?
Well, no, I'm trying
Willie,
to
can
be
you
logical
repeat
here
that again? I didn't
because they went at the tire marks. They investigated those tire marks, and where those tire marks are is basically what I'm assuming is where they're saying his car was. They never said his car was behind the home.
Okay, so Jesse is saying that you're confused, love, unfortunately, with Lana's coverage from 1118 King Road, maybe?
No. I'm not even. No, I don't even watch her. I don't even.
Okay.
I'm,
I was
I'm
making that
actually.
recommendation.
No, what I'm saying that I'm actually really that she hasn't even mentioned it because she's always against the cops and this and that, but she hasn't probably noticed it. And I see, just like I noticed that Vamonos, I noticed that, and I said, "Excuse me, has I went in into the channel. I'm not gonna mention it, but I went into several channels and say the same thing. Has any of you look at the footage of that cop saying, "Hey, Sergeant, there's a doorbell camera"?
No, but I'll have to go back and look now because I've
Please,
never.
Dago, please, Dago, go look, and you will see.
Chief,
and then,
I agree with you.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't remember that, but let's just do one thing at a time and go back here a little bit real quick to this.
I'm lost, bro.
It's okay.
No,
it's okay.
because what I'm thinking is, if that
Brian,
doorbell
not you.
camera exists, if that doorbell camera exists, that means that's probably the reason why they have Kaylee's phone. Because she
but then why wouldn't they have arrested Bryan the first week it happened?
Yeah, listen, love, in my opinion, this is my opinion. If there was a doorbell cam on that house that was active, there'd be a whole lot of video input on this case. And a lot more things would be out, in my opinion.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. So if
and
it's there,
you know why they don't want us to see it? Do you know why they don't want us to see it?
Why? Enlighten me.
What do you think?
What do you mean you don't know? Tell me.
I don't want to say it because I don't want to say anything. I don't want people to say.
Well, let me finish this part over here first, then, real quick. This is why I brought up the PCA. Then you can think on that for a minute. But here, it's okay. Going back to this here at approximately 4:17 a.m.
I love you too much. I don't want to get kicked out of here.
It's okay. It's okay. Let me do this though, real quick. At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road.
Say it, girl.
Hey, love. Hey. Shh.
Hold on. Let me read this real quick.
Come on, man.
At 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1120.
You're like, hey, look.
God help me. Can you mute her, Dago?
I'm all right. At 1122 King Road, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernoodle's bedroom. Now, there's that part right there that I was talking about in the beginning, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm going to go bypass this stuff, and I'm trying to go to the point where the vehicle was seen. I don't remember what page I should have this memorized by now. I probably do some of my damn sleep. Hold on, it's down here further. But where the vehicle was seen, which is what you were talking about, bud. And I'll unmute you here in a minute, love. No problem. I just want to get through this part first. Where'd it go? Okay. The combination of DM statements to law enforcement or reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phones and a video of a suspect video as described below leads investigators to believe the homicide occurred between 4 and 4:25. Now, as we roll down, as part of the investigation, extensive search, commonly referred to in law as video canvas, they go around to whoever the neighboring houses and homes are looking for cameras to see if anybody saw anything. Okay, we know that. So It was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. This video canvas was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13th of 2022. Let me go down. This video canvas resulted in collection of numerous, okay? Just that way, I did, because you may not have got that, Willie. Numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and had conversations with other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle number 1, was observed traveling westbound on the 700 block of Indian Hills Road, or Drive, sorry, at approximately 3:26 a.m. So that would be when he was en route to the home. And westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28 a.m. On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle was not displaying a front license plate, which again doesn't mean anything because it's a Pennsylvania car. Okay, so moving forward, a review of
But how
footage
do you
from
know it's a Pennsylvania car, Mr. Dago? It did.
We don't.
I don't know that, but because he came from Pennsylvania, okay. So I'm saying that it's very possible that.
And the other thing is, Mr. Dago, is that one thing that is so confusing to me is like the car that they found that it was like total. Where was it
In Oregon?
Somewhere, like
in Oregon.
That it was and it was. Yeah, in Oregon. So, what are they trying to do to us? I don't get it. Like,
I don't know.
They're saying, okay, vehicle 1.
God help me.
Yeah. Go ahead, honey. Go ahead. Sorry.
Just let me finish this part and I'll answer those questions. Okay. All right. Thank you. Now where was I at this point? 1122 residents leave the way about 327. Okay, here it is, Willie. Sorry. So from multiple videos started at 3:29, one starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 make an initial 3 passes by the 1122 King Road residence and then leave via Willenta Drive. Based off my experience as patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles. So backing that up just a second there. They said multiple cameras in the area. I know for a fact there's one camera that's next to the house, one camera across the street from the house. There was one camera that was up by the corner because Rory went down and walked that area and pointed out all the cameras. Okay. I don't know how many of them worked, but that's where they're getting these 3 pass things. They're watching multiple cameras, I'm guessing. Okay. And then it says, upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a 4th time at approximately 4:04 a.m. That's a problem that I have right there.
Wait,
right.
So he's entering.
Thank you.
Entering on camera at 4:04.
This is in the PCA. Thank you. Okay, I know what you're saying. Same thing.
No, I'm just asking.
Yeah, 4:04 a.m.
And what does it specify where he is at 4:04? Like what road he's on?
That's what I'm getting ready to say right now.
Okay.
At approximately 4:04, it can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping, turning around in front of the 500 Queen Road, number 52, and then driving back westbound on King Road. When suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then
you just have to get out of your car to kill 4 people. It's just not that complicated, guys.
So they left the car running, opened the door, jumped out, ran in, did this, and jumped back in the car and left. You know that's not true, Brian.
Oh, I know that. No, that's
There's
what
gotta
I'm
be
saying.
2
It's
people here.
ridiculous.
Well, at 4:04, turning around, it takes you to like 4:08.
Well, wait a minute.
No one has ever said that the car stopped and they saw Brian get out and go in there. Brian never went in there.
Wait a minute, though.
He was there.
Hold on.
Before you guys say anything else, look at the initial time. 4:04
And I don't
a.m.
believe there was. I don't believe there was a DoorDash at all.
Yeah, how is it at 4:04 if the murders happen between 4 and 4:25? Who's killing people at 4 o'clock?
Thank you. 4:04 a.m.
Good job, Willie.
Well, you know I know that shit. Like, I mean, who's
Mr.
in there at 4 o'clock?
Taco, I'm
Oh,
gonna tell you something.
the DoorDash. Imagine that.
I
No,
used to
okay.
do
It's all
DoorDash.
so stupid.
And I'm
It's
gonna
all
tell
so
you something.
stupid.
I'm
The
gonna tell
PCA
you
is
something that
horrid
you're gonna be
writing.
like,
No.
okay, I used to do
Suspect vehicle
DoorDash.
one. Who
Not just from
who
Jack in the
counts
Box.
numbers?
My biggest problem with this entire paragraph right here, as we have been told how many times that the murders happened between 4 and 4:20 a.m. Right or wrong?
Guys.
Correct.
Guys.
It's in the PCA. You're correct.
Okay, so now at this point we're reading in here in the
Okay, so
PCA
I
that
used
the
to
vehicle that the vehicle
Wait. Back up.
yes.
No, I'm not drinking, you guys. I used to do
Okay,
DoorDash,
well-
and I'm telling you, Jack in the Box. Okay, let me tell you a dash order. Jack in
Dago,
the
what
Box
did
will
you
put
just
a
say? I couldn't
sticker.
hear it.
Hang on.
Her connection's really bad, and
Can
she's
I-
on like a
can I-
16-minute
can I continue?
delay.
Go,
No,
Jack
go.
in
you're
the
on a delay.
Box. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, but you're on a delay, hon, and it's like
Can you guys hear me?
backing up. Yes, but you're on a delay, and it's every time somebody
I'm so
talks,
sorry. Okay, can you hear
you
me
come
now?
in.
Dago, what did you just say though? Because I couldn't hear it.
I don't remember.
But
at
it
this
sounded interesting.
So I'm like that Chinese movie, like
point. Yes,
so DoorDash Jack.
right now you are.
So DoorDash orders, they have a special sticker. Okay, that special sticker, what they do is like they staple. One of the things that they do, they staple the bag, and then the second thing is that they put two stickers, one side and the on both sides, and it will say Jack in the Box. Okay, and then it will not say Xana or whatever the name of the person.
Right. Yeah.
It might say that in the oh no, it does say it, but it will be not in like it will be like how do you say that? Printed. It will not be like somebody wrote on it. You know what I
Right.
mean? It will be coming out of a printer. So it will be this is for Xana. So the fact that I saw Xana, it looked like it was like somebody just wrote on it and just put it there.
I
So
think that
don't
came
think-
from a Starbucks.
number
That had
one,
not, I don't think
I
that
believe
bag
the
we saw
whole-
had anything to do with DoorDash, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't believe it came out from DoorDash. I believe it was staged because number one, the cup was from Starbucks, so they try to put it like it all came together, and they didn't realize that we were gonna look at it and say, "Wait, this is Starbucks. It's Jack in the Box." So they try to put it together to make us
Hold on, honey.
believe that it all came together, but
Huh?
I believe that it was staged to make us believe that they order a DoorDash, but I don't think there was ever a DoorDash order at all.
Well, I believe that there was DoorDash because it was in.
Didn't they
Xana's
talk?
phone.
Didn't they talk to the DoorDash driver?
Yes, they talked to the DoorDash driver and they saw it in his phone. So I'm going to agree with that, but I don't
Have
think
we
that
talked? Have we seen him?
Come on.
No, they're not going to put that person out there because of
Wait,
the
wait,
integrity
wait,
of the
wait.
case.
We can't go that far, love. I mean, I'm all for, you know.
They can't put that out there. That's just not how that works.
No, but
But
is it on the
let me-
paper? Or is it on the documents?
It was verified by law enforcement that there was a DoorDash, yes. And it's in this too.
No,
It's in
I
the
was going to
PCA
ask
as
you
well.
guys something. I mean, if they spoke to the DoorDash guy, aren't they supposed to like mention the name of the person?
No,
No.
no,
gotta do
because
nothing.
that's a witness.
Not.
That's a witness. Why would you put that person's name out there as a witness to a crime? Possibly.
Well, because he's going to be a witness in trial.
If I owned a franchise, why would I waste one of my stickers for an order that is only for a hamburger?
no. Wait a minute.
get putting
Here's
on
my
a-
There's
question.
gonna
Who
be
gives a shit
witness
what she
in
ordered?
trial.
I don't care either. That's what I'm
If you're
saying. I
gonna
don't
be
think
a
that was it.
witness in trial, then we need to know who this guy is.
We will. Wait for the trial.
During the trial is when they're going to see it. That's when it's going to
Ay,
come
Dios
out like
mío,
it
but
should be.
we don't know
Why,
when the trial's
why
gonna
would he
be.
come out now and then get
I know
harassed
that.
before
That's the
trial?
whole point, though. We have to have that patience about that. I'm talking about something completely different, though, because I'm not even worried about the damn DoorDash at this point. I don't care about that because that, in my opinion,
me either. It's
that-
never.
I just care about what he saw.
that's very true. Very true. I agree with you on that one, Willie.
Mrs.
What did he or
Kelly?
did not see?
Mrs. Kelly said, who's gonna be the witness on trial? DoorDash. DoorDash is a witness.
I said a possibility that there'll be witness to the trial is the DoorDash driver. That's all. So, and then like
Maybe
Salty
he
just
left
said,
the door open.
after Salty just said, the IGD stuff, when it comes out, we will get a trial date. That's when it's going to happen. And I agree with that. So, sorry that it's distracting, Neil. My apologies. I'm trying to keep it not, but so
Love, I'm gonna give you a nickname. I'm gonna call you Squirrel. All right.
Why? You're
That's
so
my
funny.
nickname for you is Squirrel. Love Squirrel.
Bombshell said that there is
What
footage
is
of the night she's talking
why?
about criminal law. Google's first. Okay. All right. Thank you,
Squirrel.
Bombshell. But let me finish this part here
Wait.
first, okay?
Why squirrel?
Don't worry about it.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm gonna ask.
Okay. All right. Listen, guys, please. Let me finish this. Okay.
Go ahead, Dodo.
A lot of people are distracted in the chat, and I don't want that.
It is distracting because
I just want to hear what you have to say, man.
So bright.
Now, when we go back to this, we have been told time and time and time again, and it says it in the PCA. I struggle really bad and have struggled really bad with this right here. This is my biggest deal since we got talking about this. That at 4:04, the car is still seen outside moving around. Okay. The homicides occurred between 4 and 25. They say that the car is seen again on the road driving away at 4:25.
Wait, 425?
Where is the difference at? So we're gonna say that he's in the car at 4:04 still trying to park it or find it, whatever he's doing.
Dago, it's 420.
So let's go to 4:06.
Dago, it's 420 speeding away.
Yeah, 4:20. I'm saying, but they said that they saw him again at 4:25 in the vehicle leaving. So,
Really?
Okay, hold on. Let me go backwards to it again.
Wait, so they said he was Wait, so they said they had him. They see him speeding away at 420 and then again at 425.
I'm trying to find where I just had this at. I lost complete train of thought over the DoorDash thing. Hold on.
That'd be a little wild.
Sorry. Okay, back down now.
That's probably what Bethany saw.
Right. The timeline in this, and it's in the PCA, so I'm staying with it. Okay. Is one of the biggest things I've had problems with is why I cannot convince myself. Not to mention the 4:12 a.m. TikTok scenario with Xana. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of things that go on between 4 a.m. and 4:25.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
411 and 420. Actually,
Okay.
no. Remember, see, there you go. A lot happened between 417 and 420.
Right.
So 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Now, from what I'm being told, because we don't know where the hell he parked, I'm going to go by where they found the tire tracks, and that's, I'm assuming where they're going to go by, which is in front of the home. So what I was told yesterday by a bunch of people was that per right now, he basically ran around the house to the slider, went in, did his thing, ran out, ran around the house, back to his car, got in, sped off without a trace.
Which doesn't make any sense, of course, but hey, it is. what it
No,
is.
I mean, I at least gave him some benefit of the doubt to be able to sprint in the back door and sprint out the back door directly to his car. But if he has to now cut around, run down, I don't know if it's a hill, I don't know what's all there and stuff like that, then compose yourself. Dude, it's I don't even know how it's possible.
It doesn't make sense, Willie. That's the thing. Okay, so here we are. You're right. 4:20. Suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. Suspect 1 is next observed traveling southbound on Willenta Drive. So he was outside in the car still at 4:04 a.m. trying to figure out what the hell he's going to do. Okay. And then we go in and he goes in and does what he's doing. And he's back out in the vehicle traveling at a high rate of speed by 420. And then meanwhile, there's a DoorDash driver somewhere in there at 4 a.m. Xana's on TikTok at 4:12. And some things are going at 4:17. That all happened in that little chunk of time. That is why people have so many problems with this.
Yeah, they should have kept it between 3 and 4 like they had it.
Okay, so in the meantime, all this stuff is happening, right? Screaming, cars driving around, speeding, and all this stuff that's going on, and nobody's calling the cops.
Nope. Nobody called the cops. Even 8 hours, nobody called the cops. They called their friend.
Why wouldn't they?
I don't know. You ask. You tell me. You tell me why you wouldn't run upstairs to get help from your friends instead of.
We all want to know. And
Neighbors. Why wouldn't the neighbors call the cops?
She waited to run out screaming and pass out till Ali got there. Don't you know?
There was no screaming though, hon. You said there was screaming, but that didn't happen. At least it wasn't written down in here. It wasn't written in here.
It was just whimpering.
So there will be another scenario of maybe they were passed out or somebody gave them something and they passed out. And that's the reason why there was.
No, the toxicology report doesn't matter, remember?
Then how do you explain this?
Who needs tox reports and quad murders? I mean, come on, y'all.
Who knows? Who knows anymore? I guess it don't matter.
Really?
Disgusting, man.
Brutal. Like the fact that
totally, Willie.
That, the slashed freaking lungs and liver and all that stuff, and nobody's screaming.
No. Listen. We can't talk about that kind of stuff. I don't talk about that kind of stuff. I don't want to hear about that.
I'm sorry. But
none of that is in this.
Willie, I saw that lady live that night sitting there saying that we don't.
None of that is in the PCA. Therefore, it's not true. So,
don't listen to any hearsay. And that's why, I was hoping you were going to have in your description about Steve G's comments, Dago, because, I've had to go a day and a half now watching other channels.
I plan on talking about it. I don't know how we got on the
guys. I didn't mean to say something that is probably not on the documents. I'm just like, I have a son who's in college, and you know what I mean. It's like the fact of the matter that this happened to these kids, and nobody heard anything. Nobody called. Nobody. But there was actually something about there was a 3 a.m. 911 call. Who made that call?
Nobody in the house.
Nobody in the house. Okay. So anyway, let's move through. And yeah, I planned on talking about that too, Willie. I really did. And we're gonna get onto that point. So we got through this here with the vehicle. I'm good on that.
This case, you guys, I'm telling you, as a mother, it's so bad that I'm calling my son every fucking day. It's like I'm calling him to make sure, are you okay? Everything okay? Everything okay? There's so much crazy going on. So in this case, the fact that nobody heard anything.
Right. I agree. So I do need to rotate some people through here. Okay. Others that can jump up here. So I want to thank you, Love, for coming up and expressing your thoughts and opinions very much. I appreciate you more than you know. But I got to kind of run it in a roundabout thing.
Yeah, I think Eddie said he wanted to come up.
Well, he was up here for a second, but
I saw him drop down.
I do appreciate you very much.
Okay. See you, squirrel.
All right. Now, I don't want her to think I was being rude, but I gotta move things.
Listen, you gotta do what you gotta do, man.
So at that point, now we got through that part of it. And again, thank you, Love. I appreciate you very much. Okay. And if anybody else would like to jump in here, please feel free. The link is in there. God bless. My apologies, guys. But anyway, so at that point, go ahead, Willie, with what you wanted to state. I know you wanted to talk about what Steve has
Oh,
spoke.
dude, listen, I'm so lost, dude. I don't even know what what we were talking about. Oh yeah. I was saying about because I watched two big channels take what Steve G said the other day on News Nation and literally make this whole thing that they have all this damning evidence now that that's why they're knocking down the house, because they're so confident that they don't need the house. And I just find that laughable.
You know what's really neat, Willie, and it is statistical, and I looked it up, is the reality is time passing always benefits the defense, period. And then I searched it out, and sure enough, that is the truth. So all this nonsense, like about how great they all are, is a crock of shit. Statistically, in any case, delaying always benefits the accused. So please.
Well, no, I think I took what Steve said in a completely different manner. I mean, in my opinion, he looked like a guy he knows that knocking down the house is the worst.
With you.
No, I know you're not. I'm just saying what other. No, I know you're not, brother. I was just saying what other channels are saying as far as his context. But the first thing he said right out of the gate was, "Why are you destroying evidence?" And then, I know he said that, people were telling him there's so much evidence that they don't need the house. But then if you really listen at the end, he stated that the people that were telling him this are average Joes like me and you. It's not like he's getting extra information from law enforcement that people don't know. And that's what I think people misconstrued.
Right. Like
maybe I'm wrong.
Had some real stuff. Like he had big secrets. Everything he talked about. We all have watched the Linda Lane crap and the Duty Ron or whatever all that shit was. We all know all that. We all know the route of the car, allegedly. It's not like that's some mysterious information. We all know the car went this way and around that and blah, blah, blah. So him coming on and saying it was like all this top secret information is ridiculous, in my opinion.
Right.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
It's all about context. And that's why I find funny is, I don't know who made that big post yesterday on social media taking what somebody said out of context, but then he goes on News Nation and the same damn thing's going on. Like, how ironic, man. Like, who do gag orders apply to, Dago? Just certain people?
That's what it seems like, and sometimes, I agree. It does seem that way in some senses. Welcome, Nelly. It's good to see you.
I guess. Hey, Nelly. Hey, Riddler.
Hey, Willie. How are you?
And Riddler, welcome. And Jackie Y, welcome to you as well.
Riddler here. I love my Riddler. I gotta scroll up.
Oh, Jackie. Sorry, I thought Nelly was up here.
Riddler, are you here? I only can see the chat. Okay, wait. Are you here, Riddler?
Yeah, Riddler's here. I was going to say,
Riddler.
How you doing? I was going to comment on the 3:00 timeline that came from the mayor. And a while back, and I said, well, let me go look. And there were several of us looked everywhere, and we could not find a video of Chief Fry or that captain saying 3 a.m. So now there might be one, and they took it down. I'm not going to discount that. The police report, it confuses me because you got 4 in one sentence, 4 till later, 4:26 or 4:30, but yet they still got him driving around. I mean, people got that white car on camera at 4:06, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
So, but they use the word approximately. How much leeway does that give them?
I mean, hi guys. I mean, can you remember in the very beginning, after the autopsy, they said the time of death was between 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm.
And
there was a statement made at that.
Yeah, with that kind of throws all those timings out around when, Bryan, the alleged suspect, would be going around and doing turns and doing this. If the time of death was much earlier, him driving around doesn't really mean anything, does it?
Right.
And in terms of the DoorDash driver, I've thought about that. I've always kind of thought, they knock on the door and somebody answers it and takes whatever it is that but they don't always do that. If they don't get an answer, they just leave the stuff on the doorstep, and nobody's
That's one of the options, actually. Yeah, that's one of the
Yes,
options.
yeah, maybe they were already. That's what you're saying. So
Yeah.
maybe they were already gone.
Yeah, I mean, the DoorDash driver, like I say, he hasn't been interviewed. I mean, he's he wants to keep quiet, I guess. But we don't know whether he handed over anything to anyone.
Yeah,
Right.
but that means but if Xana was already gone at that point and the DoorDash never made it inside, it would have been sitting outside, I'm assuming.
Yeah, but I mean,
Interesting notion.
yeah, I mean, and what I think more importantly, what time that DoorDash was ordered.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I think it must have been early to get there at 4 o'clock because I think they stopped taking orders at a certain time, if I'm not mistaken.
You're correct, Willie. From what we researched, it was around 2:30 or in that area.
Yeah. What's up, brother? I miss you, man. We used to do a lot of good
We used
research
to be together there, yeah. But there is
it was as though they kind of determined a time of death, and then once they started gathering other evidence around Bryan and Bryan's car, or this car, whoever's car it is, they changed the time of death to then between 3 and 4. Did they say?
Yeah.
And then it was though it was.
But you know why, right?
Well, it was manipulated to me.
It's because of the witness story. The witness statement changed everything. Remember, she knew. Remember,
she said,
remember, she knows for 100% fact that they were all in their rooms at a certain time. Remember, in her sleep, she telepathically knew that everybody was in their rooms at a certain time. And I also want to bring up another point, Dago, that I thought about. This isn't a Thursday or a Sunday or a Tuesday. This is the biggest party night on campus, and it seems like everybody was just settling down at the time that everybody's up going crazy, but yet everybody's in their rooms getting ready for bed. Right. I'm not buying it, dude. Because they just threw a party the night before. So and even if none of them were at the house, didn't we already see a body cam footage of a party going on without any of the roommates there?
Yeah.
And I'm supposed to believe that those 4 were the only ones in that house that night? Nah. Nope.
I understand. That's what I'm saying, guys. That's where all these questions have come from. It's not because people are crazy or because we're just trying to go against the grain. It's because these questions have come to.
I look at patterns. I look at how they acted, and things just don't go different one night because we all just think it does. Okay, it's that doesn't make sense.
I'm sorry, Debbie. Yes, Riddler has been on and does go on Lost Souls too. Sorry that nobody answered. My apologies.
The Ridmeister.
Yes, Riddler's a great person. I love listening to what he's got to say. Thank you for joining us today, by the way, bud. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I think there was other people in that house at times throughout that night because again, this is one of the biggest party nights of the week. I mean,
well, like I said earlier, it was like when we were listening to the stuff that people were talking about Linda Lane. I mean, there was a football game, there was this going on, that going on. And it was Saturday night on a college campus, folks. I used to go hang out at the Ohio State University campus on the weekends with my friends because I didn't go to college there. But it was never, nobody slept. I don't know when anybody would sleep. You know what I'm saying? So it happens. It happens.
That's what I mean. And for a witness to come out of left field because, we didn't hear about this in the beginning, that she knows for 100% fact that everybody was nestled getting ready for bed. Like how I would ask her flat out, how do you know that? How do you know that everybody was in their room at a certain time and not in the bathroom or in the living room or in the kitchen or getting DoorDash from the door? How do you know that everybody was in the room at a certain time, honey?
I mean, it's questionable. I agree. It is questionable, but I go.
Very questionable. Will be asked at trial, won't it? It's one of the questions that will be asked at trial for sure. But I mean, when Dylan said that she saw someone, take the sinister out of it, the mask, the bushy eyebrows, and that bloke that she saw walking down that corridor may have been the exculpatory evidence that Bethany has. It could have been Bethany's bloke for the night.
Oh yeah, very, very possible.
Maybe we don't know, do we? Yeah.
Maybe that's the exculpatory evidence, Jackie. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know. We don't know because, there's not much that has been said about what Bethany had involved, her involvement in this, because that was avoided from the indictment because of the preliminary hearing getting washed away. I agree with that. Okay.
I mean, when they said about her evidence, they said it's unique to her and it's what she saw and what she heard.
Yes, exactly. Thank you very much. That's what I'm saying. Like, what if that person was being unique to her alone? What if that was somebody that was visiting Bethany that was leaving that Dylan saw? They were also, remember this, they were back and forth between themselves based on something that Steve had said. During the commission of the crime at some point, they were texting back and forth in communication with each other. So we don't really
remember she didn't see him with a knife, so who knows if it was the killer or not.
Exactly. That's something that needs to be thought, okay? For sure, in my opinion. So
it will all come out in the wash. No, that was just that observation I wanted to make. Thanks for having me up, Dago.
But that makes sense though, because because I'm sure what the defense will do is bring up other Snapchat videos, Instagram videos of kids taking videos at that time partying at that house, and then I would have her on the stand doing a cross examination, saying, "Are you 100% sure that you saw a killer and not one of the 50 people that are in your house every other night?"
Yeah.
And then just see how she reacts. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah. If you take out, there's 5 charges on BK. If you take out the 4 most serious, you only have burglary.
Burglary. Yes, sir.
Now, what they got to prove is that he went in that house. The only thing I know that can prove that he went in that house is going to be that cast.
Yes, sir. I agree. And that's what we're waiting on to be able to get the trial date set. And that, you guys, is where we're going to get these answers at. When we all want these answers in a bad way, and that's the problem, is that the trial.
And the cast is going to have to match the prosecution's timeline. Now, does it change once they get to court? Maybe. But I was just reading about, you remember the January 6th when that mob rushed the White House?
Right.
From what I'm told, the FBI used the cast system to prosecute those people.
I've heard that as well, sir. I've heard that as well.
And then I can't tell you if it's exactly accurate. I can show you where a judge threw it out in Maryland. And but now in federal court, it's being used all the time.
There you go. You go.
We don't know. But I also wanted to tell you there is a channel out there that's got a audio and a video, but you hear the audio more. You hear a chirp, boop, boop, at 3:59.
Like a body cam?
It's a chirp sounds like a car, like you're locking the doors.
Okay.
At 3:59. Somewhere around the 401 area late, you hear that chirp again. So the deduction is the DoorDash driver got the bag and took it to the back sliding glass door. Because that would match the timeline to those chirps.
Gotcha. That does make sense.
Now, I don't know. Those are kind of things, but I would love for someone to prove me, because I want to prove someone else wrong, that Chief Fry or his assistant said at 3 a.m. I know the mayor did, and I don't know why he would say it, but I have a problem. They got to show Bryan in that house between 4:06 or in that 4 o'clock area to that 4:30 area, to 4:20 actually.
Yeah.
Show him in that house.
So, and that's the thing thank you for saying that. 4:06, I would say to 4:20. Okay, we'll go with 4:20, although I'm uncomfortable with that number. So how many minutes is that, you guys? For somebody to do quick math here, okay? 4:06 to 4:20. That's not very long.
14
full minutes. And now they're saying if we back that up, thank you, Jackie. Because I'm just not that quick with that, especially being sick. 14 minutes, okay. 14 minutes. And in that 14-minute period of time, half of that, roughly, is the time that it took to commit the murders, correct? 7 to 9 minutes is what I've heard 3 different times. So I'm just going to pick one of them. And 4 people were unalived at that point in time. And there are no footprints leading out of the home. There are nothing showing any of this. There's no DNA in this man's vehicle, on his person, in his home, in his parents' home, in his office, nothing. How does any of that fit into this bag? Okay. The timeline, I mean, this is just a real quick, all of that put together. I can't make my mind up. I can't make a decision. That's the problem.
That's the problem I'm having, getting my head around. And I'm going to say he was in there. I'll give him 9 minutes.
Yeah, but let's knock the house down.
Yeah, I'll get to that too in a minute. But how did he do this in 9 minutes and there's no DNA anywhere else? If he does go to a correctional institute and I'm the warden, I'm going to make him in charge of cleaning trucks. Because the guys, however he cleaned, he's the best cleaner I've ever seen in my life. You watch these crime channels, they find red fluid drops between cracks in nannies. I mean, places you wouldn't suspect, in the ignition. They find it everywhere, and they can't find a dog's hair in there. They can't find human hair. They can't find red fluid anywhere in that vehicle or at his apartment, from what I'm told.
Yeah.
So how did he commit this crime?
He's a magician, dude. That's it. That is the only way he did this. Is he's a magician.
And if you want to get my blood boiling, and maybe someone will figure it out, you got red fluid flowing outside the house, but inside the house it's latent. How did it dry so quick? But outside it's sitting there plain as day.
Well, the latent footprint. Hey, David, welcome. By the way,
Well, how did it disappear? I mean, it's still going to dry into
It was cleaned.
That's what I mean.
It dried to where it disappeared. I should have said.
So like I said, what did he do? Did he have a Swiffer dragging behind him? I mean, logically, how did he clean up the whole crime scene and do all this from 417 to 420 and he's out of there? How? With no help?
That's the question, my friend.
If that's what we have to stick by, where it was only him, and that's why I asked yesterday or the other day, Dago, is okay, I understand there's 3 other DNAs and you don't want to bring other suspects into the mix because that's reasonable doubt, whatever. But what if one of those DNAs helped Bryan and it would make this all make sense of 2 people or 3 people rather than 1 person? But yet you stop at figuring out that they're male DNAs. You're just like, okay, screw it. We got the guy. We don't care about these. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me, man.
I agree. Did you hear me, David? Can you hear me, David? You still up here, bud?
I'll jump down, Dago, in case it's the bandwidth that's being affected. Okay, thanks everybody.
I think he's pretty good, but I just want to make sure he can hear me.
Sure,
Greg
okay.
McNeely, but thank you, Jackie, very much. I appreciate you. Greg McNeely says it's been 20 years since I took a forensic course. Is cast analysis what I think it may be, or is it some new geodigital forensics term? I think it's a little bit newer than definitely a lot newer, Greg, than what you would have taken 20 years ago. But the basis of it, I do believe, is still the same thing. I can't get this through my head, you guys, and that's why I'm saying I've never tried to discount what law enforcement said. I respect law enforcement. Just make any of this make sense to any of us so that we can say,
yeah, but law enforcement is human.
That's it. Make mistakes. Thank you.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. If they made a mistake, which they have on the PCA, in my opinion only, what else did they make a mistake in?
Right.
Because somebody should have proofread this and said, hey, let's take that 4 o'clock and push it. We think it happened between 4:05 and
right.
We got to get this down to 4:20.
Yes.
Because he's speeding off later.
Welcome, Sonia, by the way. I just seen you at the bottom there. I'm sorry.
Now, in the house being torn down, I'm more worried about looking from the outside, not so much walking through it, because it's all gutted inside. If I was a jerk, because people who go to that house and report back says it's not as big as you think, it doesn't look the same way in person as it does on your screens.
Mm-hmm.
So if I was a juror, I would want to look from the back. I would want to look from both sides. I would want to look from the front. I want to look from those hills or everywhere he drove, they're saying, and I want to look from all those angles coming in there. And there's people who have been there and said, it's eerie looking from the backside. What all?
Can I ask you but now if DM's room was untouched because he never walked in there, and in front of her door is untouched, why is it so far-fetched that the jury might ask to go in there to see exactly what Dylan saw in that kind of lighting? Because to recreate that kind of lighting in that environment perfectly to a T is nearly impossible.
Yeah, and we don't know if that good vibes light was on or not.
That's true. That is true. Thank you, Riddler. And the thing is I've heard people that have come at me and said, Dago, why does it matter if the house is up or not? There's nothing left in the house. The house is empty now. Therefore, the acoustics are going to be different. I agree. Sometimes a jury wants a visual of, for instance, maybe the scenario where Dylan stood and saw a person and getting that interaction, or maybe hearing what they're going to hear from the room above her in that bedroom. Again, granted, yes, it's going to be different, but you're still going to get something out of it. Now, I know the house has been destroyed on the inside. They've taken floorboards, wall boards. They've taken all sorts of stuff out of the house. I get that. And according to the prosecution, the house is toxic. You shouldn't be in there. You shouldn't this. You shouldn't be that. But we've seen people without masks and everything on. So I don't know what that's all about. But whatever.
Yeah, it's so toxic, but the defense and everybody else is going back in there.
I got you, bro. You know me and you agree on that for sure.
That's my point. If it was needs to come down so quickly, and there's nothing evidence-wise that we can get from it, then why does both sides go back in there? FBI went in there, and I'm told they made an audio and a video. I'm having trouble with that. Why didn't they do that earlier?
Right. There you are, Miss Vicky. I see you. I seen you earlier when you come in here.
And everybody knows there's a difference between seeing the Grand Canyon in person and then seeing it in a magazine. There's a difference going visiting Dealey Plaza in person and then watching it on TV.
Yeah.
They went in and they made models. Okay, I understand. They're going to bring the models to the court, to the hearing, to the trial. It's going to be there. They're going to show how this went down. You can't stand inside the models and get a feel for the space in the home. You can't stand inside Dylan's room, per se, and have somebody stand upstairs. Have a good night, Kels. Thank you for joining us, dear. On that level and talk and yell and see who hears it downstairs and where Dylan's room was and how you hear it. You can't have somebody stand inside in Xana's room and have a conversation or what was said from Dylan's bedroom and see how that sounds there. Granted, yes, I know. Once again, this has been told to me 100 times that the furniture missing is going to change the acoustics. I get it, but it's still going to give you a sense of
better. Exactly. Yeah.
It still gives you a sense of the scene. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why
you put a VR headset on like my dad or something like that on a jury, he's gonna tell you to F off.
Yeah, I get it.
You know, so what are they gonna do? Are they gonna have a questionnaire that says, do you get motion sickness from virtual reality? Do you know how to use? So now are they gonna pick a jury based on who knows how to use virtual reality equipment? The frick?
Yeah, absolutely. The lady that was on panel Bombshell, the first one was Love. The second one was Jackie Y. Can you hear me, Sonia?
Somebody's crinkly.
So I want to say something before I get cut off.
What did I miss?
It's me. Yeah, I'm going to say something to you, okay? You say something about why will the the jury come and try to see what's going on? It is important. Number one, they need to sense the fact she's saying that she saw somebody in the dark, okay? And then she got to see the eyebrows in the dark. How did she get to see that? So it is important for the jury to come and see that and see it for themselves, okay? Before you start saying things like that, you gotta think about, they need to see it for themselves. They need to go and check it for themselves and see what she saw. Because to my opinion, that's crazy. That was in the dark, okay? It's in the dark. She opened the door, and in the dark, she got to see the eyebrows. Really? on somebody that's wearing a ski mask
I said
or like
I
a
said
freaking a doctor mask?
I said this last week. I said that I have struggled with the fact that anybody saw anything in the dark and can claim that it's male for one, two, that you can see eyebrows and that you can tell the height in that, because there's also a drop, okay, between the floors.
So,
Okay.
Willie, I'm only gonna say this before you start calling females squirrels or whatever.
Who is
And before
crunching?
you start
Attention,
putting
all
only males
crunching
on your
parties. All
channel,
crunching parties. Please cease
doggo,
crunching.
No,
no,
I don't listen. I
no,
don't have
no,
just male.
no,
Hold on a second.
seriously,
I'm making
because this
dinner.
is so insultive that you only
Go,
put
Willie. You
males
go.
Hold on. I'm
opinions
making
out there.
dinner for my daughter. I can't hear you.
I don't only have males here, ma'am. I had a lady on right after you, and I've had multiple women on here
You
at the
only
time.
have males in here, and the only person that is talking and is not talking nonsense is Willie.
What have
Calling
I said?
females a
What have I said?
squirrel.
All I've asked you to do is be respectful
Squirrel,
when Dago's
you're
talking. You
fucking
can't
mama.
stop talking.
Attention, all
Shit.
parties. Attention, all parties. Please report to the customer service attention. Thank you.
Okay. Once more. Sorry, guys, about that. Okay.
What the hell's up with that, dude?
Don't ask me, but that'll be the last time that happens. Yeah, you can come up here if you want to, Mama Bear. Like I said, I'm not going to put up with that kind of stuff. I always have
Mama, come up.
multiple male and female, and I allow everybody to take their time to talk, and people don't interrupt each other on a regular basis and not let other people talk. That's
It's
where the
about
problem.
it's about respect, man, not about sex.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is, and thank you. And I'm sorry that you felt that way, love. I've had you on before. I've allowed you to say anything you want to say. You have to allow other people to talk too. That's the whole point.
That's just ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
So
But hey, listen, but Dago, that's okay because I'll be like I told you before. I'll be the bad guy every time, dude. I don't care. It's like
you're not the bad guy, brother.
I'm
You're
your
not-
Huckleberry.
Really,
Anybody who wants
you're
to get
not
mad
the
at
bad
Dago,
guy. You're just bright. Give me a break.
All
I
right.
don't know what the hell.
And I apologize to the chat for having to see or hear that. That's all. I know that I know she said the squirrel thing, and that was probably a bit much, really. I know she took it personal, and I get it. But
she said she liked it. Oh, never mind.
I see somebody said something about that. It is what it is.
Really?
Anyway, where was it at? Where was it at, Joanne? Thank you.
And I missed all of it. I was
Leslie.
crawling to my car for beers because my knees and my brain and my arms don't work anymore.
Hey, what's up with you? You're all hurt and stuff, or what?
Oh God, yeah, dude, it's bad.
Jeez.
It's bad. The spinal
How old are you,
cord
Brian?
is pinching all the
Okay, Molly.
nerves in my
Listen,
spine.
I want everybody to know that I was not trying to be disrespectful to her.
It's
Trying to
bad.
allow other
I
people
have
to come
surgery
through,
mid-January.
No, everybody knows that, Dago.
and I was trying to allow for her to allow other people to speak. You
I
probably
mean, you
shouldn't
let
have-
you let her back up, so
right.
you're a better man than I am. I'll tell you that.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Okay. So what was now? Where do we go now? See, I lost my complete train of talk again.
Well, you really didn't touch on what you thought about Steve's comments. Like if it was a smart idea to go on
There we
News
go.
Nation, and why? Like, why is he? What's the purpose? That's
Well,
what I
I
want.
think I want to say that Banfield probably reached out to him and wanted a statement based on the house being tore down on the 28th, and that's probably what, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you.
That's what my thought is. So, and I'm anything that goes on in this case, they're gonna reach out to Steve to see what his thoughts are on it. You know what I mean? And
because he's talking the most. That makes sense.
Exactly.
You know what got me in that interview was that last part he talked about. It's the last 1 minute of the interview where it sounds like, and they have other investigators have found other, and it goes right in that area. I don't want to be a
no, you're fine. You're fine.
I mean, I don't want to spoil the whole thing, but if you listen to that, did the investigators find something else concerning the case, or did they find that we found other crimes, or we found other corruptness I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. He talks like an allegory, so you got to understand.
Right, right.
It's a
Yeah,
puzzle
he
you got to put
definitely
together when he
does.
talks. He's different, and I love the man to death. I'd be right there helping him put fires up.
Absolutely.
I lived in the area, and
I'm trying to find. Let me actually find that. Riddler. Let me find that interview real quick and show that part because hold on a minute. I've missed.
well, he outriddles the Riddler. I'll put it that way.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Well, here's what I think. I think deep down he knows something isn't like because if I would think that they 100% had the right guy and everything, this is clean cut, I wouldn't say word to nobody anymore. So I think deep down he truly feels something just is off, no matter what he says.
The interview he did before that, the interview he did. Oh my God, where is this interview at?
Yeah.
He had. Why did it not show up? Was that? Hold on a minute here. I don't know why I can't find it. I struggled with it this morning too. But yeah,
Guys have a podcast soon.
Yeah, he definitely talks in riddles in a sense. Can you show me, whoever you are backstage, can you show me your face just real quick before I throw you out there, please?
This is an official test. Okay,
you only got to show it to me back here. I won't put it up on this panel, but
am I muted or can you hear me?
You're fine, Brian. Show me back here one time, and then you don't have to show it anymore.
Thank you, fans.
Stack my balls. Who is that now?
Oh no!
1 second. Hold on.
Hi, Leslie.
Okay, you can take your. There you go. Okay. Does anybody know the exact date on? Does anybody know the exact date that interview was done on?
The one with Steve?
Yeah, the newest one. It was Banfield.
2 days ago.
Why can't I find the damn thing? I couldn't find it.
Actually, I think it was yesterday.
With him from day 3. Please, he's gross.
Who?
Steve. He's a con artist. He's a hustler. He's street.
What are we talking about? We're talking about Steve Gonsalves, Brian.
Yes, so am I, Dago.
Well, that's okay.
Dago's having a hard time. He had that one, now me. I'm fine, Dago.
I know that. 1 second here. I cannot.
High crime time.
I just can't believe I'm over here making eggs and I get attacked.
I just got that, Mama Bear. Why can't I find it? Damn it!
Keep the eggs quiet, Willie. I mean, what's wrong with you? Okay,
I don't know. A lot of things.
They didn't take that down, did they?
Oh God, that would be bad.
Got some juice?
Hey, who knows? They might have. It's all such a mess. My thing is, I really don't like the fact that they just all of a sudden came out and said, we're knocking down the house. Screw all you. It'll be in 2 weeks. Goodbye. Like, that's just rude.
Yeah.
It's kind of a big deal. It's kind of a big deal for a lot of people.
Well, I mean, you remember? Well, remember the first time they were going to knock it down, they disregarded everything that the families said. I mean, the families were pleading not to knock it down. They were like, "Nah."
Okay.
They're still doing it. They're still doing it. That's what bothers me. They're still doing it.
Yes,
really?
It's not okay. It's wrong. It's sleazy. It's dirty. It's wrong.
Well, see, the two biggest factors in any case is what will the judge allow or permit? And the second one is the demographics of the jury, where that jury comes from, their age, what they do for a living. That right there is going to be the second biggest factor. Once we know that, I can already tell you if it's going to be a guilty or not guilty verdict.
Right.
Okay, Riddler, here's where I'm at. The judge doesn't have the balls to do a mistrial. There's no way they're going to be able to offer a plea. That's just public opinion. Now, I don't know like what the legal term would be But what do you call it or whatever happens when it's just he suppresses all this stupid ass evidence and there's really nothing else to do? And I think that is what is going to happen because he's really old school judge. He's not going to be okay with the people trampling in and out with no booties and no masks and no nothing. He's not going to be okay with custody chain stickers all over the door. He's not going to be okay with not taking the cars for 8 days. He's not going to be okay with securing the backyard from 12 days. You know what I mean? He's old school. But what is the term for that? When there's like nothing admitted, when the suppression hearings happen, it's going to be suppressed. But what is it like when you run out of shit to present to the jury? What is that called?
Yeah, I mean, there's not
a what?
He said SOL, shit out of luck. I mean, I don't know exactly. Crime Solver said dismissed without prejudice. So,
oh, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Wow.
Let me push forward in this real quick to the end.
But like you said, Dago, they can't listen. If Bryan Kohberger is found not guilty, this case will never be solved.
I agree. I do agree, Willie. I don't think there will be any more. It'll go cold. Sadly, I hate to say that. I don't even want to put that in the universe, but it will go cold if Bryan does not get convicted of this. I agree.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Time of the money into starting to do it.
Well, trust me, I don't want to say it either, but they're knocking their crime scene down, dude. So
yeah,
I will say this.
Absolutely agree.
If this were to happen that way, this man right here, he'll solve this crime. End of story. I have absolute faith Steve can solve this. If it goes cold and that Bryan does not get, found guilty on this, he will solve this crime on his own. I can almost promise you that. I have absolute faith in that.
He'd probably do a better job.
I can guarantee that too, because he's done that pretty good job thus far. But that evidence that you're mentioning would be in the grand jury indictment. And if the judge was old school, whatever that means, his chance to throw it out based on evidence you're mentioning was then. Thank you, Daniel, from Drug Turkey. All right, guys, I'm going to play this here is what Riddler was talking about, the interview from Banfield when they talked about the house being knocked down. And welcome, Daniel. Good to see you, brother.
Confident about their case.
Oh, Dago is so good.
Sorry, guys.
They're not worried at all about the house standing.
I've been told that exact thing. I've been told 100%. The amount of stuff we have, Steve, relax. You know, you're a very aggressive a father. Relax.
Now, that statement alone, that grabbed me. When he said that, Steve, relax. We have enough stuff. The amount of stuff we have alone, you can relax. Okay, so let's talk about that for a minute, guys. That goes back to what has been being said time and time again. They got enough. They got something else.
Yeah, but that's what I brought you up in the beginning of this live, Dago. If you wait till the last 30 seconds of his interview, she asks him, who's telling you this? And he goes, well, just people I know. So just regular Joes like me and you are comforting him by telling him they have so much more. He says it.
Well, I know we're going to get to that. That's what I wanted you guys.
You know what I'm saying? Because that's what I thought.
Right. All right.
Jennifer, how confident are you that by now the prosecutors have all that they need?
Well, I think it's exactly right. I think that's why the prosecution is not objecting. I think the defense isn't objecting because they don't want those jurors in there to see that scene, even though it's cleaned up to the degree it could be. I do agree that this is a very strong case, but if you look at the Murdaugh case, which is a South Carolina case that recently happened, whenever you have multi-murder victims, like in this situation, it's very advantageous for jurors to be able to go through such a scene. And in fact, the jurors remarked, the Murdaugh, that they were able to it helped them reach their verdict. So I find it just very improper, really, that they would be destroying this house.
Well, Dante, if all of the evidence has been collected from the house, would there be any benefit in keeping the house still physically there?
There absolutely could be benefit, and I agree with the guest. There is benefit because there's nothing like hearing sounds from one floor as opposed to the other. But practically, that's just not how our court system works.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation.
Since when?
You guys, I think Anne went to the house today for billable hours. It's been quiet. She has nothing to do. What on earth is she going to do in a fucked up house for a day and a half? I think it's billable hours. That's it. I think they're all messing with billing. Okay. I think they're stealing. Hey, if you go back, I sent this to you. If you go back and look, they got $1 million the fourth day in from the state. Then they said on December 13th to all of us that they have 4,000 special pictures. Now, 2 weeks ago, they go back. I think they falsely billed. They never did the 4,000. It's really expensive to do the pictures. It is. Like that 3D shit, it's really expensive. And then they got scared that, oh shit, we might get caught. So then they came back and they had to do it. Who knows what they did with the $1 million? I think they were billing overtime. I think they were billing for services that they didn't do because they didn't really expect us to be here. I do. I really believe that.
Well, I will agree that they didn't expect us to go this viral. I will get on board with that.
Oh, that's a guarantee, bud. That's guaranteed. But this statement right here, Daniel made, I've been thinking about this for a while, and I don't want to put it out as a. Obviously, I can't because we don't know. But this could be a smoking gun right here, folks. I've thought about this for a while now. Thank you for saying it, Daniel. Don't be surprised when it comes out that someone, the DoorDash driver, ID'd Bryan Kohberger in the Elantra near the house at approximately 4 a.m.
Oh.
That right there is what's going to close this up.
So how the hell is he driving around 404?
I understand. That's where the language.
Really, your arms don't grow to 17 feet. You can't.
All right. Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking logic. I'm talking when you sit down with 12 unbiased people and you.
Thank you.
You know.
I absolutely know. I absolutely know what you're saying. The language in the PCA is off in some senses. I agree with you. That's where my questions came from. I agree. Okay. But Daniel, with that statement, I've wondered if the reason why the DoorDash driver has been so okay is because of that right there. And that's why they have so much confidence, because they have a physical ID on this person, I think. And if that's the case, who better to say that?
So then why wouldn't they ID him back in Idaho?
Because what happened was Stickergate, and Stickergate was in the first female judge that we had on this case, Marshall or whatever her name is. I know it's an M. She was the one that got screwed over by MPD for 14 months with the Stickergate. I think that woman absolutely was, fuck you all. I am not signing off on anything from you all. That is why they ended up having to go to that New Jersey, Pennsylvania bullshit. Okay. I think this, and I get it, that you come into my office and lie to me for a year. I'm not signing off on anything you people say. I think that's why they ended up doing all that crap up there on PA. She was fucked over, Willie, and the Stickergate thing for over a year.
So you're saying that the judge wouldn't sign off. So you're saying the judge, wait, so, because again, I don't know law like the back of my hand. So who signed off for his arrest? Was it Idaho or Pennsylvania?
No, really, what I'm saying is I truly think that the female judge that we had in the beginning, it was stunning. She was the one that got fucked over for a year on the Stickergate shit by Moscow PD. I think she just wasn't going to sign off on anything from these corrupt creeps. That is why they ended up having to do all that, like going through garbage in Pennsylvania and running around the country chasing him and all that shit.
Well, that's been my question: is why, if they were following him way back when, why didn't they do all this in Idaho? And there's no answer for it. So, I mean,
because they didn't have to, though. That's the thing. From what we've been told, is they only needed just enough to do what they did. Now, here's a question.
But then since when do you let that person, drive across the country without bringing him in? If you had enough before he left for Pennsylvania, why did you wait? Why did you wait to have to take his dad's DNA? Come on.
She's not signing off on anything from this police department that stood in her courtroom for 14 months and lied to her face.
So who signed off on it?
The body cam. So
who
they
signed
had
off on
no option. They had to go to get those people over there to sign off on shit.
So that's what I mean. So did somebody initially say no and they took it to somebody else, you're saying?
Yes, that's what and Willie, I think it went on no for like a while. Like
I'm
weeks.
sure. But that's a fact, is they had to take it to somebody else?
No, it's not a fact, but it was just like, it is stunning that it was the same judge, the female judge that we had in the beginning. That is where Stickergate happened. And come on, guys, let's be honest. Would you really, as a judge, be okay with, for 14 months, having MPD lie to your face for 14 months, and then they want you to sign off on a search warrant on the biggest global true crime quad homicide that the United States of America has not seen since Manson? I don't blame her for saying, fuck you.
But nobody signed off on that until they had the trash DNA, correct?
Right, but the trash DNA is trash DNA. It's nonsense.
Well, no, I mean I know what you're saying, but I mean like the DNA from the actual trash, because
it's ridiculous.
That was
on Earth. Would we right now go? Let's all go to our garbage, okay, and pull it out. Really? We know. I mean, I live alone. We really, Willie?
But they can use
your daughter touched it. Come on.
Well, I mean, if there's 3 people in the house and they throw out the trash, I'm assuming there's only 3 people, DNAs that could be on whatever's in that trash. I just find it odd how, and it is kind of suspicious how none of Bryan's DNA was in that trash that they had taken.
No, so and to me, it's like the FBI come on, those boys like this adrenaline. They've got air support. They're blowing up windows, crashing down doors, yelling. They're being all macho.
Brian, hang on.
What, 48 people crashing into this poor kid's house?
Hang on, Brian.
And they know,
Brian,
and they can tell.
Brian, hold on a second, man.
1 second.
No, and they can
you
tell
hear us when you're talking
on the counter? That's ridiculous.
Whoever is backstage, if you want to go up here on the panel, you have to show your face before I can pull you up on panel. So whoever it is, you have to show your face first, and then we can go that way. Sorry, Brian. Go ahead with what you're saying. But I do want to say,
no, let's just be silly. Okay, we're 47 FBI agents. We have now blown out their windows, crashed their doors, everything else. It's 1:38 in the morning. We all storm in. We've never seen our suspect. And all of a sudden, we can absolutely know that the dude is finding his garbage and zip-locking it. Now, how do I know, as an FBI agent, all on adrenaline, that is Bryan K's garbage? How do I know this? How do I know that's Bryan's garbage? It could be his mother.
Where's the video?
His sisters. It could be his brother.
I said that. And again, hold on. I'm going to go back to where Daniel had said that last comment.
I don't trust anything that happened in that search warrant because they can't prove it.
Me either. It's ridiculous.
And now, if they told me that one of them had a body cam on, we can talk. But I'm not believing that nobody from PA. These big bad PA cops that are here, nobody had a body cam on. Because, like I said,
these people are running airplanes.
Because a majority of them, hold on a second, Brian. Because a majority of them came from 115. Now, off Route 115 is the big state police barracks, and I know half of the police that were at that house probably came from right up the road. And there's no way that many people did not turn on their body cam. Because like I asked you before, what happens if a cop was shot? What happens if they accidentally shot Bryan's mom? What happens if something? crazy happened in that house, and now they have no proof of what happened.
I so agree.
Let me clarify this real quick, because what Daniel had said earlier, he said he never said that they knew who he was before he left Idaho. The IGG came back on December 19th, which is true. He was in PA at that point, and at that point, they take a lineup to DDD and then the identity at that time. So what he's saying is when the IGG came back, they take, you know, the booklet of, was it this guy out of 15 guys, and they said, okay, to the DoorDash driver, does this look familiar? Does that look familiar? Boom, 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 and possibly he said, yeah, that's the guy. Bing, bang, boom, out the door.
So that means Xana never got her order then.
Well, no.
Say it again.
What he was saying, listen, like, hold on. What he was saying was that he gets out of the car to go drop the order off, and maybe Kohberger goes by slowly, looking, because he wasn't speeding by, and he looks over, sees the guy driving the car. Boom, there's your ID right there. You know what I'm saying? That does make some sense. That could be why they're protecting the DoorDash driver like they are. That same thing. Okay, that does make sense to me, guys. That would be a smoking gun, in my opinion. End of story.
Well, let me ask you this question. When they found at Washington State University, when the officer found the vehicle, he could run the tag number. Will that tag number tell them who owns that car? And when they find out who owns that car, they've got a picture of him because he's an employee there. My goodness, he's got bushy eyebrows.
Yeah, my God, he could see pretty good in the dark.
And once they see that bushy eyebrows, that's when they went after him. And then from there they could start testing his phone, pinging it, and all of a sudden they find out, oh boy, he's right in the area between 4 and 425. Look at his phone number, because they got all this information if he's an employee or a student there.
That's very true. And listen, guys, I'm not saying that I agree wholeheartedly. I'm saying that's a very possibility. It's a very huge possibility, because that would make sense right there. Why the DoorDash driver has been so, like I said, because we've all wondered that. And then on top of that, it would make sense as to why prosecution is so confident that they don't need the house. They don't need anything else. They have their man, period. A positive ID from somebody is a good thing, folks. But I'm not telling you that I'm not sitting here saying that I think that's it. And I'm not also saying that I agree wholeheartedly with that. I'm just saying that's a huge possibility, guys.
Can anybody?
But you know what's not a possibility? You know what's not a possibility is them being able to separate DNA like that quick. I'm sorry, but
I can agree that was a very
Why are they refusing drone footage? Why are they telling us we can't do drones? This is America. Why are they telling us we can't do drones? It's going to be bulldozers. It's not going to be a blow up. Why are they absolutely telling us, the world, that you cannot do drones? Why not?
And that's, I don't know, Brian. I honestly don't know. And Steve, I'm not. That's why I'm saying I'm not going along wholeheartedly with that, because there's still, and Daniel, if we go with that question though, let's go backwards to that from what you just said. If we take that into account, that's what prosecution has. How do we still have no DNA from the crime scene on anything that the suspect owns? That's why this is so hard to solidify. I'm sorry, I'm talking like crazy with my hands, guys. I can't help that. I just do that. But anyway,
going back to the DoorDash driver. Okay, so he saw him in the car. Let's say he saw him in the car. He saw him make these turns. Did you see him go in the house? Because
that's the other side.
You haven't committed burglary. I don't care if he knocked on the front door. I don't care if he walked around back, knocked on the back door, or knocked on a window. He has not committed burglary. Most you got now, at the most, would be a trespassing.
Right.
Yeah, but I think they throw that in with because I've seen other cases that I've watched, like documentaries, where they put burglary in because basically you took that person's life.
Well, burglary is because he's got to go in the house. He's got to commit burglary before he can commit the red runs.
Yeah, but burglary is stealing something.
Well,
he stole their life.
Well, that's true too.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I mean, because I've seen a bunch of other cases where they throw that in there.
Right, right. Pickle says, I think Steve just wants to see it all, and I agree, and I understand wholeheartedly too. He doesn't want to trust. Don't worry, we have him. But me as a random person across the country can believe they do, probably. I see what she's saying. And is there any other ladies that would like to join the panel, since I don't allow other women up here, because I always do. I don't want this to look that way, because that's just who decided to jump up here.
Go, Day, go. Go, Day, go.
Can't stand when people do that stuff. I've never done that. I've had more women up here than men at one time. So come on, guys. Let's be realistic here.
We were up here with Nelly the other day for like 6 hours. Now what you talking about?
I know that. But anyway, and my apologies to anybody that has to endure or see any of that, because that's not how it works. Godly Stump just said burglary's not stealing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and somebody said felony burglary is when you enter a house uninvited to commit a felony. Yeah.
Yep.
So whoever said I was wrong, keep laughing. Because like I said, I've seen a bunch of other documentaries where they don't take nothing. Which brings you to my next point. This guy didn't steal anything from the home, and he didn't commit any SA. So he literally had absolutely no motive. Zero. None.
That's the biggest question, is the motive at this point. Yes, Miss Kelly, it's safe. I'm sorry you had to leave.
Is it safe?
Thank you very much, Donald. Be nice. I like your I love your name, but thank you for that comment. All right, now what you guys, hold on a minute here. And nope, you didn't, Mama Bear. You're just not up here right now. That's all. Okay, so he says, what's more likely to leave DNA when you're in struggle with 4 people, or find DNA in a car 7 weeks after the incident? If he didn't leave his DNA on the bodies, why are you surprised not find it in the car? I'm not. I mean, okay. Hold on now. Hold on. What's more likely to leave DNA when you're in struggle with 4 people, or to find DNA in it? Do you think that they found any DNA on the victims, Daniel? I mean, it's obvious that that's not been out there. You know, there was what? How many fingernails?
Yeah.
Okay. There's blood evidence possible on the other. I mean, I don't know.
His DNA were under their fingernails, but they decided to use a touch.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, we don't know that at this point, and we won't until the trial, guys. We have to keep reminding ourselves we're not going to get any of that until the trial. So, you know, it's give or take. That's the problem.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Well, and like we discussed before, the sheath isn't a weapon,
right?
So I don't know.
I'm right with you on the questions you're asking, bro. I have been. You know that. We've talked about it. That's why we have these questions. We have these questions because these things haven't been put out in front of us, and they're not going to be. They're not going to be. The 911 call, we're never going to hear it until the trial. If we hear it then, any other witness statements, we're not going to hear until the trial. If we get those then.
But that's what I mean. But if we have if for what we know right now, if we're just going by what we know right now and not going into, oh, they have all this other shit. Okay. Right now they have no motive, no connection, no weapon. Correct. They have an 8-hour time gap and they have a contaminated crime scene. Am I wrong?
Absolutely correct.
So how the hell is that a slam dunk?
It's not, in my opinion. It's not, which is why people keep saying it. From what I've gathered at this point now, I have to kind of agree with something's going to have to pop out. The prosecution's going to have something solid, something good, something, in my case, in my opinion, big, to bring into this trial and say, okay, here's what we've been telling you guys, what we got to make that stick. And if they don't, we know what's going to happen. Okay. And any jury that finds this man guilty based on what's out there right now, I don't see it happening. I just don't.
That's why she needs a change of venue.
And that's, well, I mean, there's that. And then there's so much more coming from this, you guys. There's so much more coming from this. I'm telling you, there's going to be more investigations, certain things like this as we get into the trial, closer and into the trial itself. There's going to be other things that are going to pop up out of nowhere. I promise you guys, it's just going to happen. And there's going to be more questions. There's going to be things.
Do they have to set up a day now to set the trial date?
As soon as the cast comes back, I do believe that's how it's going to. Once they get the cast info back, I think they're going to set the trial date at that point. Correct me if I'm wrong, anybody. But
so that means they're still waiting for evidence.
the cast, whatever the cast is, they have to wait for that to come back for them to be able to set anything up to be able to present that. You know what I'm saying? Both sides have to look at it, and then they'll set the trial date, and then they can go forward from there.
But that's my question. So how is Bryan supposed to have a fair trial in 6 months if this is evidence that took way longer than 6 months to get?
I mean, well, wait a minute. Say that again. Whoever's backstage.
How does somebody have a right to a speedy trial if evidence takes longer than 6 months to get back? It seems like.
Well, he waived that, bud.
Well, yeah, I know he waived it. But he waived it because they didn't. Yeah, they waived it because they didn't have everything they needed. I would have waived the shit too. But I'm saying, how, like, is that just how it goes? They don't have to give you everything in that period, and you have to make up your mind whether, you know, you're going to go with an improper defense or waive your trial and wait 2-3 years in jail now. That sucks.
I mean, yeah, it does suck, but that's, you know, I get what you're saying, dude. I do. Absolutely. Diane Moore says, I believe if his DNA was under fingernails, this whole thing would be done and over. He would be you know what? I can almost agree with that too, Diane, because they would have said, here, we know this is the guy. Let's put this to trial now. Boom, boom, boom. We're done. So I do agree. Okay. That's good, Emma. Thank you. Okay. Welcome to the panel. Another lady on panel, guys. How about that? Check it out.
Hey.
Give a round of applause. There we go.
Welcome, Emma.
Women suffrage.
My God, it's a female.
Women suffrage.
Hold on. Hello, I'm from the UK.
Hello.
Welcome very much. Wonderful to hear from you. Thank you for joining us. So what are your thoughts on this, Emma?
From the very first moment that they said that Bryan committed this, you know, when they arrested him and stuff, I looked at him and I thought, I just had a gut feeling, and it was like, he didn't do this. That's not the guy.
Right.
You know, it was just an inner feeling, you know, like a mum feeling. And it's like, no, he didn't do it. Like when a teacher comes to you and says, your kid did this and did that and whatever, you're like, nah, no, not my child. Do you know what I mean?
See, I thought he did do it. I'm the opposite.
And you know what?
I think really the opposite.
I thought absolutely the same thing you did. I really did. Absolutely not.
In the very beginning, when he first arrested him?
Yes.
I
was lying in bed that Sunday when I heard they arrested someone, and I jumped up in bed and I put it on. First time I saw him, he did not strike me as a creep. Now, I was kind of like really amazed that it was a grad student. Okay, to me, that was my thing. But he absolutely did not give me serial killer stuff or nothing.
Nothing. No.
I just went along with, thank you, Mrs. Kelly. I just went along with what they were saying. I trusted that they had their guy, and I went ahead with it. And I said, you know,
exactly.
Do what you got to do, you know, punish the man, so on and so forth. Then
that's what I did.
And we came in here, had a live stream, and we read the PCA, and everybody in here went, wait a minute.
No.
Looking at other things, and everybody said,
that's
okay,
true.
Hold on a minute.
That's
okay?
true. It was ridiculous, but
that's exactly how everybody reacted. And I said, well, guys, let's look into this now. And we did a whole year's worth of looking into this now.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing at this point has changed. I've opened my mind to other options, folks. I'm telling you, I've always been open to this.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Well, remember,
I'm not saying he didn't do it. I'm saying I can't make myself believe at this point, based on what we've seen,
no,
that he did. Okay.
Remember when Ted Bundy, who defended himself, women were saying this man couldn't have done it.
Mm-hmm.
He was a handsome guy. He was very
Thank you, Melissa.
He was very diplomatic, smooth talker.
Yes, very much so.
And how many you have? 80, and I think now more than 100.
Mm-hmm.
There is a difference, though, isn't there? Because Bundy took on his own defense,
right?
And you know, although his background is similar to Bryan's, it's not exactly the same. So
Right.
he had this theory that he would smooth talk the jury just like he did the girls, right? Whereas Bryan is now thinking the opposite and thinking, let's take a woman and let her defend him.
Okay.
Although I don't know what option he had, if he had an option of a man or a woman or whoever, if she just
Well, she
was
took
there.
this. Well, she wanted this case. It sounded like.
Yeah. So she might have pushed other people out of the way, right, to take this case.
I think she might have just been the most highly qualified. I don't know.
Right. Okay. Because I'm not sure on your laws on how that works or anything. So
Me neither.
not.
They're always
I mean,
changing.
she always seemed like amazing. Every time I've watched her in the courtroom, she's always seemed to back him up. But then lately, I've heard about this. Like, she went to school in Idaho. She knows all the other people, and whether or not. So it's all very twisted, isn't it? It's very this, that, and the other.
Exactly.
Well, she's a public defender, and the reason she's doing the case is because she's one of the few in the state that can do a DP case.
She's
definitely
But she's also a public defender.
Right.
You know what is fascinating about her? Is the way it broke, and I'm sorry, I'm going to say it this way, but this is all Twitter people that can't read longer sentences. The whole world went nuts that she is just the greatest thing in the world. When she got off that one guy. And then the second paragraph explains that dude and the overturned case got overturned. And that guy is now locked up in jail. So if you all are paying for someone to keep your ass out of jail, are you seriously thinking that my lawyer did awesome? I am in jail. She is a C- public defender. The neat thing is going to be the dude and Brian. Brian is writing a lot of this shit, guys. He knows this crap. But Ann Taylor, she is and look, I don't have. If I could all of a sudden triple my salary, I would go there, right? Who wouldn't? Okay,
absolutely.
Yeah,
And it's a case that will make you, isn't it? It's either going to make you or break you.
Yeah,
she's going to become
absolutely.
She's going to become somebody important after this for sure. I can promise that. But it depends on how the case goes, of course.
It's going to be books. There's going to be films. There's going to be,
Oh, absolutely. And welcome, real quick, Chrissy. Welcome to the family. Appreciate you becoming a member.
Chrissy. You
very, very
love
much.
the meatballs.
But yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot that Ann will become very famous over this period. And she is a good attorney. She is a good attorney. I'll say that much. Excuse me. But it's dependent on you can look at it in multiple different ways. But go ahead.
She's a C- public defender in a
Exactly. If I was him, I'd be calling my parents every day and say, "Yeah, get me a paid lawyer."
And she ended up with this case that is quadrupling her salary. Why not extend the trial? All that BS. Okay, she's a simpleton. The brilliant dude, if it makes it to trial, which it will not, is the bald dude. He will end up being stunning. Brian will actually be, we can't know that, but I think Brian is writing a lot of the shit behind the scenes. But the bald dude is bright. We do have to give that to him. We do.
Is that the guy that gave all the English law?
Wait, say it again. Say it again.
Is that the guy that did the whole speech on Civil War and the laws?
Yes. He's bright. He's bright. He's bright. He's articulate. He's passionate. He's really awesome. Meanwhile,
I did enjoy that, and I enjoyed listening to Judge's response to his today that came out, and Judge seemed to really enjoy the combat, reciting ancient law to ancient law, and I thought that was kind of hilarious and kind of fun.
I agree. Jay is very good. Jay knows his stuff. I agree, and I do like him.
Yeah.
I think he makes a good. I think he accents.
Sharp.
He definitely helps Anne with what she's doing. Hey, Cass.
Yes, sharp. Not Anne. Anne's a schlep. C-, small town, 48
So
year
you guys
old
don't
lawyer.
think that Anne would be any good at all?
Nope.
I wouldn't want her.
No?
No,
No.
I would look into how, what the public's opinion is right now, and then leverage that to try to get paid attorneys for a fair trial, if that's what everybody wants.
But
in
he
this case,
can't
a fair trial.
afford that, though, can he? He hasn't got any money, so he can't afford that,
But that's
can
what I
he?
mean. He has time. He has all that time in jail. I would be masterminding this thing with my parents on the outside to try to put together a GoFundMe or something for some kind of counsel. But it seems like he's cool. He's cool with Ann, so whatever. That's him.
I asked a public defender one time. I said, "Your client pleads not guilty, but when you look at the evidence, you know he's guilty.
Mm-hmm.
You know you will not win this case. Why did you take it?"
Thank you so much, Jackie. God bless.
And the public defender told me, "I'm going to hold the state honest. So when we do
Right.
get an honest man here, they're going to follow protocol. I'm going to hold law enforcement honest because I might be able to prove corruption in the case. And so on the next case, they'll know that when they see me coming, they better have all their I's dotted and their T's crossed."
Mm-hmm.
The second thing, there's been people who have talked back to the public defender and says, "I don't like this. I want the case to go this way. I want you to ask the judge this." And the public defender says, "We don't want to upset the judge. I have to face these guys all year long."
Yeah.
Because they're in that system where they're in the same courthouse, different client. That's the different room.
Let me ask this. Let's go back a little bit to what we came in when I dropped the documents and all that stuff. And again, thank you so very much, Jackie, for the memberships. That's awesome. God bless. Looks like Mystic Virgo was gifted. Sooner Girl 74. Gordon Shumway, the Borg, Vicky Harrison. Congrats to you guys and welcome to Sauce. With everything the documents I talked about today, okay? What does everybody think about that scenario with the dismissal of the the motion to, or I'm sorry, the the motion to dismiss that was put out, and what do you guys think of the fact that it was denied?
I didn't even know about it.
Based on the things that were put in there for it, you know what I mean? That's what I wanted to know everybody's thoughts about today. I love listening to what you guys are talking about. Don't get me wrong. It all makes sense and it's all important. I just was curious what everybody thought about those dismissals on that and what you think behind, why they were dismissed and the reason why they were brought forth to begin with, the motions. That's what my thought was.
I agree with the motions that they put forth, and I thought that it was really well put across, and that's why I thought Judge's reply was also battling the old-fashioned rules and laws, etc., that Bryan Kohberger's counsel put forth. And I was quite surprised at some of the stuff that came out. Obviously, he said that he was keeping some stuff quiet that came from the grand jury and obviously the things that were said to them, etc. But I thought that it was. I thought the reply was very good. He'd already said he was going to dismiss it, didn't he? Right at the trial, he said, "I'm already going to dismiss it, but I'm going to give you an argument as to why," and that's why it took so long for him to reply. Right?
Somewhat, yes. But this statement CL put up here that says it was denied because defense didn't make a good case. I personally absolutely agree with that, because if we remember, welcome Ashley, the judge stated to Ann Taylor at some point, or not, I think it was Jay Logston he was talking to, and said, basically in layman's terms, if you got something, he gave him an open door for this, show it, give me that, show it to me, give me the case so I can see it. He basically asked him to see it, and he didn't do it. He didn't do it. Okay, they didn't do it, in my opinion. And I wonder that question, could Ann Taylor have brought something better and brought more than what they did?
But she took a back seat on that, didn't she? She left that to the bold guy.
She seemed to a little bit, and I think
Yeah.
that they
Imagine that.
And it makes me now. Here's the thing, though. It made me question: could they have brought a better case, or is this what they had?
Yeah.
You can always have a better case, Digga.
Well, if you have the materials, bud, you know that.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what I'm scared of. Okay.
I think hindsight is a wonderful thing.
Absolutely.
Well, does Ann have all the evidence now that's going to be presented at the trial?
I
Probably not.
mean,
no.
We know that the FBI held back on some things, but according to what Ann said out of her own mouth, anything she's asked the prosecution for, they have handed over. Whether or not the prosecution has got it from the FBI, we don't know. Okay.
No.
And that's true too. Don't forget that. Eddie's right. We never saw the closed hearing. So how do we know if they didn't bring a strong case? Again, you know, we don't know exactly what's going on. That's a good point, Eddie, and thank you for bringing that up. And he says it's the AJJ compromised. I don't know, bud, and I don't know how would we know that? I know we're seeing things now in like the Delphi case that makes us feel that judges can't have that problem at this point.
Delphi case, don't start me on that one.
Judge Gall is doing some crazy things, and we're like, what's going on with you? Okay, so you know, not every case is going to be the same, but it still makes you wonder what's going on. I get it.
Yeah.
Bad Wolf says that judge characterized the argument as creative, right? Which made me think maybe it had a chance, that's why I'm saying maybe they didn't bring it like they should have. Do you know what I mean?
I think they had, like you say, I think it was a very good argument. It's very original. It's very different. It was very thought out. You know, they reached and they really, you know, he really went into it, didn't he? And the judge was, and I think the judge, he just kind of loved it. He was like, I can really get into this, get my teeth into this, and let's go battle with it. You know?
Show it to me. Right. Now show it to me. And that's where I wonder if that's where they slacked off.
Exactly. Yes. They brought it to me.
Right.
Yeah.
They brought the foundation for it, and he was all ready for it. And then they didn't bring it to him enough for him to be convinced. And that's what I'm thinking the problem is. But Pickle said that she's not going for an innocent. She thinks that she's not going for an innocent, not guilty defense. She's going for technicalities in law case. And I can almost on this, but
plus she got the training records.
Right. And here's the thing, you guys. That bothers me, okay? Because if they're going for loopholes and technicalities in law and case law and stuff like that, that's kind of scary to me, because at that point, if they get Bryan off on those things, and what if Bryan is guilty and they get him off on stuff like that?
If he's guilty, he needs to be shot. But I personally don't think he's guilty.
There you go. If Bryan did this, he would have pled, man.
Yeah, there's not enough for me right now to put him to the firing squad at all.
You know, Bryan is very smart. Do you really think he would have pled? Do you think?
Dude, I know Bryan Kohberger, and if you back Bryan Kohberger into a wall, the dude crumbles. Yeah.
Well,
you know him.
If they had Bryan pinned in the corner, his ass would have pled way back when. He's not. Bryan's not this buff, stick your chest out, get on a plane to fly back to Idaho to be cocky, thinking you can take on Ellie. That's not who this dude is, man. And that's what everybody thinks, he's trying to be smarter than the police or this and that. Get out of here. Get out of here. The reason he's fighting this is because he didn't do it. Smart. He didn't do it, and the evidence is weak. If he did do it 100%, they'd have strong evidence. They don't for a reason.
Absolutely. And they'd have it out there. They'd have it out there on a platter.
Bullshit. The only reason I thought he did this when it first, the only reason I thought he did this when it first came out is because they lied and they said everybody was sleeping. So I thought in my head that little Bryan Kohberger that I remember overpowered these people in their sleep and did this in that short amount of time. But once that PCA came out and we found out the truth because my butt's ass lied 5 different times. No way. There's no way anybody can tell me that he did this by himself in this time frame with everything that's put out so far. Not buying it.
No, not buying
so
it either.
I was on that train. I was on the Bryan Kohberger's guilty train. But guess what? I'm on the facts train now, and the facts aren't pointing to Bryan. Sorry.
Absolutely. Are we allowed to mention the Brent Kohberger or not? I mean,
after that body cam, you should be able to.
I know it's controversial, so if we're not allowed to, then I won't.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just talking about.
Say that again. I didn't hear you clearly. I'm sorry.
Are we allowed to talk about the Brent Kohberger situation?
Let's talk
or not?
Brent. They all know.
I mean, you can bring it up, but as far as I'm concerned, they're 2 different cases. They both need the attention, but yeah, you can talk about it. Just don't get
too into it. Yeah, I just don't think that Bryan did this alone, and I think maybe somebody else felt very guilty about something.
Okay,
and that's my stand on it. I just don't think Bryan did it alone. If he did it at all, I don't think he did it alone. There's no way.
A lot of people said that. Even Xana's mom said that. She doesn't think that this was one person. So I mean, it's not crazy for you to think that.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Listen, I personally,
common sense would say we don't think that.
I'm 100%.
Sorry, guys.
That's fantastic.
Really blown away by the Kohberger case because of the way that all went down. I don't like it at all. So, but that's a whole different thing altogether from like 2 separate cases as far as I'm concerned.
So you don't think they're connected at all?
I think
they're totally connected.
I don't think so, in my opinion, but that's everybody's entitled to their own opinion. That's all.
No, I don't think they're connected, but I find it very odd. It's just very odd to me that the morning that they shot him, they were on Bryan's tail across the country. That's the only thing I find weird.
That's my thing too. Weird. It was very connected in the timing of everything.
Yeah, I don't know about everything else.
Yeah,
I think law enforcement connected him to the media because of the way they reacted. Okay, I think that they reacted because of the investigation going on in Idaho, and thought maybe themselves they were connected, and therefore, in turn, the media connected it for everybody else. You see what I'm saying?
Are we allowed to be what I am? A clinician? Both men, similar age, lived alone, drug history,
and live alone,
proximity, loved military, loved true crime. The notion that Brent and Bryan did not meet each other is silly. It is silly. They have so much. Both have mental illness. They're alone.
No, he doesn't.
Didn't they both come from Pennsylvania as well?
Hey, wait, who doesn't have a mental illness?
Bryan does not have a mental illness. I know where you got that from.
I've never heard that he had a
Bryan Kohberger does not have a mental illness.
No, I've never heard that either.
OCD, Willie.
OCD's fine, but that's not a mental illness.
Of course, they're alone. They live right near each other. They're the same age. Okay, they like the military. They like talking about the war. He is suffering with PTSD. Bryan is suffering with huge heroin addiction. Okay, no, they would be they would like end up connected at some point. Now, are they connected to where let's go kill 4 kids? No. I think everything got fucked up that night. I do.
No.
I think
what made
Bryan
everything get fucked up that night then?
Do what?
What made everything get fucked up that night then?
Well, okay, well, it was like for the 3 weeks before. To me,
think
the problem is both the kids' mothers in September had to plea out felony trafficking charges. Okay, so what happened was they both got their charges reduced. How do you guys do that? You talk. So then I went and looked up October busts in that region. They soared. Then we have November 13th. Maddie and Xana were the target. Total sense.
Hang
Kaylee
on.
wasn't supposed to be there. Ethan, who knew?
Hang on 1 second, Brian. I need to say something real quick. I don't want to interrupt you while you're doing it. So hold on. Because I like to listen to what you're saying. Real quick, guys. Daniel, I have nothing but respect for you, brother. I always appreciate when you come in. Anybody that thinks that Daniel's too smart to be in this chat, in this channel, you don't need to be here either, okay? There's no need to disrespect or let me think of the right way to say this the right way, but talk down to people because they're making certain comments, okay? Everybody has the right to their own opinions. Daniel's not being disrespectful to people. Therefore, if anybody followed him in here, I don't expect you to do it either. That's all I'm saying. You treat everybody with respect or you just don't be here, okay? Thank you. Go ahead, Brian. I'm sorry.
I am not talking Brent down. I think what they did to Brent is horrible. I do. They murdered him. It was BS, okay? So I am not saying anything negative about Brent. I think bad things happened, obviously, but I think that nobody knows this stuff. And people keep doing this with me, and I know it sounds nuts to you all, but I think Brent got the internship, you guys. Pause with me. Okay. With the graduate degree.
Didn't you say Brian? You mean Brian? You're talking about Brian. Not Brent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think Brian got the permanent internship. Okay. It's public money. They released Brian's email to the interviewer. And they released the interviewer saying how great it was to meet him. But then all of a sudden, all this crap happens, and they will not tell any of us who got one of the 4 slots. It is public money. It is a grant. It is not serious. It is
I think
part
I
of
heard
a
you say
graduate
this
degree.
the other night, actually, and I agreed with you when I was listening. And I thought, yes, actually, I do think Brian got the internship. I really do.
Yeah,
and
me too.
I just don't know. They seem to be very friendly. You
Well,
know.
Let me ask a question about that. Sorry to interrupt you, Emma. I just want to say something real quick. If Brian Kohberger would have gotten that internship,
undercover,
why would that not be put into documentation for anybody to know about that scenario?
Because they don't want you to know that.
Undercover. They hired him undercover. That is the reason why MPD didn't pull him in. Okay, all of a sudden stuff is coming back on the Bryan Kohberger guy who did it, and then all of a sudden Pullman has to say, "Hey, MPD, I got to tell you something. It works for us, okay? He's an intern. He's undercover. He's trying to do drugs." Okay.
See,
and
I
that's
don't
why
think it
they
was
never
that
pulled
deep
him in.
into it. I don't think it was that deep undercover type thing. I think he got signed up and maybe occasionally was called upon to go visit here, see what's going on there, like, you know, that type of thing. And maybe something happened that night. I don't know. But I also think those police that were pulling the kids over on by the frat house on the green there, I think maybe Brian was around there because he was putting people in. Pardon?
You mean the Banfield
Yeah, by that green thing, you know, when the police had we have the videos of the police talking, or the undercover police talking to those children with the bushy eyebrows.
Yep.
Right. Maybe Bryan was pulled in to get these. I don't know. I mean, I'm just, surmising here. Possibly they were there all doing a drug bust together, or not a drug bust, but I don't know, like a blitz, like a whole blitz thing. Right. Okay. So you know where this is going. You know this. Tell our guys. And maybe Bryan was involved in that. Who knows? But I still cannot forget those kids running under that lamp across back to the frat house. Something happened there, that those kids were running down that little pathway.
Misty, you are absolutely correct. It was a female that was in that slot for that internship. She was working on body cams on campus. The fact that we know this means that there's no reason why they would refuse to ever tell us if he got the job. But yes, Misty, the one that he was trying to replace the following semester, was a female, and was working on body cams. That doesn't mean that what I'm saying is wrong. It means that what I'm saying is more right. There is no reason for you people to not tell us who you appointed an internship unless it was undercover. Okay, I be quiet now.
Listen, it's okay, Bryan, and everybody. I've said this before, and I don't care who says what. Everybody deserves the right to voice and have their own opinions about this. Okay, as long as we can have common sense and logic based, and we do not. One thing I don't care what you're saying. If you're insulting the family or the victims, you're done. That's just all I can say as far as that goes. But everybody's allowed to have their own opinions on this and their theories and their feelings about this, guys. And nobody can tell anybody any different. Okay, that's just wrong to try to do that. That doesn't mean just because somebody feels a certain way doesn't mean they're a bad person. Just because somebody disagrees with somebody else doesn't mean they're a bad person. And it doesn't even mean they're wrong. Okay, it is the right. It's a basic human right, folks, to have your own mind. Sorry that people have their own minds. There's nothing wrong with that.
It's wonderful, healthy debate, and this has been a very hard time for all of us here. Okay, we've all had a very hard time with this. We've all slept at night with it on our mind. We all have woke up wanting to see what the latest is, and that does not make us nuts. Okay, it makes us caring people who are so confused about the truth. Do we want to kill somebody?
For those of people that don't know, that are bothered by what Bryan has said or does, Bryan is a healthcare professional, a certified, educated healthcare professional, and is making an educated guess or an educated, let me use the right words here, building an educated theory on what his opinion is on this. Okay, so you can say what anybody wants to say, but this man is an educated healthcare professional that has been in it for a long time, and that's why he sees things the way he does. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that at all. So
there's so many feelings police on YouTube, man. It's crazy.
It's ridiculous.
It's literally crazy, isn't it? I mean, sometimes
nuts. His garbage cans were empty. He's a serial killer. What the fuck is wrong with you people? There's no shower curtain. He's a serial killer. He has a shovel in his car.
Yeah, but all that's okay to say, though, Bryan.
9 feet of snow. He's a serial killer.
Yeah, but all that's okay to say.
What is wrong with you people?
Well, he can't be a serial killer, can he? Because isn't the definition of a serial killer someone who kills within a certain period, not all on one night? It's someone who does it
Well, you would think they probably found some information on other targets that he had, but I'm
He's
assuming
absolutely
that they probably have absolutely nothing like that nature.
Ridiculous. Guys,
the killer
I'm
in my
kind of
eyes.
a
He looks
mental
like
health
a
provider.
dopey dog. He looks like
Ridiculous.
Deputy Dog. He's like,
He was
what?
just listen. He was just a smart, quiet kid in school. I mean, if you saw Bryan Kohberger in school, all you knew about him was he got good grades. He lost a lot of weight from grade school to high school, and he started hanging out with like the more popular cliques. That's it. And then when I graduated, he was still a smart kid hanging out with the popular cliques.
So you actually knew him at school, right?
Yeah.
And he wasn't weird or like.
I mean, listen, everybody has a different opinion on everybody. I can look at somebody and think they're weird. Somebody else can look at somebody and think they're not weird. So did he have that stare that everybody thinks is, creepy? Yeah, he had that his whole life.
No, but it wasn't that bad, because that's one of the things, you guys. Thank you for saying that too, Willie. If you go back to that video where he was stopped by the female police officer, and they had that whole back and forth with that scenario, that's one of the situations that made me kind of doubt that Bryan was responsible, because everybody tried to flip that over and say, oh, he was so rude and he was staring her down and he was this and he was that. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't at all.
The most polite person that had ever been pulled over by the police.
That's the same way he looked at me. Like,
he was actually
oh my God, he's so polite.
He was actually very polite, respectful. He was actually trying to clarify something, and then he even explained that he wasn't being a smartass when he asked it. He was just trying to know. Okay,
exactly. I mean, God forbid a policeman or policewoman pulls me over and asks me something, and I go, "Oh, what did I do wrong? I'm so sorry," and ask questions. Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was like I said, I was the jock in school, but I was also the kid who, I'm not going to take no shit from a teacher just because you're a teacher. So I was, I was kind of the bad kid. And if you asked everybody in our class, hypothetically, say a bank got robbed, do you think it was Willie? Do you think it was Willie, or do you think it was Bryan? All of them are going to say me. So there's like 500 kids that I know in his class that I could put above him, that I think would be able to, be capable of doing something like this because of how it was carried out. And that's why I told you in the beginning, and I heard they were all sleeping, I thought maybe, he could overpower 4 people in their sleep. It's possible. But once the facts came out, it doesn't jive with me. I'm sorry.
Not at all. No.
A lot of things changed. Hey, Clue. She's got a great point, by the way, guys. Period, right there. If Bryan was never accused of something, would you guys even think that he looked creepy? Did you think anything?
No, not at all.
No, he's into the sales. He's in the sales introduction video, for Christ's sakes.
Not at all. If my daughters are 21 and 25, if they brought someone like Bryan home, like without all this history, obviously now. But if they brought somebody that looked like Bryan home, I'd be very impressed.
Right.
Well, that's what I told you, Diego. After 2013,
oh my God, serial killer, or murderer. No, weird. I wouldn't even think that. He's just a vegan, and he's nice guy. He's got a good job. He
wasn't always a vegan. So he went from the drug life, and then after 2013, he stopped. Because they told me. So he stopped associating with everybody that was up in the Poconos, because everybody was doing drugs, and then that's where he started his new whatever he did and became a vegan. He wasn't a vegan his whole life. He became a vegan after
cleaning his life up, right? He was like cleaning his act up. And
let me say this real quick. A lot of people have said so many crazy things, and this doesn't mean that I think Bryan's innocent. I'm not a Kohberger lover, none of that. I was from a man's perspective, and I'm married to a woman, love women and all that. Before anybody says anything else, I think Bryan is actually an attractive guy. He's a handsome guy. Okay, he's very clean cut, very well put together. So there's nothing about him. I never got any kind of a creepy, ugly, weird. He's got a big nose. Damn deal. So what? That doesn't make him a serial killer. Any of that kind of stuff. So that's people doing that kind of thing is what drives me nuts, because you're going to look at somebody and say, oh, he did it. I know
You
he did.
cannot go by anybody's looks. You just cannot.
Yeah,
You know.
exactly. Look at Ted
You
Bundy.
just and look at the female serial killers. They're all very attractive women, or even the ones who like Jodi Arias. You know, look at her. You know, you cannot say just because someone looks, however you might not look. Do you know what I mean? You can't just say that. It's ridiculous.
I agree. I absolutely agree. Like I said, I would have never, ever looked at that guy and said, which doesn't mean anything, but I'd have never said he could kill somebody. No.
Yeah, and I just want to answer something for Miss Kelly real quick. Miss Kelly, I never heard or nobody's ever told me that he was on a spectrum or whatever the hell that means.
Autism spectrum is what she's saying there. Then what?
No, I think she's saying that she thinks that if anything, that
other people. No. She asked me because other people have been saying that he's on the spectrum or whatever, and I don't know where that came from.
He's not autistic.
I can't see any chat. Where is the chat?
Over here to the right. Oh well, it's probably hard because you're on the panel now.
Well, I was just answering her question because she had shit.
It says chat. Oh, okay.
Sorry. Yeah, you got to click the comment part.
Yeah,
I think
Riddler
the
has sent
visual
something
snow
to me.
was actually somatoform disorder as it relates to OCD, depression, and all that stuff. He's a very sick dude. He is, and that is what it is.
Yeah, but he wasn't medicated.
Who's sick?
Oh, Bryan. Bryan suffers a lot with mental illness.
Do you think so?
No
like
medication.
truly? Like, what do you think? No, seriously, what do you think? What do you think makes him poorly?
Oh, I think he's malignant OCD, like profound suffering. I think the visual snow is not real. I think that is somatoform disorder where they think.
Do you think that's true though? Do you think that was him that posted that? I don't think that was him.
That was like how many years ago?
You can't do grad school without eyes. You can't get a driver's license without being able to see. You can't perform
I don't think that was him.
brilliantly for years and years when you can't see. So the reality is the white snow, the snow, whatever it was, mental disorder, not
Or
a physical
has anybody ever done a search on how many Bryan Kohbergers in the USA there are to see if he's the only one? He can't be the only one, right?
Not now. He's probably not.
Wait, I'm sorry, I lost your question.
Like, has anybody ever done a search on how many Bryan Kohbergers in the country there are?
Well, we have a lot, honey. We kill people
exactly.
every day.
So you must have 100 at least,
That's
right? So who's to say the one that posted about the snowy eyes and what have you? Who's to say that was him or somebody else? We just
Wasn't
don't
that like
know.
10 years ago when he was in high school?
Fair question.
I think so. Yeah.
Jesus.
You know, I mean,
I had a lot of problems in high school. I don't
my
have them
name is
anymore.
Emma Smith. Go find me in a needle haystack. You know, it's like nobody's gonna find me. You know, it's like I have such a common name. Like I could post something, and anybody could. You could get a serial killer called my Emma Smith, and they might pick my name. It's it's just weird. I don't know. I just think. I think he's being accused of a lot of things that
Man,
are not
if I
true.
was arrested and they went back and they took my posts from like my MySpace from back in the day and all my, social media, they could paint a hell of a picture about me too. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, exactly.
Honey, we've seen it. It is horrible. Shame on you.
Jeez, I mean, seriously, they can do that to anybody. I mean, just think of the shit. Think of the shit we watch and we research being into the true crime stuff, and we got arrested.
I'll
Jesus,
tell you all about Willie
Look
in a
at my
minute.
search history. You see dismemberments and all sorts. No.
Brian's in jail. He watched 100 interrogation videos in the last 2 days.
A lot of you
I'll
guys.
tell you all about Willie's past. Give me a minute.
A lot of you.
Willie,
Listen for a minute, please.
There you go. Is there any way to turn your mic up?
That's funny.
Well, everybody's talking, so I didn't know if you could hear me. Okay, hold on a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dago. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Can you guys hear me
sorry.
clearly?
Yes.
I just wanted to say real quick with this whole spectrum thing, okay? You guys have seen my son back and forth around me multiple times. He's 17 years old. He's on the spectrum. He's autistic. He's chronic ADHD. He's chronic OCD. Does he look like it? Does he act like it? No, you can't.
No.
Okay? You can't tell with that stuff. Very high functioning, very, very high functioning, but he's there. He's still there.
But is he on medication?
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. I would be on board, but, and like I said, you guys can believe me or not, but I know that Bryan wasn't on no special medication. Nothing.
Right. No, I get it. I'm just explaining that. That's all.
No, I know. I get where you're coming from. And that's why I asked her, and she can't give out because of the HIPAA law and shit, but I asked her if he was on anything that was like for the psyche abnormal, like kind of what you're talking about. And she said, no, she couldn't go into what he was on, but she said what he was on wasn't what I was kind of like asking about, if that makes sense.
Right.
So he wasn't on anything for that spectrum like aspect. But again, you can believe me or not, I don't care.
I get it, Brian. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I do appreciate that comment, as does he, I'm sure. Thank you for that. But again, that all doesn't have any basis to do with any of this, in my opinion. Truly, people are saying this and that and everything else. They're using the fact that that's why he couldn't have done this, or this is why he could have done that. This is why. I mean, none of that. Honest to God, you guys, in my opinion, it doesn't.
Well, there's no insanity plea anyway, right?
No.
So yeah, what does it matter?
The person who did this, let's put it bluntly, the person who did this, or persons, if there's two or more, which I think there were, went batshit crazy. They were there and they just went batshit crazy. It was a frenzy.
It could be anything like that. And I
don't think it was planned. I don't think it was anything like that. It happened. It was a batshit frenzy explosion of anger between one or two or three people. There's no way someone went in there alone and did this. Not with all those cars outside. All the cars outside.
On the busiest night of the week.
Exactly. You listen to those cameras, or those videos, or whatever that you want to call them, of Linda Lane, etc. And you listen to that and you think, well, if that's true, then there's a shitload of people outside. You've got the DoorDash guy at 4:00. So either the person that was committing this was already inside the house, or within a minute, he's inside the house.
That's why I said the DoorDash driver had to have seen something. So that's why it makes sense what Daniel was saying.
Goodness, absolutely.
You feel that way too with the whole thing Daniel brought up. I thought that for a while, and I respect Daniel's thoughts on this. We've both been on both two different ends of this, and we've still been very, very able to have a conversation and agree to disagree on things. But that I do agree on right there, because that is so very possible. Now,
what was that? Sorry, I didn't read it. I can't read the comments.
When he had stated that that it's very possible that we may find out at the trial that the DoorDash driver very possibly ID'd Bryan Kohberger, and that is the smoking gun, and why they protected the DoorDash. And how they know.
Well, no, they're not protecting him.
How are they so sure this is only one person?
Right? DoorDash guy's name's out there, right? We all know who the DoorDash guy is now.
No, we don't. That's the thing. That's why nobody knows that, I think.
No, the name's out there. I've heard it. I can't remember where I heard it now.
There was a long time ago. There was somebody that brought out the name of somebody. It was another creditor. And from what I understand, that's not true. That was just ruse. There was a ruse that was put out there. From what I understand, it's never been released. Okay.
Right. Okay.
Well, the question I have is, when the DoorDash driver dropped off the bag of food, whether it was the front door or the back sliding glass door, did he put it inside or did he leave it outside by the door?
Right.
I don't know what the instructions were.
That's a good point.
Or is this a possibility? Did the door open, like, was the door left open, the front door by Bethany's room, was that left open for the DoorDash guy, and he dropped it off just inside, and that's why the door was still reportedly open in the morning.
That's possible too. And let me clarify something else real quick, guys. I'm sorry to keep interrupting you, but I'm seeing things. The Eric Grower name was the name of the private rideshare driver. That's his name, not the DoorDash. Just to clarify that, so you guys know. And that is who that is for a fact. He watches this channel, and I've spoken to a very close friend of his in this channel that watched the channel as well and interviewed her privately, and know all about that scenario too. So go ahead now. I'm sorry, Emma. I didn't mean to interrupt you again.
No, you're fine. You're absolutely fine. It just proves to me that there are so many questions, so many unanswered questions.
There was a creator. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Emma.
No. Carry on. Honestly, I might have to go for a pee in a minute.
There was a creator months back who went to the Jack in the Box.
Taking a piss.
Right. Yeah.
And he somehow or another he took a picture of the guy who was supposedly, allegedly, the DoorDash driver.
Yes, sir. That's what I was talking about.
Right. And then after that, it all got shut down.
That's it right there. So listen, guys. I don't believe, I was told that was not true, that was just, that had been debunked. I don't know how or where. I couldn't find any way to debunk it myself. So I just kind of walked away from that. And I'm going to leave that be because they did shut that down pretty quick. Riddler's right about that. So,
may I step in?
Of course.
I think what we're all missing is this. Kara's mom and Maddie's stepmom, starting in September 2022, had to start pleading down felony drug trafficking charges. Okay. Both of the women were at the point to where if they didn't work, they would be sentenced to life in jail. They did, both of them successfully did get their worst trafficking felony charges dropped in September. So I go in October to start searching up drug busts in that region. They soared. Then November 13 happens and Xana and Maddie are dead. Put it together, you guys. Put it together. This is a cartel.
I know. Listen, buddy. I know how you feel on that, Brian, and I've heard that. We've talked about it multiple times.
Yes, I just am so passionate about it.
I know that, and I know why you feel that way because of your profession. I get it, and I respect that. But I had looked. I told you I looked into certain things, and you're right about certain parts of that. Okay, but I don't think that has anything to do with what happened to the victims, in my opinion.
Because they would know.
No, Dago, I totally respect you constantly doing what you just did right now. You know, pushing back. It helps me think. I absolutely, totally believe I know what this is. You totally
and I respect
on me. That's awesome, Dago. I love you for it. I thank you. It's helpful.
I do, and I'm just telling you. I know I love you, Brian. No matter what the circumstance is. I absolutely appreciate and respect your opinions on everything, my friend. I do. We all love you in here. That's a fact. But I just can't put that together in my mind that would have anything to do with the victims themselves. That's all I'm saying. That's my opinion. You have yours, and I respect yours as well. So,
yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm sure if I dug, I could get on that side too. It's murky waters. I don't like to think that family was involved or anybody. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. I'm trying to stick with
the facts.
No, I'm not saying involved in anything bad. I'm saying consequences. Okay,
no, I know exactly. Yeah, I see it.
Okay, I'm not.
I got you.
Saying that. Okay, good, Willie. Okay, I'm not. I'm just.
No, I'm with you. Trust me, brother. We've been talking. I'm with you.
Everything was going awful, And you know what my biggest fantasy is? I love National Transportation Safety Board airplane accidents. Been reading them since I was 13. They would be able to decipher the "What did you tell Maddie" tape. I am scared. One of you all do it. Send the video of "What did you tell Adam" to the National Transportation Safety Board. They will be able to tell us if Hoodie said they're going to get you for this. That is huge. That is huge. Huge.
Yeah.
Okay. But and they will be able to do it.
I think that was just like teenage talk. They're gonna
Wait,
get you
I'm
for
sorry.
this.
Say what?
I think that was just like teenage talk, chitter chatter. They'd had a drink, what have you, having a walk, a bit of banter. Yeah, they're gonna get you for that. Even if that's what was
Hold
said,
on.
we don't even know that was accurately
I was
reported.
with Jeff H. And we listened to it about 7 or 8 times.
Yeah.
I told him, I said, Jeff, I know what what he said to her. Once we're inside, we'll ditch these guys. And he played it back.
When I was a kid going out having a drink and what, I said that multiple times. I'm 50 years old now. Well, I said that like we'll get in there, we'll have a drink off them and we'll ditch them. That was just normal. It's just a free drink, and then it was like try and get rid of the jerk who's hanging around. That's just how it
So wait,
works.
how do we know Ethan wasn't the target? Why do we keep going that one of these girls that one of these girls was the target?
It's always been my
you had
thought.
Maddie coming
Back of
home.
my head, it's always been that fight at the frat house.
You had Maddie coming home that weekend, or coming back to that dwelling, and she still had a few more classes to tie up. But I think she had posted it on her social media that she would be back in town, and she had a new vehicle. I don't know, but anyway, she was coming back in that weekend.
Yeah, but my thing is how do we how do we know?
We don't know. It could have been easily Xana. It could have been.
Yeah. And that's why I said it could be Ethan. I mean, somebody could have been jealous of Ethan dating Xana.
He had a massive fight, didn't he, that night?
Well, I don't know about a massive. He had it could have just been a push and shove, and then, I don't know. It could have been fisticuffs. Who knows? But what time was that scuffle or fight at the frat house?
It was about midnight, wasn't it?
No, it was at 9.
Midnight, 1 o'clock.
9 or 9.
Like
I think it was. No. Hold on. Back up. You're talking about the fight at the frat house, right, Riddler?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay,
sir.
I believe that was between 9:30 that night. Don't quote me 100% because we were also told at one point that Jeff Kernoodle contacted Xana, who is Ethan's girlfriend. Those were the two, as we heard from Kara herself, and clarified that fight happened. That they were home at midnight eating pizza, watching a movie. That's what Jeff had
said. Yeah.
So the fight was between 9 or 9:30 that night, I do believe, my friend.
Okay.
And the reason I bring up
how can they be home eating pizza when Bethany says they're over at the everybody's over at the frat house till 1.
Yeah.
Or whatever that is. Their fraternity. They're over there till what, 2 o'clock or 1:45, something like that.
Yeah, I agree with you. Some miscommunications for sure. I absolutely think so. I'm not sure about how to take that, honestly.
And
these exact times are crazy.
Right. Was Bethany with
them?
them?
You can imagine someone on steroids, reportedly on steroids. I don't know how true that is, but it makes you angry. Imagine having a fight and then that person walking away, being taken home. He's gone home with his girlfriend. He's going to chill. And then the other person is back at the frat house with all the boys bigging it up. And he's like, oh, no, I'm not going to let this rest. I'm not going to do this, that, and the no, chill, guy, chill. No. And then he storms off. He's over the house and they're like, no. And they're all with him, and you can just envision it. He's like, no.
Well, it seems like a crime. It seems like a crime of passion. I mean, just going by how these, how these
passion or anger, both the same thing.
Just going by how these profiles go, like these profilers and how they profile people, it just, I don't know, it just seems like this was a crime of passion and personal because the individual used a knife. If this was somebody just going in wanting to, cause mass damage to everybody in the home, everybody probably wouldn't have made it out of that home. And and that's what I'm saying. Like where.
Hey, Clue, if you wouldn't mind, I would love to have you up here to hear what you have to say as well. So you're welcome. Please join us if you can.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Clue.
Didn't the police get it wrong right off the bat the time the girls got home?
I do believe that was initially mistaken. Yes, sir.
And Maddie's sister had to go and get Kaylee's sister had to go and get the correct time from a.
Yeah, that's how she got the video from the grub truck and all that stuff. Olivia's the one that found all that stuff and put it all out there. So yeah.
I mean, so that's the part I'm saying. I support the police, but do your job right, be transparent to us, and always tell the truth.
SRB, they gave the wrong time initially. Absolutely, they did. They changed it.
I want body cam of the 4 hours before detectives got there. I want to know. I just want to see what everybody was doing for 4 hours before the detectives finally got there. That's what I want to see. I want to see how many kids were in that house. I want to see if they let the kids stay in that house or took them out of the house. And the reason why is because I'm basing this off of the Brent Kopacka body cam footage because their protocol was piss poor. So I want to see how their protocol was at this, in this aspect. And I think that's why we won't, we're not seeing the body cam and anything like that or hearing anything because it didn't go as planned.
Isn't it weird? There's absolutely no body cams for any of his arrest, any of anything that happened that night near the house. And we know they were there.
That's one of the biggest.
But if he shot a cop, there'd be body. Like if he would have attacked a cop the morning he was arrested, I bet you $1 million there'd be body cam.
Oh yeah. And it was SWAT as well, right? So there has to be body cam.
Well, no, just keep listening to PA cops don't have to. Just keep listening to that.
Yeah, that's what it is. We looked that up not too long ago, Emma. In Pennsylvania, you do not have to wear a body cam. But I also looked up, if you remember this, Willie, that if the FBI typically has body cams on everything they do. I would imagine that somebody had body cams on in that arrest. We're just not being told, and we're not going to see it. Okay, that's all I can say in that aspect of it. But I can't, like Willie said, this has been driving Willie nuts from the beginning. There's no.
I was on body cam with a state trooper, dude. This pisses me off.
Right,
everybody's saying that there's no fucking body cams on PA cops. What are you guys talking about? Because they said that they don't. I'm not talking about you guys up here. I'm talking about like just the world. Because they say that you don't have to wear body cams doesn't mean that cops don't have them on. Trust me, they got them. I'll go down to Philly tomorrow and I'll freaking video and show you guys. Most of them have body cams on because if they get attacked or they get in a shooting, how are they going to prove that they were justified? Think about it.
Right. And Gift of Magi, I didn't say that the FBI arrested him. They were there when he was arrested.
But obviously the FBI is going to wear
multi-agency aspect for that. They stated everybody that was there. They were, and if they were there she comes. I love this lady. You guys, please, anybody be respectful because I will boot you if you don't. Cluminati. It's Cluminati. I love her to death.
Awesome. Clue's cool as shit.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us, my dear.
Yep. Clue.
Can y'all hear me?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Okay.
Are you with your guy?
Yeah, he's currently in the laundry room. Our washer's overflowing. So.
Sorry to hear that.
I thought you put him to work.
No, it's all good. We just got back from a Christmas party, so.
Yeah, you guys are hilarious. I love listening to you guys.
So what is going on, Clue? Thank you for joining us tonight. And what are your thoughts? I see you typing all the stuff in here, and I love everything you're saying. So what do you got with this? All of this?
I personally cannot get down with this was retribution or revenge for anything the two moms were involved in.
I agree.
Because, like, from my experience, people that are involved in that life, they're not going to go in and just, like, for one, how would they even know what rooms the people were in?
And you're absolutely right. And I do not believe there would have been any survivors. I'm sorry.
Exactly. And those people don't go in and just say, oh, okay, we got 4, let's get 4. No, they go in and
all of them.
they don't, even the dog is gone.
Clear the house. Yeah.
And again, it wouldn't have been a knife, in my opinion, on something like that. They would have done it quick and clean and clear and out the door. End of story.
Yeah, and they would have burned the house down too.
Probably. I mean, I say that. Yeah. You leave nothing behind. There's no evidence. There's no nothing. Nobody attached to it. End of story. I do not believe that. I'm sorry.
I also find it weird that they do put out who the private driver was, but not the DoorDash person. Like maybe they didn't want that person to be like harassed or whatever, but what's the difference in them and the private driver?
Exactly. Well, that's why I have a tendency to kind of agree with Daniel on his statement about maybe the DoorDash driver ID'd Kohberger, and that's why that person's not being released at all. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's true.
Or they just solved the crime.
The DoorDash driver and the rideshare driver are basically the same person. The only difference is one dropped off food, one didn't. Why would one be put out and the other one not? You see what I'm saying? Like that's just a little weird to me.
Well, I'll tell you what, if this DoorDash driver is the key and he does identify Bryan, then God bless Xana for ordering DoorDash that night and
absolutely.
Catching a killer, man.
Or Bryan. Either one of them. Like I'm not convinced still that it was Xana that ordered it.
Oh, you think he might have used her phone? Yeah, but he didn't have time for all that, would he?
No, but you like I could order food and send it to your house if I had your address.
Yeah, but wouldn't his touch DNA be on her phone?
No, I'm talking about
he can order it from his own phone, bro, and then just have it sent to her.
I see what you're saying. You mean like if I ordered you DoorDash right now to your house? Yeah, but wouldn't he have proof of that on his phone that they confiscated?
I want Burger King, by the way, if you're gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? So.
I'll do it one day, dude.
I mean, all I'm saying is if it did happen, like if I was a burglar, okay, I would order some kind of food and use somebody coming to the door as like he came in the back, right? He could have used that as a distraction.
Yes, ma'am.
But that's all digital evidence.
They got 51 terabytes of it, bro.
No, they got 50. They got like 49 terabytes of 3D imaging. Don't play with me, dude. I'll show you right now what they got.
Just saying.
I'll show you right now what they got of 51 terabytes. Come on. If they have
51
terabytes, why didn't they arrest them way back when?
You could have also ordered it from a burner phone.
Yes, now that I agree with. But why would he not bring that burner phone with him to the crime and not his own?
I'm with you, but
I mean, somebody said that the reason why they think he didn't leave his phone at home is because he knew that it was going to be so easy to wash off. You know what I mean?
That's weird. Why give yourself another hump? I think he brought it because he didn't know the area. He's not from the area, dude, and he took a long route home. So maybe he took it in case he got lost.
No, but I think he was used to going around and like if you go by what they say, then he used to take late night runs, right? So he would have driven around Moscow and around the area multiple times, maybe even run it because he was a runner, right? So he could have run it, he could have driven it late at night multiple times.
Mm-hmm. There you go. I forgot. I told you. I spoke with Skylar actually, the kid he went jogging with.
Yeah.
And I asked him too, just like I asked Mike, his other friend, if Bryan ever would like talk about, I mean, anything, right? If it's doing anything to animals or anything of that nature. And he said at that time Bryan wasn't even into any true crime, and they just talked about school and regular shit. So he told me Bryan never brought up like doing anything to animals or true crime or anything of that nature back when he would jog with him. Just wanted to tell you that real quick, Dago.
He just doesn't seem the type, does he? He just doesn't.
I don't know. I mean, listen, anybody can snap.
Rabbit killer,
There you go.
Anybody can snap though, and that's what I said. Like, if this happened, he snapped. But then it brings me back to if you snap, you figure you're going to snap on somebody that you're mad at, not just some random house. So I thought it would be one of his students or his professor's family, or somebody that is connected.
Parents, sisters, siblings,
Somebody.
Yeah, I don't think it would be a random bunch of students in a house. I
No,
just
and
don't
then
see it. I just don't see it.
but then, like I said, to cripple yourself to be outnumbered in a house that you don't know if there's 10 or 15 people in, and then to cripple yourself with a knife is pretty stupid. Because what if you walk in and there's somebody in the kitchen and they pull out a kitchen knife from the, or even a baseball bat? If I have a knife and somebody has a baseball bat and they know how to use that, I'm at a disadvantage.
Yeah,
So
what's it out
it's
your
pretty
hand?
stupid. If Bryan did this, he like I said, I'm gonna write him a letter and tell him he's one of the stupidest sons of bitches I've ever seen. Because he went in outnumbered and he drove the murder vehicle across the whole country.
Yeah.
That is.
What is that?
I don't know. You got me.
Is it not weird to anyone else that like no students from WSU called in the Alondra?
Amen.
Yeah.
Or one of his students that he was teaching said, "Hey, my teacher's acting funny, and he has scratches on his neck or his hands or somewhere."
Yeah. You
somewhere.
Hey Dago, you want to know fiance's one of his theories?
Yeah, he does. What is it?
Absolutely. Sorry, I was muted.
So fiance is not convinced that this was not just some random person in town in the area that went in, because there would have been, that we know of, at least 4 cars outside. And he says when you got in, you would assume 4 cars, 4 people.
At least, yeah.
And so he thinks it could have just been somebody passing through town.
Just a random scenario. Yeah.
Right.
But at the house that just had a huge party the night before, and now it's even the busier party at night. That's pretty risky.
It's the location of the house, though, right? It's
yeah.
If you look at the house, it's where it's positioned in that area. It makes the least sense and the most sense at the same time, right? It just the position of it to me just looks like it could be. I ain't saying that that's what happened, but it does seem.
That's a good theory, though, bro. That's a good theory.
Well, let's not forget the axe throwing competition that was there with people. And what's funny about that is Enon Harsh.
I never heard about that.
He said that he saw plates on a black car from Montana, somewhere deserty. Well,
Yes, he
I
did.
dug in to the axe throwing competition, and there were people there from Colorado, Montana, Oregon, like all over the place.
I see. I never looked at that angle of anything. Damn. Okay. Interesting.
Well,
I do remember
something that caught my eye. Thank you, Cluminati, for bringing that up.
And oddly enough,
if you read the PTA, they describe the weapons differently that were used.
And they were at the grub truck.
See, you bringing that up. I did a show, 7 months ago, where we were looking at, because we had seen on the PCA, and then we heard from Steve himself that the wounds were not so much stab wounds, but more like large gouges, puncture wounds. Okay. And that's when I went into the whole golf club theory of breaking a golf club in half. I showed what it would look like, so on and so forth. But then I also brought up another video, and I showed new modern hatchets. Okay. And they have 2 sides to them, folks. One side is the normal, big wide edge side. The other end is a very thin, pointed side that will make a large gouge. Okay.
Like a tomahawk.
So will a machete.
Yeah, it's a tomahawk.
It's a tomahawk, right? Yeah.
Yes, tomahawk. What? Yes, absolutely. And hold on a second here. Go ahead. I'm going to show you.
People, a lot of those guys that were there, they were not small dudes. Like, I remember going into each and every one of their like school teams. I guess it's called a woodsman team or something.
Yeah.
I went into all of them, and like there's even some girls on there that are like, big bone sisters, right?
Yeah. I love that. Yes, I know what you mean. That's great. This is why I love you. I swear to God, there it is. But yeah, I know what you mean by that exactly. That makes sense, though. It does.
It makes as much sense as as a guy driving his car around the house he's about to pull this off at 4 times and then driving it across the country 30 days later. Like, I mean, if that's possible, this is absolutely possible.
Absolutely.
It also supports your theory with the 4 cars outside, right?
And I mean that's what I wish we knew. If we knew how many cars were truly at that house at that time, I think a lot of theories could possibly, a lot of the outline theories could possibly be squashed all day, right?
Yeah.
But until I know there were more than 4, I'm still thinking it's completely possible that it was somebody just completely random.
And is it possible, or even well, I know it's possible, but is it probable that someone could have came in that house while everybody was out partying that night, went into that room where the golf clubs were, that little spare room to the right,
and waited,
sit down in there, because it looks just like that's a storage room, to keep everything else cleared up. Stayed in there, waited till lights out, which would have been around 4, and then went for dirty deeds and damage.
100%.
But then that would be
more than one
targeted,
person.
right? That would be targeted then, though, right? That would be like it's a deal type thing.
Think about this.
Almost
But
like
why
a drug
not?
hit, you know?
Why not get Bethany and Dylan as they came in, since they allegedly came in earlier, especially Dylan?
Yeah.
Nah, Dylan's room was hidden. You couldn't see it. Yeah, no, she was protected somehow.
But still, it still leaves the question: why only get 4?
I think Dylan knows a lot more than what
Especially
we
if
know.
the last one saw you.
He
just waved to her on the way out.
What did you say, Clue? Say that again.
It just leaves the question for me: why only take 4 and not everyone in the house? Like
Exactly. And especially when he saw the last one, and what did he do? Wave to her on the way out.
And originally, the 2 that survived were texting each other. So,
I think they were talking somehow, because they definitely are specific about the forensic downloads of their phones.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And that was, Steve himself said that he knows.
Don't they take the death time by the phones of Dylan and Bethany, right?
No, they I don't think that they did the timeline based on that, but they did the call time of death was called at noon, which I think
they didn't just take the timeline from those forensic downloads. It was also something else. The video surveillance.
That too.
But it still don't make no sense. It doesn't make sense, because you've got him leaving at 4:20, but you extend your timeline to 4:25.
Right.
That doesn't make sense.
Yes.
Exactly.
Thank you. Absolutely. That's 100% one of the biggest questions I've had. And that, real quick, guys, is what I'm talking about right there on screen. Look at the way that weapon is made. Okay. That's what I'm saying. I said that a long time ago, Clue, and that right there, that's a modern hatchet, tomahawk, whatever you want to call it. They throw those, hit those hatchet throwing things. I've seen them before. And look at the end, that end right there. Okay. I mean, that looks to me like it's going to make a very large.
That's brutal.
But we can't go by that, right?
Well, I mean, you can't go by anything, Willie, honestly, because we don't know for sure what. I mean, they want
to go by the K-bar.
We have to go because there's a K-bar sheath. That's what the weapon is. Period. I don't believe that. I don't.
Me neither.
Nobody has actually conclusively said that, have they? Not the police, not anybody has said it's actually a K-bar.
No, it's not. No.
Nobody's. Yeah. So
I think there was definitely more than one weapon, because it says in the PCA that there are 3 different types of wounds.
Really?
Yeah.
If you read the PCA, it gives you 3 different types of wounds. That's my.
How the hell did I miss that, dude?
Yeah, one time is a sharp instrument.
So what do you do? Have
sharp edge instrument next time? Yeah. Even the coroner. Remember the coroner when she said these aren't stab wounds?
Yeah.
If you could believe her now, I mean, she was all over the place.
I think she was doing something herself.
And she didn't see him holding a big ass axe on the way. Like I said, it's just crazy how she didn't see him holding a weapon. No weapon.
Wait a minute, though. Wait a minute. That's your good point there. But think about something, okay? Let me show you this real quick. I'm not being weird. I always use this when I have. But if you take somebody for as many wounds that we knew that these kids had, okay, multiple wounds, and Kaylee especially. If you're holding, this is not a K-bar, but it's still a knife that you're holding like this. To do that many wounds is a lot. And Steve said himself, so I'm imagining that he was referring to his daughter, okay, that large puncture wounds. Imagine imagine what it's going to take to do this up and down that many times to somebody, rather than holding something on the end, like I just showed you, or holding something like this, like a broken bone, and repeatedly going like this, okay?
Which would explain no blood on him.
I mean, that's very possible too. That's very possible
because when you're up close, when you're up close and personal with the knife and you hit an artery, you're a couple inches a foot from a person. But if you can be a couple feet back and strike somebody, then
very, very possible. And again, like I said, there's there's too much. And you, like Pebbles said, four people. Let's just say he went upstairs, started first up there. That's 2 people right there that he had to handle. And then to come downstairs and handle a person bigger than him, a male that's a little stronger, in my opinion, probably. That's going to take, you're already tired a little bit, I would imagine. You got to be wore out from the upstairs scenario.
Yeah, but think of that. Okay, say he had an axe and was swinging and did all that. He then stepped out of that room clean as a whistle.
That's if you think he went upstairs first. I don't think he went upstairs first. I think he took Ethan and Zana out first.
I think, it wouldn't make sense for him to, unless there was a target.
And then the girls came down because they heard something, and Dylan stays in a room, and the girls are like, "Who's in the house?" And then they run back upstairs, and then he gets them because they're hiding in the room together upstairs.
But how the hell do they hear? How the hell do they hear them upstairs and scream down that there's a problem, but Dylan don't hear a damn thing?
Exactly.
Don't forget Xana's on TikTok.
Xana's
on TikTok, what, at 412?
Yeah.
So now you're making it even a tighter timeline.
Oh my God, yeah. Well, the tightest timeline is 417 to 420, Riddler. That's it.
Yeah.
417, commotion.
You've got DoorDash guy delivering, someone coming in, and then starting. Xana's still on her phone. Maybe Ethan heard something. He goes outside.
Yeah, and then there's commotion. And then there's commotion until at least 417.
Yeah. And then the girls come downstairs, run back upstairs, and shit happens up there.
So that's what I'm saying. How the hell did he do all that, clean himself, see Dylan, get out of the house, run around the house, and get in his car and speed off in 3 minutes?
It's just crazy, isn't it? It's just crazy. He wasn't alone, was he?
One of the problems with that though is so he did what he did on the first level with Ethan and Zan, and then he took the sheets with him upstairs.
Oh shit.
Well, don't forget also there's bruising next to the
That's
wound.
if you believe the sheath was
so that's why they said he went upstairs first.
And with the bruising next to the wounds, that would be consistent with a knife like Dagan showed with a strong guard.
Yeah.
And if it was a K-bar, that means that knife went all the way through and hit the mattresses. So if there's no puncture wounds on the mattresses, that's going to tell a different story. Either it was a different knife or it was they were standing up when he hit them and then pushed them on the bed.
I got something to say about these wounds.
Go ahead, please.
So when you look at like medical terminology for all of these, you've either got stab wounds, which is like a puncture wound, or you've got like a slash, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you look at Ethan, who they say were sharp force injuries.
Yes.
So both a stab and a slash both fall under sharp force injuries. So technically,
they're all the same.
They really weren't all different. I think you're probably going to have a combination of both, right? You're going to have some slashing, some stabbing, but they all are sharp force injuries.
I can agree with you, but the only one I was saying really that was different to me, and I agree with that, is the large gouge type puncture wound. That's the one that was different to me.
That Steve was talking about?
Yeah, that's the one that got me the most.
Yeah, but that shows me that this wasn't like, and that's why I thought in the beginning, Dago, that this was probable because they were sleeping, and I thought he just, slowly injected it into an artery or something like that. Now, if we're talking about slashes and he's just sitting there going to town slashing stuff, blood's going everywhere. Everywhere, all over his face, all over his hair, all over his everything. And then, like I said, he stepped out of that room clean as a whistle. How does that happen?
And his drains at his apartment were like blood free.
Exactly. It scraped all those, and there was nothing there, guys. Unless you went to a truck stop and got pressure washed. How did you achieve that? You know what I mean? It's a lot of blood. So,
like I said, if you guys ever want to do an experiment with yourself, and you can make a 3-minute or 8-minute experiment. You can use cherry juice, because cherry juice is just as hard to like clean off yourself, I believe, as blood, because it stains, and it's literally impossible, dude. Like I put cherry juice on something. I tried to clean it, and you could still see the residue. I can't imagine luminol.
Yeah, absolutely. Cherry juice, and there's another red, blue, any color food coloring is the same way.
I don't mess with food coloring. That shit scares me.
Oh yeah, it's the same thing. But no, thank you for correcting that clue. I didn't go into a complete detail on that, so thank you for putting that out there. But the one set of wounds that Steve did describe, that's the one that really bothers me, because of the way he described it. From that moment on, I always had an issue with wondering if there was multiple weapons used. And again, I still have an issue knowing how a K-bar is made. I have a friend that owns multiple. Now, hold on a second.
Yeah, I agree, LR. I don't understand the latent print at all. That's one thing I can't get over is the latent print.
Do you think that one knife, if it was the K-bar, went through 4 people without breaking, knowing that they're really not, you think
at least the tip broke?
That's what I'm saying.
It's a military weapon, isn't it? So it's very
That's
sturdy.
Riddler. He knows knives.
It's built for killing, isn't it? So
I was told that they're not that strong, and that when I talked to my buddy, he was like, yeah, the blade on them is like, it's a good blade, it's a good knife. Don't get me wrong, the Marine Corps uses them, but you're stabbing somebody. There's a good possibility you're hitting bone, you're hitting different things when you're doing that. And it could have broke. So I don't know,
especially if you're slashing. But I don't think you ever heard the story of of Riddler's story. Riddler, tell the story about what you did when you went to the store that had all the K-bars.
Okay, I went to an Army Navy surplus store here in my hometown.
Okay,
they had a big sale in the back. I mean, you couldn't miss it, and it said K-bars, and they were like $39.99, something like that. They were on sale, but they were used. And it was a big old box full of them. And I said, man, I got to get me one of these. Well, I'm going through them, and you could tell they were used. But what I can't see with the naked eye is there's cracks in the blades. But I'm playing with them, and I must have played with 10, 12, 15 of them. Now, my question is my touch DNA on all those sheaths?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So if somebody bought that knife, they went hunting up in Tennessee and let that knife out there, my DNA is somewhere in Tennessee that I've never been.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's how easy, and that's what I'm saying, that's how easy things can transfer.
And I have a K-bar. It's not my weapon of choice for that, but I would tell you it is a tough knife. It was made in the 1940s, and you can go on YouTube, and you can watch a torture test of it.
And they are pretty strong then?
Yeah, it's pretty strong. It's got a 58 hardness when they forge it. So yeah, it's pretty
like I said, I was based on what I was told. So I'm sorry.
That's not to say one can't break on you on the first shot. I've had tough knives break. I send them to a knife maker and they send me a new one.
The way it was explained to me when I was talking to a friend of mine, that, like I said, the same guy that told me he had a hard time believing that Bryan could have done this by himself. This guy's ex-military, law enforcement, special forces in the military. And he has training for different things. And he said that when I showed him the knife and this, and he's like, oh, yeah, we use those a lot for this, that, and everything else. He said, but he thought they were, not that strong. That was his thought to me. And I said, okay, well, thank you for the info. And then he said, what about, like, he was asking me about the different variations of wounds, how many, so on and so forth. And he goes, I find it hard to believe, that's where I got that from, that anybody did that, especially chest wounds. There's a lot of ribs and different, like the sternum areas and stuff like that. And a bone is very hard to, it's hard. Like we know that.
Oh yeah.
That's where he would imagine. He said, I can't believe he did that to 4 people without chipping or breaking that knife. And I said, that I don't know. But it was just like a theory that he had given me that I was using for my own.
If you hit a bone, it's going to roll that blade.
Okay.
I sharpen knives. And way I was taught in the military was turn the knife sideways, between the ribs. Then once you hit the lungs, it's going to be hard for them to scream.
You go up between the ribs. You
Right.
go up. It's not a stabbing. If you're trained, you go up, and you go. It's like I don't know how to explain it. My ex-husband is at SBS, Special Boat Service, and he was trained to always, if he was going to gut someone, he would go up. He would push it upwards and then twist the knife and out. So it would be. It's quite a brutal move, but it wouldn't be like a stab and a slash. You wouldn't do that.
So one question
It's
I've got.
directed and it's particular places, you know?
Okay, go ahead, Beyonce.
One question I've got that just puzzles me about the variations of the wounds, right? And now you're talking about what Steve said about a 4th variation, right? And why are there so many variations, specifically in the PCA? At the end of the day, if you're not trying to put all these details out, and you're trying to say that this was one weapon, why put all these details about variations of the wounds in there at all? It just confuses me.
Very true. Yeah.
And the other thing I was going to say is I have hunted and cleaned animals and have done a lot of stuff like that, and I have never broken a blade, cheap or expensive.
No,
so I don't. I'm completely okay believing the blade didn't break.
Yeah.
No worries. No worries.
So now, what do you guys think he did with the knife when he left? Because
I think it's in the Snake River. I think he drove.
No.
Look,
I mean when he was exiting the house.
Oh, he could have put it in his pocket. I mean,
Yeah.
So you think he just stuck it right in his pocket?
yeah,
No,
or just carried it out.
Why not?
Carry
Because
it out.
he's obviously going to burn those clothes when he's done, Willie. So just throw it in your pocket and then.
It's pretty risky, man. Cutting yourself and then getting your blood mixed in with victim's blood. That's wild.
I agree with you. Because that's the question I've got is how did he get out of the house, get past Dylan, and her not see him with it? Because I'm pretty sure if I was describing somebody that walked by me and I saw them well enough to describe their eyebrows and their clothing, I could describe the 7-inch K-bar.
And that's where I think, Ant could come in and say, well, you know, you have all these. You just had a big party Friday night. Well, couldn't that have been somebody that, you know, was just in the house hanging out with one of your roommates? And I want to see what she says. Because like you said, she didn't see a threatening object, but she felt threatened.
Well, and that's where me and Clue disagree. She's sitting here looking at me now like, I don't know. But I think it's just crazy that she didn't describe seeing a weapon. But yet he left his sheath there. It just doesn't work for me.
It's not a long time.
But she knew he was a male.
Right?
Yeah.
But see,
Or he was a male, or you know what I mean.
Bushy eyebrows, no knife.
The problem is everyone. I think that we just assume that she was like looking at this guy for such a long time, but it's not. Like the hallway where he would have walked by her is so short. Like, and when we look at people like Dago, if you're walking towards me, I'm not gonna be looking down at your crotch. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be looking at your face.
That's it right there. She's not going to see a knife on his face unless he's holding it in front of his face. So what if he had it hand down to his side? She's not going to see that, you know?
Exactly. If he's on that step, he's a foot higher, right? So if he's on that step and he's not down, he's a foot higher. So his crotch would actually be more in line with her eyesight than what his face would be.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's not that tall, but yeah.
I know a bunch of chicks that are 5'10".
She's 5'10". He's what, 6'2". And he's on a step, so he's like 6'5" on the step.
I mean,
well, there's
you gotta think like
a height difference.
She's also got to blink. I mean, do you know how fast that is for someone to like walk by you?
Yeah.
You don't really have time to go up and down. Like, oh, nice shoes. You know what I mean?
That's why I struggled a little bit with what her description was of him, because that literally, think about the time amount that it takes to walk towards somebody as they're shutting their door. And it's dark.
To describe their eyebrows?
Because here's why. Like, listen, you guys, I'm telling y'all, you got to look at this house. I promise you, he walked by that sign that says good vibes. His face was illuminated, and she could probably tell black clothing when he gets in the hallway. There's not going to be any light.
What about short hair, long hair? What about any of that?
I think he had a hat on.
I do too.
Stupid if he didn't.
I think he had a beanie on, a winter hat. I agree that.
So a beanie and a COVID mask?
Yes, I do think it was a COVID mask. I don't think it was like a balaclava or something. I really feel like it was a COVID mask, almost like the ones his parents wore to court.
Because the balaclava, I can never say that right. It would not. Oh, we wore them in the fire department. It's just this, and typically it covers the eyebrows. It just gives you this. So I think he had this on right here. That's what I think he had.
Good
and
point,
I think it was
color.
winter. It was wintertime out, and I think that's what the beanie was for too. You know what I mean? So I'll go with that wholeheartedly. Absolutely.
And the part
but then you also asked a question on why nobody ripped off his mask. If he's sitting there struggling with 4 people, nobody ripped off his mask. That's crazy.
Well, you don't know that. Like, we don't know that. They could have, and you just put it back on.
Yeah, that's true too.
I guess.
Or he
You know
didn't.
how easy they are though to snap. I wear them for work every day because I work in the health profession, and like you could, like, even putting them on across my face, sometimes they just snap and I have to put another one on. So that if someone was pulling on one of those, it would just come off. You couldn't replace it.
Well, the only thing, the weird thing to me in the description, and I will say this until I'm dead in the ground, I don't care. The weirdest part is you describe these eyebrows, his height, what he's wearing. I'm not going to cuss, but it's a B word in front of the statement. What color was he?
Thank you. No, you can swear. That's okay.
Amen.
It's all right. It's all right. And that's what color was he? Was he black? Was he white? Honest to God. Seriously. You know what I mean? Like,
they're going to bring that up.
She did not say a white male, a black male. Right. A male, period.
And they even use that in the identification when they look at his license. They say white male with bushy eyebrows, but she didn't tell you it was a white male.
No, she didn't. Thank you very much. Good point. Very good point.
Talk another one up in our head.
That's a big one, Clue, because nobody has said really anything about that. That's a good point.
I have.
I mean, you, of course, but you know what I mean.
I didn't think of that. I'm just trying to figure out how she thought it was if she had a beanie on too.
That's it right there. There you go.
Well, you know the word K-bar means unalive bear.
Yep.
Kill a bear.
Yep.
Right.
Sure.
And the groove that you see in there, a lot of people think that's a red fluid groove. That was actually taken out to lighten the weight of the knife, and it also strengthened the spine of the knife. That knife you can put on a log and hammer it from the top down, and it'll split the log.
So then it's absolutely opposite of what I was told. It's a good strong knife. I got you.
Yeah. And like I said, you can watch it on YouTube. You can watch them torture testing. Because before I purchased a knife, which I already knew that knife was strong, any of the other knives, I just bought a Glock knife, which is equally as tough as this knife.
A Glock knife?
Yeah, Glock knives. Glock makes knives.
They make knives.
One of those.
Yeah, right. Ukraine uses them. And it's got a longer reach, if I'm not mistaken.
I personally can't see how you could kill a bear, which is how it got its name, right? Somebody killed a bear with this knife and it not break, but when it's a human, it will. You may not be hitting the bones.
How'd you get close enough to kill a damn bear with a knife? You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
hey, you should see me hunt.
There are people who have taken out bears.
Oh yeah,
you got to come see me.
I don't know about a grizzly or a polar, and
I imagine. I mean, damn, if you can get close to a bear, just close enough to stab him, then you're good. Shit.
I mean, it could be a 140-pound black bear instead of the 250-pound black bear.
It ain't hard.
Right.
It's the one. It's hard to walk away from one.
Yeah, right there, you go. That makes more sense. So that right there is a Glock knife. Glock fighting knife.
I don't see anything.
See, I don't think that's big enough. Do you?
You don't see it?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that would go nice on my pistol, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That's more like the World War I bayonet, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what it reminds me of. Is a bayonet, and it's the same. Looks like the same blade minus the groove and the handle. You know, I mean, so yeah, there it is.
But it's got no razor cut on the other side, right?
No, there's no serrated side. Or wait,
no.
Okay,
No,
the K-bar has what's called sawtooth, right, on the other side. Those
Yeah,
are
like a razor.
sawtooths, and that's where you can saw a tree limb if you need it.
Mm.
Now,
Yeah.
serrations would be on the blade side, and they'd be little grooves cut out.
So you'd see the difference in the stab, wouldn't you? If it was that, you would know.
Well, I believe did they or did they not say that there was no serration on the knife, or did they say there
did.
was?
They said that.
There wasn't.
Somewhere. I don't know where they said it, but I remember hearing it. But to be fair, like I like to cook, and sometimes when I'm like prepping, like especially around Thanksgiving and a turkey, I just have a question. Could you not gouge someone with a knife? Just as simple, like, you know what I mean? Because I've done that to a chicken before, trying to, you know what I mean?
Isn't it going to give it more of a slashing type of like I think I know what you're saying. The only way I could see that working out is if, like, how can I say this? Like, if you go down and turn, it's going to open that wound up to be more like a puncture-looking type wound, is what I would think. Okay, but I guess maybe if you were holding it sideways, it's going to give more of
like pulled on it. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, yeah, that's
gouges.
possible too. I guess that's possible too. I just, like I said, based on what was described in the PCA, it made me say, okay. And then Steve's explanation really is the one that really turned me on that, honestly. Which doesn't mean anything, guys. It doesn't mean this knife could have been the one that was used for everything. I guess,
I mean, we would only know that he had two weapons if they only know this K-bar because a sheath was left behind, right?
Yeah, that's exactly it. There could have been a completely different knife in the K-bar sheath. We don't know. You know what I mean?
I can tell you one thing that I think is going to be a real. I can't imagine it not being a real problem for the prosecution in terms of 12 people sitting in a jury box, is explaining how much yet how little Dylan actually saw. Yeah. Because no matter what, I mean, it just seems to me like there is so many more questions about what she saw or why she didn't see more than what is out there. And I can't imagine them coming into a courtroom and explaining it and not creating more of a problem.
And not doing anything about it on top of that.
The cops said they were both sleeping at first. That's
I
crazy.
think it's more about what she heard, don't you? Like, she must have heard something to crack the door open. So she was scared already. Right?
Yeah, and there's no way she went back and laid in bed and then got up again, then went back. No, she sat there by the door.
Listening by the door.
Well, here's the thing. Here's something that a lot of people don't catch and don't pick out in that PCA, and it just twicks my melon. There's no reason that she opened the door for the third time. They don't say nothing. She just randomly on the third time decides she's going to open the door again.
And then she sees him, randomly sees him on the third time.
I said on a show a long time ago that I thought, or I asked, it was kind of in the form of a question. Did she open the door all three times to check to see if somebody was still there? That's my thought. When she was hearing,
and she just got lucky on the third.
Exactly. They give a reason for the first and the second, right? She said somebody was there, and the second one she heard crying. The third time, no reason, and then all of a sudden there's a dude right there.
Bang! Perfect timing.
That's what I mean. Was she looking to see if somebody was there? Was she hearing something that made her think somebody was there? Do you know what I mean?
That's why I said her story changed, dude.
She was being nosy, listening for an argument, like girls do. We do that.
How many times?
Or she was trying to be part of an argument.
How many?
Or she was trying to be part of an argument because she's pissed off about all the noise.
Yeah.
How many times?
She did make that statement, shut the fuck up, right or wrong.
Yeah, I don't believe that for a second.
How many times does the PCA
on that.
She's the
I don't
newest
believe
roommate.
she said that.
Oh, sorry. Say that again, Clue.
I don't believe she said that, just simply because I think if she would have, she either said that and that's the reason that Xana and Ethan were a target, or she didn't say that.
Okay, gotcha. Got it. I mean, that's a good way to think of it too, because we don't know for a fact that she did say that. Absolutely.
But we do know she was the newest roommate, and to say that to everybody else is pretty bold in the middle of the night.
Dago,
what were you
It
saying,
doesn't
Riddler?
make it, yeah, I agree with fiance. It doesn't make it impossible because guess what? If I moved in that house, I don't care if I'm new or not. If it's 4 a.m, y'all better shut up and lay down.
But it was Saturday. This is why I don't believe any of this shit, because this was the biggest party night. Everybody's up at 34 doing shit.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
the noise at that time isn't uncommon to her. Trust me, I don't believe that.
What were you trying to say, Riddler?
I was trying to say, in the PCA, how many times were the girls, and I'll use the word interrogated, by the FBI, the Moscow police, and the Idaho police? And if you go exactly at least 3 times, and probably 3 different days, did the stories all line up? Do they match? I mean, just even Dylan. And why is Bethany's testimony not in the PCA? What do they hide?
If you read it, it says originally Dylan stated she went to sleep in her room. So that means either her story changed or she changed rooms.
Thank you. Story changed. That's why their timeline changed, and that's why it's all built around her.
And I'm assuming they took the girls, naturally they ain't going to stay in the house. They went to a hotel. And on one of the documents, you see billings or costs, and you see hotel. So I'm thinking they kept them there, brought them back the next day, let the FBI investigate them, let the other agencies investigate them, then they compare stories.
But if they investigated them, then why does Christy she doesn't specifically say who, but she definitely alludes to, I think it's a fair assumption to say that she's talking about Dylan and Bethany were cleared within hours.
I agree with you on that one. I do, bro. I think that was exactly who she was talking about. And I still think, I mean, think about this. I could be wrong. This is just a thought on my side of things. But with what happened being as traumatic as it was, I can't imagine that they would do any more than just have a generalized conversation with the two and say, hey, so can you tell us what happened? And then leave it go, knowing that they're probably traumatized, and then go back to them the next day, possibly. You know what I'm saying?
But they also could have got their statements, and then when she said, well, I was sleeping the whole time, and then they got her phone records back and confronted her with it, then she couldn't say she was sleeping anymore.
That's
in some senses.
The other problem I have a problem with was on the day this happened, students were told to shelter.
Yeah.
30 minutes later, all clear. It's taken off.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it wasn't targeted, or whatever they said. It was targeted.
Yeah.
But then now we know it wasn't targeted, so they put people in danger.
I do believe it was targeted. I'm just not convinced it was the necessarily the people themselves. I'm really on the train of thought that this was somebody, we don't know who, and I couldn't tell you who, but somebody that was in the area looking to do something like this, saw that car was the most secluded with 4 in the parking lot, went in, did what he did or she did, and left.
Target of opportunity.
But why would that person? Pick the house with a light on?
You know, here's one other real quick thing. And if you're going to go in that direction, it was the UC Davis football game that night. Okay. So there's a lot of people that are there for different reasons. Like you said earlier with the axe throwing thing, and then the Montana plate, people that are in here from out of town for whatever reasons. I see it, Todd, welcome. But that's a good possibility. I can go with that. You know, like I said, the most commonsensical, logical scenarios are the ones that I'm trying to field at this point and try to stick with it, because we've been through so much with this, guys, over a year now. We've seen the most ridiculous things all the way back down to the things that are just like, you know, what's in the PCA wholeheartedly, period. It's still hard to it's still hard to process certain things. Like I said, I wholeheartedly want to believe that when the trial hits, there's something that's going to be shown that's going to tell me that Bryan was in that house and did this. Period. End of story. Because they have this man in custody and they fought so hard to make him the person.
Yeah,
but
they just forgot to put it in the PCA.
Exactly. I'm with you, Willie. I'm with you all day. I don't understand. To me, you would put your most damning evidence in the PCA, and it's not in there.
That's where I have the biggest problem right there, guys. I want this to be what it is. I want this to be what they're showing us. I want this to be over, to be honest with you. But, you know, the trial itself is, honest to God, we could talk for 14 hours about this. We're not going to know. We're not going to know until the trial hits. You know, at that point, that's the problem with this whole thing.
Let's hope they schedule it soon.
Well,
I think as it stands, I don't think anybody could actually put someone to death on what they put forward so far.
Agree.
No. And they want to shoot him. And that's what I would pull on the strings of the jury if I was Ann, is now you have something else to pull on, which is a different way of executing this guy now, which is they want to shoot him in the heart instead of injecting him. So,
and there's nothing enough. Well, for me, there's not enough evidence for anyone to say, yeah, he's definitely guilty. You know, enough so that I want to kill him. No.
Salty, if you didn't hear, he said he was 16 when he saw him last time.
Yeah, he was 16. He was in 10th grade.
Gotcha.
Willie, did you go to school with him the whole time? Like you graduated with him?
I didn't graduate with him. I graduated with, you know Casey Arntz, the one that gave an interview.
Yeah.
She's in my grade. I graduated with her in 2011. But Bryan's 2 years younger than me, and Skylar Jacobson, the one that he went jogging with, is 1 year younger than me. So, like I said, within those 3 years, we all knew each other.
Because I find it interesting that people say he became a bully, but then I read somewhere that he did his senior year online, that he didn't even go to school.
Yeah. So, So I asked Mike, I don't know if you know, Mike is the guy who helped make that rap song. Mike had told, because when I can't talk for when I graduated high school. I don't know what happened. So that's why I asked Mike. And Mike said that a kid was bullying him in gym class one day. And I guess Bryan I don't know if he knocked him out or hit him down or whatever, but he basically stood up for himself. And so he was actually getting bullied. I don't know if he said it was 8th or 9th grade. I forget what he said. But no, I never saw Bryan as a bully. I just always saw him in those upper AP classes, like advanced placement classes, because he was so smart. And that's how I knew him, because there's a Pennsylvania state assessment. And if you don't do really good on that test, then they place you in these different classes based on how you did. And that's kind of where I met Bryan, because his ass was number 5 or whatever he was, because he was so smart. And then from grade school till high school, he kind of lost weight. And like I mentioned earlier, started hanging out with the more popular cliques that I knew, that were more in the sports. And then I graduated. And then, like I said, that's where I asked Mike what happened from there. And he said his junior year was just normal. He didn't, nothing happened. And remember, his mom worked at the school, so he didn't have room to get in trouble all the time and be this bully. You know what I mean? So, yeah. So I never saw him bully anybody. I just always thought he was a smart, quiet kid that, if you asked me 10 years down the road, I'd think he was a rocket scientist or something like that because of how smart I thought he was. But I guess not.
Willie. That's what, it doesn't make sense, the whole narrative. And especially that he had that problem with a substance or whatever, but then he got off of it. Willpower.
Yeah, he was on heroin. Well, he was on heroin. So I thought he was on heroin for many, many years, like everybody else was, until I spoke to Mike. And Mike did heroin with Bryan all the time from the beginning. And they did it all in 2013. And like I said, earlier, in 2013, they would do heroin in the McDonald's parking lot, and they'd eat a whole bunch of food, like McDoubles, McChickens, all kinds of shit. So Bryan wasn't a vegan, at least up from 2013. I don't know after that, but up until 2013, Bryan was not a vegan. Mike had told me. And then after 2013, he kind of like cut everybody off that was associated in the drugs up there in the Poconos, and then left and, you know, started his college journey and got clean and everything. And since that day, he hasn't contacted anybody back home that, you know, was into the drugs and stuff. So
that's what you got to do to be able to get clean and get away from that kind of stuff. You separate completely from that element and move into a different life altogether. You know what I mean?
Like when he told me that, I was like, oh, that's kind of suspicious. But then I was like, wait, maybe that's part of the program or something. So yeah.
Willie, do you know if Brent Kohberger was from Pennsylvania?
No clue, brother.
No, not from Pennsylvania. No.
No, I don't think he is either. Just to me, it's like the willpower that you have to literally stop doing that, for one, right? They say it's like the best feeling in the world. And if you do it once, you're always going to do it. The willpower to stop that and then go on, live your life. And like you said, he never contacted any of the people that were into that. If you have that much willpower, even if you wanted to do something like this, wouldn't you be able to stop yourself?
Well, you're talking about the drug, like the stopping the drug use, because again, Sherry, Miss Wisdom Speaks, has that. His girlfriend OD'd too. Remember that, Willie?
Whose?
Bryan's.
Bryan's girlfriend OD'd?
I didn't know that.
Who OD'd?
There was a story that I was told. I might have this.
That's why I asked the other day, because somebody had a live that said that Bryan's girlfriend died suddenly in high school, and I'm trying to figure out who they were talking about.
Never heard that.
That's from my understanding. That's what I thought that was.
And like I said, it better not be Ashley Flugel. I don't want to hear that. Like, I know how she died. Bryan had nothing to do with that.
I don't know. I couldn't find a real story on it. I've looked, but that's the story that I heard that either it was either his girlfriend or a very close friend of his, female, that OD'd, and that's supposedly what made him, was kind of like his I'm done type thing. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
I don't know. I don't know for a fact. That's why I didn't know if you knew anything about that. So
well, yeah, I know Ashley Flugel overdosed. I think she was around his class. Again, if I had the name, I could probably tell you. I don't know who they're saying.
Okay. Sherry said that a friend of his was there on the live and then was there the night that happened, I guess. Sorry. So, I mean, it's another piece of information. I mean, I don't think it has anything. It obviously has nothing to do with this case, but it was just, you know.
But you hear Bryan had friends. He hung out with people. Like he wasn't this, you know.
He wasn't an
type dude that they painted him out in the beginning, and that's where I got involved because I just don't like false narratives, man. Keep it 100.
I get it, and that's why I try to keep things ground level here with this. You know, things do go left and right here and there, and it happens. People have their opinions. It's okay. We gotta keep it. We gotta keep it ground level, guys, because that's a big part of the problem with what happened with this case. You know, everybody's opinions are important to me. Everybody's thoughts are important to me. Like, I never thought of, I hate calling him fiance, but that's what you call him. So, his theory, I never like ran that through my mind like that. And it does make some sense. It really does. So I actually kind of like that, to be honest with you. And it seems because of, how can I say it? You know, the guy coming in, that somebody from out of town is just passing on through, picks this house because it's kind of hidden out of the way. You see the cars, bing, bang, boom, and you're out the door and you're gone. I mean, it does make some sense, guys. And
if he went in the back, I know somebody said pick the house with a light, but let me tell you, if those party lights weren't on in the back of the house, if you look at some of the news that they've done since this, it is dark as shit.
Well, yeah, but wouldn't Xana have been awake?
What's that?
Wouldn't Xana have been awake and lights on?
Oh, yeah.
Hold on a minute.
We're talking over each other.
Yeah, hold on.
Saying, you know, the house, even though the light's on, and why that house, right? So in my mind, when I look at the map and I see that one entrance of the house is sitting just a little bit off the street, and the other entrance is surrounded by trees and darkness, right? When this first happened and she pulled up a map of it, I'm like, whoever did this walked through those woods that go around there between that house and that apartment complex, because that's the one place they can go and not be seen.
Well, and you know what? You saying that reminded me of earlier on in when this happened. I was looking at some different variations in maps, and if you go up that back hill into the parking lot behind the house and you keep on walking back, there's a stairwell that takes you down and out and across down to a whole other area. Like, and its stairwell was hidden within the trees. I mean, probably not as much in the wintertime, but still, like, it's dark, it's nighttime. You can go in and out of that area through that back direction without being seen and end up somewhere completely away from that if you hit that stairwell. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, I believe it. It's just, like I said, what we have to believe now is, like, he had a car and he parked in the front of the house and then ran right in. Like, immediately ran in, did this, and ran out, which doesn't which doesn't make sense. What you're saying makes way more sense, that somebody was laying in the cut in the darkness on foot, committed this, and that's how they got away.
That's why
Dago, I have to go, and I just want to thank you and your all-star cast for having me up here. You got a wonderful chat audience also.
Oh, absolutely. I always appreciate you up here, Riddler. You know you're welcome, buddy.
Well, I always love coming here to this channel. Willie was right. He's the one who endorsed it. And I said, let me go look at it. So anyway, God bless everyone. Love and light to all. And I'll see you soon.
Brother. Much appreciated, man.
Riddler saying so long from the Sunshine State.
Later,
Take care, brother.
It's lovely to meet you. Goodbye.
So yeah, that makes sense. With what you were saying down there, I do, and I've always wondered, if that was one of the issues, if the car was ever even involved in that point. Maybe he parked somewhere else completely and did a whole, you know what I mean? But they're saying they see the car here, they see the car there.
That's what I mean. They're saying,
but you also see, at least if I recall, 3 other cars in the Linda Lane footage, and in the body cam footage, you see several. And then one thing with his car in the PCA that's never made any sense to me was they describe him leaving Pullman, but then they describe him on the wrong side of town in Moscow coming back. And it's like, where the hell was he going?
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. That makes 100% sense. Oh, where'd you go? There you are. Okay. So
and I think they're going to run into that problem too of contradicting pings. Saying that he pinged in this area, but he wasn't here at that time. Like, so how do you know he was here at a certain time? Then, if you're saying he wasn't here at it's like, what? And that's why I think the cast report's going to play a big role.
The pings really bother me. I don't know. What's your thought on the ping stuff, Clue? I've never heard anything off you from that.
So the best person to ask that would be the fiance, because that's, if you will, in his wheelhouse. So
okay, gotcha.
I think the pings, are in terms of generality, right? Like, if he were supposed to be in Pennsylvania and they said, oh, well, he pings in Moscow, okay, now you got something to go on. But the rest of it, to me, yeah, you can lay out a general path. I do agree with the general path they say he took home and all this, but I don't, when they say in the area of the home, that's absolutely misleading in my opinion. Or it's a very generalized statement that's made to be very specific, and it's just not that. It's just not specific. There's no way for it to be just off of cell phone pings.
And don't forget, in your PCA, you literally obliterate the pings being any value, because you say on the 14th, his phone pinged in Moscow, but you don't believe he was in the area.
Yeah. Don't they say it's like a 20-mile radius or something on them? So he could be sat in Pullman in his flat and not anywhere near the Moscow. And it will still ping that he's there because it's one tower.
It's more like 5 miles. Realistically, it's about 5 miles for anything solid.
More than 5
but
miles.
the thing people think about is when people call 911, oh, they can come right to you. But it's completely different once you actually make that call, because they triangulate you off of 3 towers, or at least 3 sectors of multiple towers. And there's just not that many towers in that area that he could have been pinging off of that would have triangulated him that closely.
I just don't think that's any use at all. I don't think that's any use at all to anyone.
I will say we had a live before we left for our Christmas party, and somebody brought up something really interesting. The fact that they still have, Steve was doing an interview and he was talking about he couldn't understand why they had so many of her electronics still. And they said something about them still having Kaylee's speaker. And then I think we were talking about if the Bluetooth in his phone, even if he had it off, but he took it in with him, would the Bluetooth try to pick up that speaker?
Good point. Good point. But wouldn't his Bluetooth have to be kind of activated for it to even recognize it?
Well, that's the thing, right? So we were looking at this. We actually looked at it while we were online. Your cell phone. So if you're in airplane mode, right?
Yeah.
Your cellular stuff is done. It's off. However, your Bluetooth is a whole different animal and it stays on.
Okay. Gotcha. I never knew that. That's good to know. Interesting. Thank you for that.
Somebody mentioned that in the chat in that live the other night. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's true too. Cars have Bluetooth capabilities. That's a fact, Sherry. Thank you. Absolutely. That's actually interesting. I never thought of that, Clue. Thanks for that.
No, I never thought that.
That's a lot of stuff that I don't with everything else we talk about. I do know one thing though. One thing is that I think that I don't know. I think that the cast is going to make a big difference for some reason. That's just me. And I think that's going to change the channel completely for a whole lot of people. And I hope that it's in a positive way, obviously.
Well, what is that? Is that just has to do with putting his phone in the house that's off?
So I will say this, if you don't know this, but your phone, if you have a Google account on your phone or something, it's always monitoring how you're moving.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. So.
But it's monitoring you even if you're not, right? Even if it's not linking back to any kind of cloud storage like Google or anything like that, your phone's still
I saw two guys. Yeah, I saw two guys test it with flip phones, and they took the batteries out and everything, and they drove around all these places, and then they plugged in their, I don't know what the hell they plugged in, but it showed it everywhere they were.
But so it doesn't have to do with just driving either. We were talking about this on a live one night, and if you're running, it'll say running, or we joke because we say riding a bicycle, because I've actually seen it say that where it's riding a bicycle. It's literally mapping and tracking your physical movements, if your phone is in your pocket.
Well, that came out in the Murdoch case, didn't it, with the movements and everything.
Well, that's why I'm curious to see if since he's a runner, I'm curious to see if he has one of those apps that track your heart rate and your steps and stuff, because that's how that's the whole argument over in the Karen Reed case, because that officer had that app on his phone and he took 300 steps when he should have took 5 steps.
Here's the question you would have to answer for me with Kohberger and the cache data of being of any real value, because I think they're talking about more than just his location, but also the movement, the tilt, and things like that of the phone. Why, if he had his phone in airplane mode and he went to do this, would he even take the phone in the damn house with him? Because that's the only way that you're going to use the phone, in my opinion, to convince me 100% just off of that he was even in the house. That's where the value would come in my opinion.
Yeah.
Well, why'd you drive this damn car? I mean,
right. There's just a lot of things that just don't. It just seems too easy, because it just I don't know, but it doesn't make any sense either, right?
For him to be studying what he was studying and be so smart, no, it doesn't make sense.
No, and then drive the murder vehicle across the country, and then get pulled over twice and keep going and celebrate, your holiday like nothing happened. That's crazy.
Yeah, I agree 100% with that. It's
first time when I got pulled over, I would have said, "Dad, put your seatbelt on because we're going to the border, buddy."
That's the part that is hard to understand with all of it. That makes it so weird. I agree. I do agree on that part. Like I said, guys, there's a lot of questions that aren't answered and won't be answered. That I've questioned so many things. I've said this 100,000 times. For the life of me, I really do want to believe that Bryan Kohberger did this only because of how positive they are, how they've done this whole thing. I do. I want to see that proof, which is not going to happen until trial. We know that. So, that's my take on it, and it's going to stay that way until something happens to show me any different, which is probably not going to be a trial.
There you go. As it stands, are you neutral then?
Oh, 100,000%. I'm on the fence. Yeah. I'm not guilty or innocent, and I have been for since I went through the PCA and that all is. That's where I turned a little bit and said, "Hey."
Yeah.
But I will say this: I've looked at things. I said this the other a week ago. I've gone back over the PCA. I've looked at it from a different perspective, and I can see, in some senses, how they got to the point where he's guilty in some senses. But I listen, like I'm not disrespecting anybody when I say this. I don't want anybody to take it that way either. The whole framing thing, I can't sit with that anymore, only because why would they frame him? Of all, for what? Like, why would you pick somebody that is?
They framed Avery.
How do you know? Like, why would you pick somebody of all people that has this as a background? You know what I mean?
Because he's not from there, and he's specializing to study in that field. I'm not saying he's framed either. I'm kind of with.
But he's a good candidate.
I don't. But
yeah.
I mean, I think if you take all the pieces and you have no idea who did this, and you take all the pieces you have, and they all could point to this guy, I think it makes sense to issue an arrest warrant. I just think they should have followed him, got his DNA before they went and arrested him, or just called him in and said, "Hey, will you submit to it?" And then followed him, did something before they arrested.
Where's the questioning? Yep.
Didn't they question him 3 times?
They questioned hundreds of other people.
Didn't they interview him 3 times before he went on his road trip back home?
I haven't heard that.
I don't think so.
I heard that he was questioned 3 times or brought in 3 times for questioning or something.
No, definitely not. They had him in their sights at one point towards the end of November, and then they let him go. And I mean, they let him go on. They didn't. They just let him go. I don't know what I was.
Okay.
But then they got him back, in their sights and went after him when he headed back.
He was interviewed though, didn't he?
And then they lost him.
Didn't his attorney say that he was interviewed or something and it wasn't recorded?
No.
I don't remember that.
They're talking about the phone interview with Payne. Is that or the?
Okay. Right.
Yeah, I don't think. No. Definitely was not taken in 3 times. That's a big argument that a lot of us have had. Why didn't they do that when they had them in their sights the first time? So,
I also, Willie, you and I would have a disagreement on this end. I don't think it's weird that he drove his car across country. If you cheat on your wife, you're not going to come home that night and still not give it to her because you're going to act like everything is normal, status quo.
You don't want her to get.
But why not? Yeah, but why not sell your car in Idaho before?
I mean,
because that would be super suspicious if you sold your car.
Exactly. And there's already 22,000. I mean,
so let's re-register it.
Well, see, that's where it was about to expire.
Yeah, he was. His
so what? Let it expire. He just kills more
Why would
people.
you do that?
He goes to a physical. He gets a haircut. This guy just,
Those are the things. Those are the things that made me go, okay, that's a little odd that he continued living his life, and that nobody questioned him. I've questioned those things. I agree, but at the same time, his birthday was the 21st of November. I know that now permanently because mine's the 23rd. I'll never forget that. God bless. But he had to he followed the law from what we know. You saw him on that stop.
Right.
He's asking about the law, so he's not going to let his plates expire. and get pulled over for that. So that's why he registered his car, because he was planning on, see, that's something else that tells me, that threw me off a little bit too, that he's planning on staying there. He registered his car in Washington.
And coming back. Yep.
Yeah. So it's a little odd. Those things are odd to me. I agree.
Plus, as much as he's scared of flying, trust me, I would have flew instead of driving a car that the whole country's looking for across the country. That's pretty stupid in his part.
That was pre-planned, though. His dad, that whole thing was pre-planned for his father to come.
Oh no, I know. I'm just saying that after that happened, if I would have done that crime, I would have changed plans, man.
Terry's got a good point. A lot of serial killers that we've seen about, they act completely normal and live their life like anybody else do. You know,
100%. That's the smartest way.
They don't want to be brought into perspective per se. You know what I mean?
So on that note of serial killers, what do you guys think of the numerology of it? The 1122 and like you've got 1122 king and you've got 1122 queen, right? So literally around the corner.
I never followed the numerology thing. I've seen a lot of people talk about it, so I don't really have like any kind of.
Well, you've got his birthday, which is also like November the 21st, right?
11/21.
November the 21st, his birthday, something like that. Like all the numerology is like all those numbers, and you've got two houses, both 1122, in like King Street and Queen Street. So,
and that's why I think there was a lost DoorDash driver on camera. I think they got lost.
Speaking of King and Queen Street, so I don't think they're related. However, that lady that went missing in, what is it, Stroudsburg?
Yeah.
Yes.
That.
Oh yeah.
If you look at the map of her house, 1 or 2 streets over is King and Queen.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's weird. That's weird.
It's really weird, isn't it?
Yeah, that's weird, and that's just oh my god, that's strange. You make a good point though. If say for instance Bryan was into numerology, that absolutely would apply to this. I would say wholeheartedly, but
yeah,
I don't know anything about the numerology stuff. I never really followed. That's just something else for me to have to deal with. But that what you just said is very strange, Clue. I'm sorry to say. Very strange. So yeah, I can agree on that. Maybe the numerology, it just, I mean, if you're a numerology person, it just falls into place. It's.
But if you're a serial killer and you go on numerology, then that would make sense, right?
Sure, absolutely, it would. I don't know about.
You wouldn't think he would be into that. Like typically, people who are in like law and criminology and stuff like that, like it's not about chance or luck or things like that. It's about facts.
Yeah.
Which numerology is not based in. You know what I mean?
No.
That's a good point. Yeah, that queen.
Just throwing it in as a curveball, you know.
Yeah, sometimes there are just coincidences. Good point, Fire. I mean, that's a lot of coincidences, but yeah, I get it. Absolutely.
Oh, I lost my mind when I saw that. I was like, wait a minute now. This could be him and like developing a pattern of that street or something.
Yeah.
My only problem with that is I just don't believe if it's him, I don't believe he's ever done anything like this before.
I don't either. I think that's the one and only time that it happened. And I think, thank God, because then, you know, this could have been the kickoff to get him rolling into the whole serial killer realm. And thank God that it was caught when it was. But it just seems to me that this is the first and only time if he did it. I agree. So
I tell you what, he's good though. If you go in, like Ted Bundy couldn't even do that in that sorority house.
And that's what I just I said to you. If Bryan did this, he's real damn good. Very, very good. Me and Jules talked about that multiple times to be able to do what he did without bringing back any DNA on his person, to his home, in his car.
To his car is the biggest.
I mean, not even a drop of blood. Come on.
I don't care about his car, home, apartment. I care about his car, dude.
Yeah, I agree.
He has no. I mean, you can make an argument, you know, that he had time to clean up his house, office, or wherever, but you can't make a piece of an argument that he had time to clean up his car.
Yeah, but Willie, to even like his shower, they they scrubbed his drains, checking for different things, and they found nothing in the drain. Come on. I mean,
That's-
that's
I mean,
a lot.
yeah,
That's a lot.
Yeah.
What do you think they're going to try to paint the motive for him to be? Because a lot of people say, "Oh, motive doesn't matter," and you know, in certain situations, I could agree. But in this
Love when
one,
they
when
say that.
everything you've got is circumstantial, what do you
Yeah.
think the motive will be?
I would need a motive.
I mean, you know,
Motive helps.
you don't. If okay, let me put it this way. Say, for instance, this was his first thing he was doing, and depending on how this went for him, if he liked it, that he was gonna go forward with this as a serial killer per se. I don't think you need a motive at that point. There would be no motive at that point. So therefore, you know, but we don't know that that's the case. Now, other than that, I can't find a motive for this. Okay, you know, Steve said that he was jealous of Maddie and Kaylee's relationship.
I don't
Okay.
believe that.
That one is hard for me to accept. You know, no disrespect to Steve, because I absolutely have nothing but respect for him. But
I agree.
I can't see why would he care what their relationship was personally? That doesn't
Right.
float for me. You know what I mean? So that's, you know, that's hard for me to take. Now, maybe he had an interaction. I had a little theory at one point, and it's just a theory that, you know, he was vegan. The restaurant that Maddie worked at had served vegan food. Maybe he interacted there at one time with them, and, you know, the reaction he had to either one of them was not what he wanted.
That is such a weak link, though, isn't it? That is just so
It is.
weak.
It is very much so, but, you know, theory, motive-wise, that would be something that I could think could set somebody off. Okay, but
What's crazy is there, you know, if he did go upstairs and he was able to, you know, take them out fairly quickly, if they were both women and one of them were the target, what was the motive? Because there was no SA. So he just did this to just take their lives because she looked at him wrong. I mean,
maybe they made him mad. Maybe he was just trying to, you know, talk to one of them. They're both beautiful girls, okay? And you know, I've even said that maybe Kaylee was visiting Maddie, having food there or something, hanging out with her friend one time, and interacted with her, and he got weird. You know, people stated before that he's gotten weird with them. I don't know. And the reaction that he had to that, he didn't like. It could be anything, honestly, guys. He could have just snapped. Okay.
Well, and you talking about the serial killer aspect of it, right? If this was his first time, I was sitting there thinking about Bundy, and I don't think Bundy had necessarily any motive in you know, the one that comes to mind is his last act, right? Because that was the one that got him caught. And I don't think there was any motive there. I think it was just he saw these people and were like, yeah, I'm going to do it to them.
That's it right there. I mean, I don't think there has to be a motive at this point. I mean, I know we all want one because it would help us understand it better. It doesn't fit in that point. I do want to know why.
But you would think he would know how many people
it was him.
were in that house.
Don't think it was him.
He knew exactly who was behind each door, didn't he?
Yeah.
That's a little
problem.
hard to handle. I agree. That is a little bit hard to accept.
That he knew who was in what room.
Let's go backwards on that too. And if we're going to say that he was there those 12 times, stalking possibly, that he was seen sitting by somebody in his car staring at the house, stalking possibly, when you light that house up from the outside, you could see a lot. Okay.
In the windows, yeah,
through the windows. And I think Christy even made a statement where she said that she would believe that he was even in that house at one time. So who knows, guys? We don't know. You know what I mean? I would love to know the motive. I really would love to know the motive. That's a big fact for me. I'd like to hear him say it. If it's him, I'd love to hear him say why he did this. I don't think that's ever going to happen.
But
No,
even the person that did this, if they were stalking them, wouldn't even know what Kaylee's new car was. They wouldn't know whose car that was. They would surely think, well, there's a new car in the driveway. Don't know who that is. Another man could be. You know, you wouldn't know.
That's what I say. He went in outnumbered.
Maybe there is something that like we haven't thought of.
Exactly.
If he is in school for criminology, like, is it possible for him to run a tag?
What do you mean?
Like the new car, right? We're all like, he wouldn't know whose car that was, but in his field of study,
him to run a license plate. I mean, yeah, maybe. Depending on who he knows.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Or if he has access to certain things for the stuff that he's. I mean, yeah, anything. The guy's smart. First of all, he had his own laptop. Who knows if he even had some kind of software that he could have figured out to do that kind of thing with. So
That's what I mean. They have that now. Whatever he used, if he ordered DoorDash for him, if he did anything digitally, they have it.
Borg, they worked and bought those things, Borg.
He's done.
So I mean, I don't know, but that's a good point, Clue. He could have had something like that. You know what I mean?
He's absolutely
I firmly think he could have, because I mean, you're studying criminology, right? You meet people. Now I don't know, you kind of look weird if you just came up to some random person and was like, can you run this tag for me? And then that person winds up being gone. But could you do it yourself? You know what I mean?
But what I'm saying, right, what I would question on that is that she bought it that day or that weekend, right? So obviously there'd be a transfer of deeds or titles, whatever you call it over there. So that would take longer to register on the internet or the police profiles. It wouldn't be instant, is what I'm saying, because it'd have to go through the DVLA, right?
Yeah. You have to take it, get a temporary tag for it, and then you
so it would take
it over.
a while. Yeah. It would take a while to go through and come visible to other people. It would still show up as the previous owner, right?
That's
for quite a while.
Happens in cops all the time. Yeah.
See, I thought they registered your 30-day tag to you. It was like that way, if you get caught driving, it's your
sometimes
car.
But sometimes in the system, like if you buy a new car, it happens all the time. They'll come back and be like, "Is this stolen?" And you're like, "No, I just bought it." And then it just hasn't updated yet.
It's the same way it works here. Like I can look up somebody's driving like number plate here. I often do it with private number plates actually, because I'm quite nosy and I wonder what type or what car it is and what year it is. And it will come up with all the details, but it won't tell me the driver's name or anything like that, like the owner's name.
And
it will just give me the details of the whole car, but nothing else.
Pickle just said he could have been stalking them outside their house, workplaces, clubs, etc., or he was just mad that Ellie thought they didn't need him and could have been a revenge on a local PD. That's another thing right there. Like, you don't need me, that's fine. I'm gonna make you work. You know what I'm saying?
Steve kind of alludes to that too, when he's like, he thought he was gonna teach these hillbillies how to.
Yes, there you go. But here's the thing, though. I like what Pickle said with the beginning part of that, because we don't know. Like, this dude could have been when he's not working. What other life does he have? Probably not a whole lot, as we know. He could have been driving around in that area, we know, watching them coming out of the corner club. Maddie going in and out of work when she does. Kaylee going back and forth to work when she does, from a distance without anybody seeing him. If he is going to school for this, he knows how to stay out of the way. Okay. And it is one of them things, guys. That's a very good point, that he could have been doing this for a while. Okay. Or the other half of that, and like you just said, Steve alluded to, maybe he just was pissed and wanted to put them to work. End of story.
I find it funny that they do have now, if you look at the Moscow website, it's changed. The police website now, it's changed an awful lot since this crime, because now they actually have a crime unit. And if you look at the picture on the crime unit, it's now Blaker walking up the back of the woods behind the 1122 house. And now they also have a cloud-based forensics expert.
See?
What's a cloud-based forensics expert?
Now they're actually prepared.
Well, and I said that. I said that once before, guys, that this is one big thing. And I went back to this a couple of times. I was a firefighter in EMS for a long time. I went through training, just like anybody else does. You go to different classes for different things to learn how to do these things. But until you actually, first time, hands-on, go into a situation, and even then, you're going to make some mistakes, because it's not, you don't learn as much of the hands-on stuff until something happens, okay? So at that point, they've never experienced a quadruple homicide in this small town. I'm going to guarantee, we know that, okay? To go into some situation like that, there's very possibly going to be some serious mistakes made. Not that not because they're, not good at what they do, but damn, this is a huge case. And you don't know how to accept something like this until you actually handle it. So now now, like she said, now they have this in place. Now they have that in place. Now they're ready for something. God forbid anything ever were to happen like that again. But until you experience this, it's not something anybody's ready for, guys.
But that would be the worst case scenario, is him getting off in a technicality.
Oh God.
Oh, that would be horrible. That would be horrible.
That's worst case.
The worst thing, absolutely. Sherry says I told you they're holding back. Yes, ma'am.
You heard what you just said, right? Until
did.
you've experienced this, you're not ready for it. I will say this. If it was Kohberger, I am in disagreement with everyone else. I do not believe it was his first time, because you got a whole lot of stuff right for this to be
You're right.
number
You're
one.
right. There's not enough mistakes. Absolutely. I talked about that with somebody
I
else.
would have kicked Brian's ass blindfolded, dude. This is what.
But here's the thing, though. If he made the only mistakes that he did make was leaving the sheath, and what?
He drove
driving
everything
his
else.
Car.
He drove his car. He drove his car.
Took his phone.
On surveillance.
That's true.
Because I've
Sheath,
put
phone,
that cop
car, video.
Like I've put that if that's his car in that video, I'll give him that one too. But I have put overlays of that Ford Fusion that those undercover cops were driving.
Same car. You're right. I did it too.
Yeah, go look at that video, Willie. I'm telling you. Because another thing about that car that them cops were in, that was not like no base model what you're going to buy for cheap as a police department. It had the silver trim around the middle, which means it's an upgraded version. So whose car were y'all in?
Yeah, that was an LE version, like limited edition type. It was not just a basic roll down rim.
Exactly.
Well, that's what I said. If you watch the Linda Lane footage and people are picking out the car, why are people not picking out two cars? Because you're going to have Bryan and you're going to have the DoorDash driver.
And the truck that leaves at the time the crime was done and he left.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hold on. Okay. No, hold on. Let's stop what you just said. Are you talking about the truck that pulled out at like 423?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So did you also see that individual who got in that truck walk from the far right-hand side of the screen?
I see somebody start running at the woods, like where the woods would be. You see a flashlight. It hits for 1 second. Then you see somebody take off running, and then somebody gets in that truck.
So I'm going to have to find the enhanced version that Jeff H did, because when he did that, you see, I mean, clear as day, a guy walk into the screen from the right-hand side, then walk up towards the parking lot, around the parking lot, then past the apartments off the left-hand side, walk towards the home. And then, like you said, around 420 something, the same guy walks back into the frame, gets into a truck that looks like it was waiting for him, and then takes off.
Yeah.
That's sketchy as hell.
Right. Like that. Go ahead.
One thing.
Definitely. I can agree.
One thing I was going to say a minute ago when she was talking about the website, the Moscow PD website, that I find just a little funny to me that y'all are in such a hurry to tear this house down, and this house and this whole thing is such a travesty for your community and everything like that. And I do believe that. But in terms of the visibility and getting rid of that house, but then the image that you use to promote the fact and really puff your chest about your criminal investigation division is literally from the scene with the house in the background of it.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't understand that. I could all day see a criminal investigation division showing a team of people, or maybe just Blaker. But to show from that crime scene is just a little weird to me. I don't know why. It's just it's like, why are you advertising we're badasses? We solved this case.
I mean,
like, that's just crazy.
I agree. That's definitely not how. That's not good PR. I'm sorry, but it's not, in my opinion. I agree with that.
Is there a way to find camera footage or Google Earth maybe around like that time to see if that vehicle that that person got in and took off from?
It's all been taken down, bro. People look for it forever.
Damn.
Yeah,
I want to see if that truck was there like 2 days prior, or, you know, like if it's somebody that lives there, or if it was just there for that night, you know?
Well, I can tell you it was there through the whole Linda Lane footage, like
I know
that we
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was there the whole time. So, I mean,
No, I know that. I just want to know if it was there, like, you know,
like if it was a regular
Yeah.
vehicle there, right?
Right.
Wait, Enon should know that, right? Doesn't Enon Harsh live right there?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He lied to me when I interviewed him, so I don't know if I trust anything he says anymore. I don't know.
I've never trusted him. That's just me, though.
He's very
once he lied to me,
sketchy,
that was
isn't
it.
Yeah, didn't he say he was the peanut or something?
Yeah.
He was, but then the
because the preliminary was bounced and they did the secret indictment, then it was no longer, you know.
But why? Why subpoena Enon Harsh?
because he said that he heard a scream or something.
No, that was fake. He witnessed the vehicle next door and with the Montana plate and all that stuff. I think that's my opinion.
Yeah,
So he
the
lied
black
about
truck.
that then?
The black truck.
I don't
So
know
then
if he
it-
lied or not, but that's why I think he was subpoenaed.
Yeah, but
Well,
he
then it
changed
was the defense.
He
That
changed
would
his
have to
social
be the
media post.
defense.
Yeah, they were. That's who he said subpoenaed him was the defense. But my question was, what did the defense know about him? Because to listen to him and his his statement about what happened the day of, the cops came to his door, asked him where he had been. He told them, and they left him alone. Never talked to him again. So what does the defense want to know from him? If nobody's questioned him.
That's a good point. That's a good point, bro. Seriously. I mean, like, I don't know. He dropped I remember Publicly Buzz read a letter that he had dropped about his life, okay? And it was kind of ridiculous, the things that he put out. I mean, it was just stupid, you know, talking about crazy ass drug dealer, this and that. And I'm like, dude, come on. So I don't know if he was ever taken seriously, okay?
He should have been as a suspect.
He should have been at first.
Especially bushy eyebrows.
Well, no, listen, it goes further than that.
He fits
because let me tell you, I had a little conversation with Enon Harsh, right? Not as me, okay? Because I'm not crazy enough to be like, oh, I have a YouTube channel, because then you're just gonna feed me all BS, right?
Yeah, yes.
So let me tell you the one thing I will say that Enon said that kind of just made me go, Bert, what is tricking his location on Google?
Oh, what? Wait a minute. Say that again.
Tricking his location on Google.
What the hell does that mean?
Interesting.
The data, isn't he?
When he's into data analytics and he's actually going back to school for it, but he was talking about how he tricked his location on Google.
Yep.
Damn.
That's what he just went back to school for, Willie, was exactly what they just said, data analytics. That's what he's doing now. So,
but he was talking about
5'10", bushy eyebrows.
Exactly.
And I'm not pushing the whole thing of he did
I'm
it,
just
but
bullshitting.
I am evaluating it, right?
Now-
To me, it's always been he's right there. He lives within
yes, sir.
hundreds of feet of that house. He matches the description DM gave y'all, and you don't even
come on.
question him.
Now, wait a minute, though. Wait a minute, Emma. There's more to that, too, because I watched Enon from the beginning, and I've rewatched and rewatched and rewatched and rewatched. The dude is the things that he has said. He inserted himself. Now, here's something to remember. His teacher, one of his teachers, stated that he is way smarter than he puts himself out to be. She knows him. She knows how smart this dude is. He inserted himself on purpose. Have you guys ever heard of, and I'm not saying that Enon did this, it's just kind of a theory that I had a long time ago. Have you ever heard of the truth being right in front of your face?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
The man inserted
plain sight.
Thank you. He inserted himself into the investigation and said some really outlandishly stupid shit. I'm sorry, but that he offered them a half a bottle of cooking sherry to drink, to this. And I mean, the things he said, they don't fit, folks. They don't. And the man,
at first he said he was in the home at one point in time. He was actually in that house for a party or something. But then when I interviewed him, he told me he was only in his backyard.
And the guy is very agile. Okay, we know that because of his fucking fire things that he does. And he likes
doing it. He's just a nerd.
That's all you need to be. That's all you think about. Look at something else too. They talked about the incel theory for a second. I'm not going into all this crazy stuff.
Yeah.
But did you watch the man in the interview, or not the interview, the police stop where he was?
Yeah.
That he interacted with the female cop that he knew from school, I guess.
School.
And
Yeah.
the way that he came off was super creepy to me about, you want to come and meet my cat and things like that. Like, the guy doesn't know how to act with women. Okay. He doesn't know how to interact with women. So they're in turn.
High. I think he was high.
Well, I'm sure he was. But if he tried, relax, buddy. You all right there?
I'm just laughing.
I'm sorry. But if you tried to, I envisioned him trying to interact with these girls, because like I said, they were beautiful. That's definitely not his level, but I could see him trying to put himself out there to interact with them, and them kind of like, no, I'm good. You know what I mean?
Well, I think when you pair everything about Enon with the fact that his dad is like a tenured professor at WSU, his parents live right down.
And he changed his post too. Remember that?
We've looked at that. Remember?
His
And
parents live on that route back there. Remember?
Willie, I'm all over that because he put up wanting to buy a car, and literally nobody comments on this Facebook post, right? Nobody says anything. And then like a day later, under it, he writes just out of nowhere, "Necro baby."
Mm-hmm.
Like
And
his
then-
sketch.
Yes, he did.
Like he was looking for a car, a big car. He said he likes to sleep in the car, but then under that post, he wrote "Necro baby," and I'm like, what?
And don't forget that weird ass video he put out right after he had been brought into the picture playing with the damn knives and shit that he was doing with this thing. And it's like, what are you doing, bro? Like, if you're
damn,
the guy is off in a lot of ways, okay, but you know, he redirected himself and everybody else
mocks it. He mocks it. He's like,
so if you had Bryan and you had Inan next to each other,
he's very arrogant.
both accused of it, which one are you going for?
Well, he puts up
the one with the bushier eyebrows.
He puts up the video, that video that has the Elantra, and he's like, "The killer's following me. Oh no!"
Yep.
Almost like, I know this ain't who did it.
He was mocking,
right?
At a minimum, I think
people lost their lives. He's
At a
mocking.
minimum, I think the relevance of him for me is that it makes me really question how thorough of a job they did, because if what he says himself is true, they didn't question him. And it's like, I just don't understand it. I'll never understand how they didn't question a guy that fits the description and lives within the proximity and has absolutely no alibi.
And could literally see whatever he wants to see almost from where he damn lived. I mean, it's literally
and gets knives delivered to him in boxes from a mail order service.
Yeah, he could have.
That's what I mean.
He could have used that knife. Think about this, y'all. Like, how sad that is. How scary. He could have literally got a knife delivered to him and been like, "Oh, I didn't like it," and sent it back. And now it's on some warehouse shelf somewhere.
And you'll never see it again, ever.
Right.
Damn.
Just saying. I mean, he's always
local chef shit.
Local chef shit.
He must have been on everybody's radar in the beginning.
Absolutely, he was. He
should
still
have
lives
been.
with a lot of people. Doc won't let it go. Doc is all about this dude, man. I'm
Well,
telling
he
you
lied
right
to me. Well, he lied to me, so he's on my shit list. So I don't care what anybody says about him.
I can send you, like, I can show you the text messages that I'm talking about where he was talking about his location like that. Like,
yeah.
Well, I don't understand that Necra comment he made. What kind of shit is that?
So
what is
all
that?
it was, he said he was looking for a bigger car. He said, "I like to sleep in my cars." But the thing was, he had a perfectly good working car. You know what I mean? There was no reason to get one. But anyway, he wanted a bigger car they could sleep in. Then underneath that post, no one said anything that I could see anyway. And he just writes, "Necro baby."
Yeah,
That's
so
weird.
isn't
Weird
there
as
like
hell.
so does that have anything to do with necrophiliac?
Yes.
That's
Like
what
death.
That's what necro is, bud.
Necro
What
means
the
death.
fuck is wrong with this guy?
Well, he's obviously off-handed a little bit, bro. He's a little bit off, just a little.
That's
We'll
a
say
little bit more than a little off. Jesus Christ.
And he's not even really a vegan. Like he presents himself to be this like vegan,
He eats all
holistic,
that
blah blah
restaurant
blah.
food. Nah,
But
he eats all his food.
he told me he's different. Like it's sometimes he'll eat the chicken.
dirty vegan. It's called dirty vegan. He'll eat what he wants sometimes, and sometimes he don't. He said that to somebody else too, I believe.
Well, he said he was at work, right, that night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He got home at something, 2:30.
He said he hung out. They closed later than usual. And I would say he got home at like 1:45 ish.
Ish, for sure. Ish.
So
Yeah.
is he?
Then he had some weird ass, like he did. What the hell else was it that he did? Clue. He said he did.
Played a game of League.
Played a game of League and then did some stick juggling.
Yeah.
Yeah, but wait a second. Doesn't he park in that parking lot that's on camera?
Yes, he parks in the parking lot in the back.
In the back.
Yeah, you can't see it on the Linda Lane footage.
All I'm gonna say is this, okay? If you think about this, if we take one of the rumors that came out, right? If we take it and we apply it to Enon, could it fit that she saw a naked man running outside of her window? If I were the neighbor and I was gonna do this, I would be butt naked.
He is the first person I thought about when I heard that comment. Like I can absolutely see this dude doing this for real. Period.
Yes. Yes.
Like
everything else he showed us. Everything else he showed us, that is the one thing I can see his weird ass doing. I'm sorry to say that, but that's a fact.
Do you think he had the strength to kill 4 people?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, he has that strength. Like he looks. Let me tell you something about Beyonce here, okay? Beyonce. If you look at him, like he is the skinniest, scrawniest, puniest looking person, but he can pick my big ass up and throw me around all day.
Listen, that thing that he does with that twirling shit, guys, that takes a lot of like
dexterity,
forearm dexterity, your forearms and your hands, your wrists, all of that stuff.
What does he do, Dago?
He juggles fire, Willie.
Oh,
with 3
That
sticks.
just doesn't even go right in the conversation. He juggles fire with.
No, it doesn't. But I'm just saying that's and you got to think about the dexterity and the stamina it takes to do that stuff repeatedly, and he does it all the time.
And he changed the way he looked after this. He changed the way he looked. He cut all his hair off.
And then for a while, he took off the Cali. Remember that?
No.
He went
But
to
wasn't
and
he
look at this.
interviewed quite like the next day or something? He didn't have any cuts or anything, did he? Or anything obvious?
I don't know. I think that girl did that interview with him. I don't remember when it was though. I don't think it was like right after. But
I think it was the next morning, wasn't it? Like because he was saying he went to work and he did this, that, and the other, and he had a beanie on, if I remember rightly. Can't remember. But I didn't see any cuts or scratches that you would I would expect to see on killing 4 people. You'd expect.
But see, I
wouldn't you?
necessarily like it. Okay, so like if me and fiance are going at it and he reaches out and has his hands to me, I couldn't reach him to scratch him.
No, that's true. Yeah.
Right. And look at the guy's build. He's like a snake. You know what I mean? He could bend and twist. Look at him doing this shit right now.
Oh, I firmly think he's like a snake.
For real. And
in the grass.
Since it's so important to this whole case, look at the eyebrows.
Right. That's what I mean. He got bushy ass eyebrows, dude.
So let me add to your to your tinfoil hat, right? Because that's the way I feel about this when I think about this guy. But there is some validity to it. So his parents' house are on the same road where Kohberger's phone came back on, picked back up in Pullman. And if I'm not mistaken, his dad was retired tenured from WSU.
WSU, that's right.
Yeah. And it's like, I don't know, there's just a lot of weird pieces to
There's a whole bunch of things that are way too coincidental. I agree.
Yeah. Like I said, you have all these people with connections, live by, know people, but yet it was just some random dude miles and miles away. That's what's crazy. Like no love triangle, no Nothing that you would, normally, it would normally be. This is just some random dude, random miles away, and did it at a random house.
And not look at the neighbor. Like, not even, even after he came out and interviewed, like, I think if I were a cop working this case, I'd be like, you were one strange ranger.
For real. 100% strange as shit. Okay.
Like, I might need to go back around to your house and talk to you again. You know what I mean?
More than a couple different times, for real. Like, there's too many things that are off.
I would hope they at least asked him to submit his DNA. Like, that's
true.
I hope they at least did that. Then I would have
think he did, didn't he?
But you know what? That was the hang up with Enon, because if he actually did prison time, his DNA, according to Washington, should have been collected.
Yeah, it should have already been there, right?
However,
I think he did give his DNA. Didn't he give an interview and say that he'd done his DNA when they
I
asked
think
for it?
you're talking about Jeremy, the other neighbor.
Jeremy did, yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, possibly.
And
yeah.
ATS just said, remember when he changed his Facebook post, though. Does anybody else remember that? Because I don't.
Yeah, I called him out on it.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, he changed. Yeah, no, he changed it. Trust me, he changed it.
Well, and here's the other side of it. If you look at Enon's case, he only, like, some of the charges were dropped, and he only got stuck with so many of them. So I don't know if those were the felonies to where he would have to have submitted he only did a year in prison.
Yeah. Only.
So I mean, did you get charged with, I can't find his record, or I'm not going to pay for it. In other words, how about that? I'm pretty sure I could get the records, but I would like to know if he was in fact charged with a felony.
Yeah.
Because if not, he didn't have to give his DNA.
Yeah.
Did he not
Again,
talk about that?
He still has to do all that himself and get out of there without a trace. So it's still really hard if he did it. You know what I mean?
My understanding, he was charged with felony drug possession.
Yeah.
I thought intent to distribute. So his DNA should be there, right?
Yeah, I thought he admitted.
That's what I would think.
Told you.
Yeah.
But it's only certain felonies that they take it, right? It's like violent, of course, anything SA. Is he supposed to be in this group on the screen now?
No, I don't know where that came from. Sorry, that just popped. That was him. I'd have lost the grip right. That'd have been it right there. No, that's altogether different. Sorry, I just rolled from one video to another. My apologies.
I was like, that looks like something in our backyard.
But yeah, dude, when I interviewed him, he got on camera, no shirt on, nothing. Dude, like no shirt. I was like, what the fuck?
Right.
Oh man. But then he lied to me a couple. Like I didn't like that because I asked him about the post and he kind of froze up and I was like, oh shit. Yep.
He does lie.
I didn't go. He does, yeah. And I thought about him way long time ago. For whatever reason, I think we were all redirected.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? That's my thought. So
the narrative was put in one way, one direction to the narrative.
Do I have mug written on my forehead?
What I noticed too is when everything started to change up, he got real quiet. And who's seen or heard anything from him anytime recently?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Nothing at all. So
and you also have to think if you guys think there's a possibility that Bryan could have gone to like the Mad Greek, right, and just ran into Kaylee, Maddie, or someone there, it's equally as possible that Bryan could have gone to Enon's business place in Pullman, Washington, and ran into him there.
Thank you very much.
Because they do serve vegan where he works.
He said he cooked vegan, remember? So that's another thing too. That's a good point, Clue. That's a very good point. But yeah, bringing him back up. Oh my god, that dude.
I know.
I have the same reaction every time we talk about Enon. I have the same reaction. They go,
that dude is he's a mess. Complete mess. I was leery of him as soon as he inserted himself, and I'm like, bro, why are you putting yourself into this? Why are you worried about this? And like I said, somebody had said to me before through an email, like, have you ever heard the term that, the clues are in plain sight? And I'm like, oh shit. Okay. Bing, bang, boom. There you go. And, it's right in front of your face. It's the last place you're going to look for it. That makes sense to me. So,
especially when he said that he heard screams and then now he didn't.
And it's weird too that like in the beginning, I think at some point somebody said something like Maddie may have been the target. And in all the interviews he gives, he never says her name.
Really?
That is true too. Yeah. Yep, you're right.
I never noticed that. No.
Like he'll say Kaylee, Xana, her boyfriend, but he will never say Maddie ever.
That's interesting.
That is strange.
Weird.
Yeah. Well, it's strange.
That's why you're named Clue. See?
Yeah, I never noticed that.
I'm too nosy. That's all it is.
That's a good thing. That's what you're supposed to be when we do this. So damn.
Well, if he didn't, but if he wasn't charged with a felony, and they stopped at male DNA, who knows if those unidentified male DNAs could possibly be somebody.
Correct.
We need to know who those DNAs are, don't we?
Well, I just find it appalling that they have the balls to say that, they didn't dig into them, but they dug into them enough to see that they're male.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
and they have no female DNA. No females are suspect in this case.
Yeah.
That makes me mad.
I guess DNA comes in blue and pink. That's
Me and Clue are free and ready to go. We're free. We're not
I'm just saying, like, don't underestimate that I'm female and I couldn't have done this.
Absolutely. You can't underestimate anybody at this point.
That's what I mean. She gave his sex but no skin color. That's the description, and that's where I can't.
You know what? I never thought of that till you said that. I was just like, damn, that's deep. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you give that too? Like it's a.
Well, I'm gonna tell you why
It's
that
kind of
bothers
basic,
me.
isn't it? When you're describing someone, he was white and he was about 6
be
foot.
the first thing
and
you
he was
ask.
brown hair and-
So, Dago, the reason that this has bothered me so much since day one, I'm gonna tell you why, and you have literally been talking about it for the last 10 minutes. Because if it were in fact Enon, as a young girl in the dark, you may not know what to say. Because Enon to me looks kind of
brown,
Mediterranean, like
he has the European like olive color to his skin. I agree.
Right.
I agree. That's a good point. Damn, right?
Jesus.
You guys, I would shit my pants raw if this dude came out to be who did this. And it, you know what I mean?
Not me.
I mean, I'm not saying I'd be surprised. I'm just saying it would blow my mind because they didn't go to him. You know what I mean?
agree with that.
No, that part of it, yeah.
That just and I could see. I mean, everybody claims how weird Bryan is. If they're gonna put two people in this together, those would be the two I would imagine right there.
Oh my goodness.
If I'm a juror and they bring him into this case, if the defense brings him into this case, in my mind, I'm gonna want to see and hear from the prosecution on what they did to eliminate him. Like I'm going to naturally because he's that close. And
how did you clear this guy? Yep.
Well, it's like that. It's like that scene out of the like All Detective. Where were you on the night of? Because I mean, you do. And if you ask me, I'm sorry, but seeing how Kohberger behaves in court, how he's behaved since I've seen him on the television, if you were to put him and Enon beside of each other, they're not even equal. Enon to me is a little more of a strange cat than Kohberger.
Oh yeah, I'm 100%.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, God, yeah.
Winnie, has and Bryan, like with Clue just saying that, do you think his demeanor has ever changed? Has he always been sort of like monotone, like one sort of do you know what I mean? Never high, never low, just always
and he's always had that look too. That everybody thinks it's like a weird, evil stare or whatever. It's just always how he's been.
Somebody just requested that I play.
Contact staff.
I'll play this for a minute, guys, so you guys can get a little off it, but I'm not gonna play the whole thing.
Drills and like stretching. I think I played a game of League, and then I went to bed, and then as I was falling asleep, it usually takes me like 30 minutes to an hour to fall asleep. Like, I don't know, I guess, I dismissed like initially like one of my neighbors returning hello after me. So I heard like, a car shut, a door shut, and then like, apartment door shut, and like also like a scream. But like, that's like normal. Like I always hear like screaming almost every Saturday night. So like I didn't really like think of it. And so, but like just looking back, I was like, I wonder if like, that wasn't just like some drunk dude like screaming, like it's actually like the murder. And it was like it was kind of a trip having like the cops like come on, and like when it happened, they're just like asking where we were, and we're like, this is weird, like they're knocking on every single door in our apartment, like that's never happened before. And then like I went inside and looked on the news, and it was like 4 people stabbed to death. I was like, it's like right across the street. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. When did you hear about it? Was it those knocks on the door? You woke up the next day? Did these knocks on your apartment door wake up? How did you learn about it?
I was already awake. I was just like woke up a little bit. I was still like drinking coffee, and like the cops knocked on my door, and like after they asked me some questions, like right after they left and they were starting to talk to the next door over. I looked on my phone, Googled it, and found it pretty much instantly. And that's when I knew. And then I think it was like, I don't know, a couple of days later when we like the names were released and we like found out who it was or whatever.
He lied right there.
That was the question I was going to ask. Like, did you initially know?
Say that again, hon.
I think he lied right there, because if you think about it, there were like 2 news things out on this the day it happened. And guess what? They were not until later that afternoon. So how you go back in your house and Google it, and it's all over the news.
Yes, that's something that we talked about a long time ago about that. Yeah, I remember that. God, this dude weirds me out every time I watch him. Every time. He just gives me it makes the hair stand up on the back of my neck, and it creeps me out.
Yeah, he's
completely.
And he got a weird ass laugh.
There's just something about him that has been off. No matter what the consequence or the conversation was with him, everything, even that the police stop, he weirded me completely out with that. Everything about him I've ever seen has just weirded me out, And I'm not always right about people, but I can't say that I'm wrong about this. This dude's nuts. I'm sorry. The interview here.
Know that you knew them at all, or
no, actually, when I first saw it, I saw the picture I thought it was actually the house, like the next house over. I was like, oh. But then when I found out it was like, the house of the people that I don't want to say I knew them, but I was like, met them. Then I was like, damn. And I don't know, it was kind of sad because actually, like they were super cool. Like I really like my neighbors.
Yeah, you had met them, is that correct? You'd met Kaylee, and who else had you met?
I think it was Santa and her boyfriend.
Okay.
And I think there was like some other people there, but I'm really bad with names. So like I think those like I had to like look at online like the faces to try to like remember them, because it was just like it was super brief, But yeah, they were super nice. They're super friendly. Like
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah,
they're like the best neighbors you could want.
I have a question here that you mentioned hearing a lot of sounds typically from the neighbors. Is this because it's highly populated, poorly insulated? Tell us a little bit about the neighborhood, because a lot of us, all we see is only on the news. We're trying to grasp what this neighborhood is like.
I guess you would say it's kind of like an amphitheater here. It's like they live kind of like down like the hill, and then it's like a big open space. Everything's made of wood for the most part, and like they would have little like gatherings outside on their like in the back door, and so I mean, and then they're like drinking a little bit, and it's Greek Row, so it's like you can usually hear like parties and like just like social drinking chatter, like around the block or whatever, like usually on weekends. It's kind of like, similar vibe of like what you'd think of like a small downtown city, you know, like, but yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Frat houses, too, fraternity homes probably have a decent amount of parties going on if it's a college town. Is that?
And you know, also the block parties are kind of popular too. Like they'll kind of like, you know, like get in big crowds and then kind of like wander around. You know what I mean? Just like go throughout campus and stuff. Not so much lately, but you know, like you go from like sometimes they only stay at a house for like an hour or two, and then they like kind of like wander around and stuff.
That
I
makes
guess in the winter a little bit less, but yeah.
Okay. And are you? Go ahead.
Oh, sorry to find the question. They were at like I want to say 1-ish p.m., 1:30.
Okay. So shortly after the police were called, then, in other words.
Yeah, they came almost instantly.
Okay.
It was a big deal.
Hold on.
Bro, what?
I know.
Hold on.
I know.
Well, I got some questions too. What made them like the perfect neighbors, the best neighbors?
Yeah, right.
They were the best neighbors you could want. How? I mean, see, to me, I didn't say this, but it's almost like you're over embellishing something to make it seem like, I love them. They were the best neighbors ever. You know what I mean?
Do you hear him keep offering more information without being asked?
Yes, and he didn't even know them. How can you say they were the best neighbors with you didn't know them? You know what I mean?
The police were over there constantly.
And you say you're bad with names. Like you say you're bad with names. Who in the hell would remember Xana? Like that's the most.
I'm saying. He turned and said Xana and Ethan, and then came back like, is he looking at something or is he like?
He didn't say Ethan. He said Xana and her boyfriend.
Xana and her boyfriend. That's it, right?
Yeah, I didn't say the name Ethan.
I don't know, guys. I don't know. This dude.
Well, Dago, have you seen the other interview he did with somebody? And he's actually describing, like, no joke. I don't know why he fell for that, but he's asking Enon, how would you do this? What's the best way? And Enon tells, like, go through the back. It's dark, blah, 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 not on the street. Nobody could see. He literally describes how to do it.
That interview creeped me the hell out. I'll be honest with you, because that was I had a conversation with, I can't remember who it was at this point because it was a while ago, but it's like he just basically said, this is how he did it, if he did it. You know what I mean? I mean, it was kind of creepy. It really was. So yeah, that says a lot in itself. I mean, there's a lot.
Go ahead, Willie.
I was just gonna say that as much as I've watched what Doc has put out on, that's it as far as Doc's concerned, and I can see why, you know, based on those things. If you watched any of his stuff about that, it was just kind of like, wow, okay. And like I said, we were all kind of redirected, in my opinion. But go ahead with what you were saying, Clue. I'm sorry.
Somebody made a comment that I think you would put up there during this, and it said, wait, why is he looking at a picture and not looking outside? Which makes total sense. You would know what house it was.
Yep. I agree.
He's like, oh yeah, they got there pretty fast. How do you know?
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
I was kind of saying right there. I thought that's why you were stopping me, but that one right there, he just said that, and I was just like, wait, what? You know what I mean? Right there.
Called then, in other words.
Yeah, they came almost instantly.
Oh, yeah.
How do you know if you didn't know about it right away? How did you know? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's
maybe
weird.
he meant they came to the. I thought that maybe he was saying that like they came to the apartments as soon as they got there. But then it's like, but you didn't even know nothing was happening.
Right.
So how that don't work either.
Hang on, let me see what she says again. Hold on.
Stuff.
That
I guess
makes
in the winter a little bit less, but yeah.
Okay. And are you? Go ahead.
Oh, sorry to find the question. They were at like I want to say 1-ish p.m., 1:30.
Okay. So shortly after the police were called, then. In other words.
Yeah, they came almost instantly.
Yeah, so that's what he was saying. They came to his apartment shortly after the police. They pretty much came over there immediately. Is what he was. I think trying to say.
Guys, I'm going to duck out. It's 3:30 in the morning. So.
Oh Lord! Well, thank you for joining us today. I'm wondering.
It was it's my very first time coming on to any show, so it was really
Absolutely.
nice. Thank you very much for having me.
Have a good night.
You're welcome
Thank
anytime.
you.
I hope to see you again. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Definitely. Thank you for having me. Lovely to meet you all.
Bye, Emma. Take care.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Have a good evening.
All right, I guess we'll finish this up, and then I'll probably need to finish up too, because we've been going for 6 and almost 7 hours, guys. So
You know what happens when I'm up here, buddy.
yes, sir.
We have another question here. Are you a student? How long have you lived there?
I'm not a student. I've been cooking for like 6 years now, 5 years.
Okay.
I've lived here off and on for 20. What was the last question? I missed it.
Let's see. It was, are you familiar with the activities at the house? I assume they mean the crime scene. Like, you were at their house when you met them, right? I'm referring to a Reddit.
I read them. They were actually outside. I never went inside. But no, I didn't like. I was in my apartment all night. So.
Okay, the night of the murders or the crime, you were in your apartment all night.
I never really hung out with them. So like, to me, they were just like some normal sorority girls that drank every once in a while on the weekends. So.
Okay, and and when I was asking you about meeting them, I want everybody else to know, and I know, but you also decided to share an AMA on Reddit recently, which is when I reached out to you, and you did kind of mention meeting them, or at least Kaylee, and maybe you think you might have met Xana and her boyfriend. That would be Ethan. Bringing them a bottle of wine, perhaps. Was that what happened? Or share us? Can you take us to?
Because I think the person I think I remember most is Kaylee, and like when I introduced myself, I think she was like the first one I shook hands with. I just had like this. It was a pretty nice bottle of wine. I don't remember what kind it was, but it was pretty expensive. And I was cooking with it, and I wasn't gonna finish it. And I was like taking my trash out. So I don't remember why I was outside. And then I was just like like chit chatting, drinking a little bit, playing some cool music. And so I went down, and they were like drinking some beer, and I was just like asked her if she wanted this bottle of wine. I wasn't gonna finish it, and they were like, "Yeah, fuck yeah." And then I was like, yeah. And then I was just introduced. I'm like the neighbor, like I lived upstairs, and that was pretty much it. They were super nice and smiley. That's pretty much all I remember. I never met him after that. I was like, I always thought about crashing their party sometimes, but I never actually like did it. I usually got my own thing going on.
Yeah. You referred to them in the Reddit AMA as beautiful, joyful. I can't remember the other two adjectives, but. Yeah.
Beautiful and joyful.
Bruh.
I think it's funny how he almost he almost seemed to get a little nervous in that part where he's like, no, I was on the outside. I
was like on the if this dude says like one more time, I swear to God.
I think somebody counted it one time and counted over 4,000 times he said it in this interview alone. So
holy crap. Freaking annoying, dude.
It is. But no, I mean, beautiful and joyful. It's almost like he's over exaggerating that, it just like he did with the whole neighbor thing.
A motive.
Oh well, yeah, too. There you go. You know what I mean? So yeah, absolutely. It's overcompensating. Thank you, Ether. Thank you for that. That's exactly what I was trying to say.
I just
and some of my coworkers actually went to high school with them in Coeur d'Alene, so it's like it's a trip for us. So and they said they're super cool too. So it's crazy that it's like when you think about these people getting stabbed, it's kind of like horrifying, because it makes you think that it can happen to anyone, like not just like people who are doing some shit, you know what I mean, like just like normal people every day. And I think that's the like really like spooky, scary part right now to some people.
Yeah. What's your thought about the luxury SUV now, looking back? You probably didn't think too much of it then. Any ideas?
No, not really. It was pretty decked out. I think it, had like rims, tinted windows. It just looked like a cool car, and that's why I noticed it. But I didn't like, I just assumed it was like one of the, the people's parents. Like a lot of the students here have really rich parents, and they have nice cars. So that's just kind of what it, like seemed like to me. And I don't know. I saw like I think it was a kind of like a deserty. It might have been. It was either like Arizona. It might even been Colorado, but I think or like Montana. And like I saw one of those cars like parked up on the hill of our lot a lot. I'm wondering if it was a white Elantra. I'm thinking back and I can't remember. Like I don't want to say it was or not, but that was the only other car I noticed that didn't seem like someone that lives there. Of our lot a lot. I'm wondering if it was a white Elantra. I'm thinking back and I can't remember. Like I don't want to say it was or not, but
I always thought that it was weird that he went directly to the white Elantra thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's a
I
crime
just thought
solver
that
now.
was a little too much right there, but I'm just saying.
Well, now,
That was the
but
only-
at this point in time, when he's getting this interview, they already put out there that they were looking for a white Elantra, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's what I was going to ask when this was, because all I see
Yeah.
is a year ago.
It is, let me see. It was a year, and I'm trying to find the exact date on it.
If you click on that year ago.
Yeah, that's where it'll show. Oh,
Yeah.
wait a minute.
December
13th of 2022.
So it had been out for a week.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So.
Hey, Willie,
Yo.
can you say like for me?
No, hell no.
Because you kind of sound like him. Like,
I wasn't gonna say a word.
Don't you ever say that again.
Nope, not gonna say a word.
Like.
Yeah.
Fiance was like, he kind of sounds like Willie.
I definitely don't have that laugh.
No.
No, you don't for sure, bro. I promise you that.
It's funny because if you watch me interviewing him, I tell him straight up, I'm like, dude, you sound like one of those dudes from SpongeBob with your laugh. That's exactly what he sounds like.
Yeah, he does.
He sounds like a background character.
Yes, very much so.
How long is this? He's saying a lot of shit. I never saw this.
Oh, it's forever.
It goes on forever and ever and ever, guy. So
they must have cleared him or something.
Yeah. I'm guessing that they did, but
pretty
quick. I think it was. They shouldn't have at first. I think they did it too quick. But I don't know if it's because they thought that maybe because he inserted himself that they thought, yeah, this guy can't have done it. You know what I mean? But maybe, or because he was so goofy. The fact that he was so goofy was probably one of the reasons why they looked at him funny. Like, this guy could have done this. He's too weird.
It's just weird to me. He knows all the girls' names, and he doesn't say Maddie, but he does say Kaylee and Xana and her boyfriend. Like,
yes,
he didn't have a name.
That's a good point. And at that point, he should have definitely known all the names. If you're the neighbor, I would have known all the names right then and there. But hey, it is what it is.
His beautiful neighbors.
Well, and you remember the names. Like, who does that? Like, I've met my neighbors before, and then like a week later, I'll see them again, and I'm just like, hey. Well,
especially since you don't hang out with them, you don't know them, you don't know, you know what I mean? So yeah. I agree with that.
They're the best neighbors anybody can ask for.
Yes, exactly. They were joyful and beautiful,
And you thought about crashing their parties before, like.
That's another strange comment. I agree.
And he's bringing them wine. What are you bringing people wine for?
Bro,
you don't even know. You don't even know how old they are. Like, this is a college town. There's freshmen there, sophomores. You don't even know they're 21.
Right, and it wasn't even wine, Willie. It was cooking sherry.
It was what?
Cooking sherry. You know, the cooking wine sherry that you cook with. You shouldn't be drinking it, but I mean, some people have.
It was I want to know how many of his other neighbors he brought wine to. That's what I want to know.
And it's like an open bottle of wine. Like, who would
drinking it himself and said, "You want the rest of this?" And they said, "Hell yeah!" No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
That's what I'm thinking too.
No,
they didn't. Hell yeah.
No. I'm sorry, but they didn't.
They might have taken it to be like cordial, but if your weird ass came up to me with a bottle of anything that's already open, bro, take it back.
You turn around, that shit gets dumped out right there.
Unless it had like a listening device in it or something.
Well, he said
Yeah.
Kaylee for sure.
Then no, because Kaylee supposedly was very aware of her surroundings and she was watching it for people. Like she thought she had a stalker. She wouldn't take an open bottle of wine from this cat. That's not gonna happen.
How do we know that the stalker that she thought she had wasn't actually Enon?
We don't. That's the problem right there. We
Well,
don't.
and it's also weird too, because if you go like Willie, you've obviously looked into this guy, but if that dissertation, Dago, that you were talking about, that he gave all that like long thing about the chubby Asian woman, you know, when he's doing that story,
Yes.
he mentions Kaylee again,
Yes, he did. That's a
but
fact.
no other people in that one, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but I
No, I think
swear.
you're right. I think you're right on that. And I thought that was odd myself. I'd love to get a hold of that and read that to you guys that didn't see it, because that was insane. It was completely insane. I could not get
I'll
past
send it to you.
Please do, because I'd love for them to see and hear this word for word, because it's a movie, folks. He wrote a movie, okay?
Yeah, because
right now, it's an insane movie, is what this is. And I'm telling you, if you read through this, look at different pieces of what he's saying, okay? We'll go over it, and I'll let you guys pick out the parts that I'm talking about, because it's crazy.
Hunter S. Thompson couldn't have made a better character for this story than this cat. Like, it's just he's so weird to me.
Absolutely.
It's still crazy to me how the defense wanted him to
exactly.
You know, like what?
Yep.
I mean, just because he said that he heard some scream, but it could have not been. I don't think that would classify him getting a subpoena from the defense, right?
So fiance had a wonderful reason for the defense to actually call him. Here, babe.
Hell, I don't remember what it was.
Oh, because the defense could easily. So, like, think about it. If you're at a trial, like, the defense could easily call him in there.
Oh yeah, and just ask him, like, did law enforcement question you? What did they ask you? Would you describe yourself as 5'10" or taller with bushy eyebrows? You know, and right there, you have a reasonable doubt, right?
Reasonable doubt. Yeah.
Good point.
And a possible suspect.
Well, and I mean, you know, I don't want to say possible suspect, because I don't want to sit here and accuse the guy. He is weird. I think everybody can pretty well agree on that. But I do think he's interesting because he lives so close. He fits the description, and per his words, they did not investigate him.
Yeah, and he knew him, and brought him wine.
Well, that's what's weird, right? You brought them wine, but then when you're asked by this chick here, and he goes, well, I wouldn't say that I knew them.
Yeah, he knew him enough to bring him wine.
That's what I mean.
Right.
That's what he's trying to attach and then detach himself from him real quick. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
It's like downplaying it.
Definitely weird. Let me move this up here a little bit more to another part, because the whole thing is just too much for me. But okay, here's another one.
Thank you, Sleuth Mom, for reminding people that this is very true. I'm trying to read everything in chat, and some moderators are helping a bit, but I am missing some things. You can send and post something in a super chat or leave something in comment, but I don't know if we'll have the same guest again. So I'll do my best though to get to you.
I'm probably around like 2:30 to 4 a.m.
Okay.
I don't really look.
2:30 or 4 a.m. That's a hell of a gap. Okay.
You think?
Now let me bring this back a bit here, right about here. Okay, hold on.
One of the most introverted lives you can imagine. But no, I'm curious though. Tell me about it.
Well, it was, and I already have one correction. Thank you to everyone in chat helping me with these little details. It was on the band field. It was about 3 a.m. There's body cam footage now that has come out from it. It was the morning of the murders. So people are, zeroing in on different things they're seeing in the body cam footage that was released, taken on the band field at 3 a.m. And I know that you sometimes hear things, not always. You say you were asleep all night. What time did you go to bed that night, by the way?
I don't know. I'm probably around like 2:30 to 4 a.m.
Oh, what?
So
That's what time I have to be at work tomorrow.
I have to. What time did you go to bed? 2:30 or 4 a.m.
I mean, I think he said. I think he said between. I thought he said between 2 or between 3 and 4:30 a.m. or whatever the hell he said.
No, he said
he's giving himself
2:30.
an hour and a half to fall asleep.
Yeah.
So,
But how the
Dago,
hell
have
would
you
you know what time? How would you know what time you fell asleep?
How would you know what time anything was if that's? I mean, if everything's got an hour and a half range, Jesus Christ! I mean,
That's what I mean. How are you?
So- Dago, have you seen that other interview with him where they take him down the Linda Lane footage and they're showing him the cars pulling in and they're like, "Is this you?" So this is you.
Oh,
And
yeah.
he is like so freaking like maybe yeah, that might be me. Like he looks terrified.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I saw that one too. I'm trying to remember who that
He
is.
told me. He told me he's on. He told me that he's on the Linda Lane footage parking, but it's just like his light or something like that. Like you can't make out his vehicle. That's what he told me.
Right. Right. But I remember that interview too. Who was the interview with though? I can't remember.
God, I have no idea. But I know he gets kind of like really like just weird, like almost like you're not gonna find my car on here, kind of like.
Yeah. Like you can't see it, so don't try to find it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It wasn't the one with Lana. I think it was.
Were you talking about when me and Frank talked to him?
Maybe it was the guy.
Yeah, Frank. Well, Frank and I were talking, and then it wasn't planned. And then Enan hopped up, and that's where me and Frank were kind of going back and forth.
I think it might have been the one with you on it.
Yeah, well, that was a while ago. And Frank is like he's like whiter than a piece of paper. He has like short hair. He's like Dutch looking.
Yeah,
that's him.
I think that is the
Yeah, it's Frank.
Yeah, I think it was this interview right here. If I'm maybe hold on, I might be wrong. Is this the one right here?
Yep.
Hold on, I'm watching on TV. It's slower than. Yeah, I swear that's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that's I forget who that is up there with him right now.
Crime. Shoot, I can't.
But did they pull up that footage? Because I swear they were watching it. Like, and they're like, "Is this you? Is this you getting home?"
Hold on a
If
minute.
this ain't it, we'll have to find it.
Did they interview him again? What date is that, Dago?
This one is from 11 months ago, and it was December 26th of 22.
Oh, and I don't think this is it. This had to be after the Linda Lane footage.
Carolyn said she was here for this one too, so she said this is it. So, black SUV. Or wait a minute, where's the part where they pull up the? Hold on.
For obvious reasons, I'm gonna ask you: are you the killer?
No, I mean that.
I can't. That does sound like SpongeBob. You're right.
Told you.
It's obvious.
And like I said, if you find the other one with me, I tell him he sounds like SpongeBob.
Yeah. I thought this was the same one though. It must not.
The one we did, I think, was in like March or April. It was after.
Let me see.
Hey,
here.
look, Dago. I'm just going to point this out to you. If you look to the right of your screen, I deep dove into Enon over there.
There it is, right there. Yes, ma'am. Damn.
He's suspect to me. I'm sorry.
I get it. I absolutely get it.
I know what you're talking about, Dago. We brought up the Linda Lane footage, and then we were asking him because at this point in time, this interview, the Linda Lane footage wasn't out, so it probably wasn't that one. But I'm pretty sure we brought up the Linda Lane footage, and we were like, "Is this you? Is that you? Is this you?"
Yeah.
Was that one taken down? Because I can't find it in. Or wait.
Well, I don't think it's taken down. It's hidden. It's hidden in a live that wasn't supposed to be like a Ian Harsh interview, whatever. It was just,
okay. So it was
it's
under.
yeah, it's hidden somewhere.
Okay, I got you. I got
And
you.
then I don't know what happened after me and Frank had a falling out. I don't know if he took it down or what he did, but
I'll go look and see if I can find it, and then if I can, I'll piece it and pull that piece of it out of it and see what we can do.
yeah. But no, we were definitely asking him, like, if that was him, because you figure he has to be on camera at some point in time coming home, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I would agree, and I always wondered about that.
But not necessarily, though, right? Because there is the driveway between the Queen Road apartments and the house, right? There is that little section of street there. He could have turned right beside the house and went up there and wouldn't have been on.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true, too. Yeah, good point.
But if you brought up that if you were able to find it, he basically told us, like, yeah, one of them has to be me, because he said that he parks over not like in when you're looking at the Linda Lane footage, he parks over to the left-hand side. So you can't really, like I said, you can't really make out what the cars are, but we were just trying to figure out, what time he got home and trying to pin him, what Frank was trying to do was pin him into something, but
right. This is another weird one. Everything I've ever seen him on is strange to me. I'm sorry. It's just, even JLR had this put on there. This one was weird too. I remember this. So
who's that?
That's him.
Look, what?
Yeah. This is even better, Willie. This is even better.
Alrighty. So, anything fun this weekend?
We're gonna go backpacking.
Nice. Very cool. Where are you headed backpacking? Perfect. That's the one.
Oh, I need to find my
Insurance is on your phone, or do you have a card? All right. Do you mind if I look at that one and I can just double check and see? This one is expired by like literally exactly 2 months, but do you have it access to your insurance on your phone at all? How about I give you a chance to check that stuff out and I'll get my side of things going, okay? Cool.
It was the defense, Jules. We talked about that.
So when did he shave his head?
After
the happened.
After the crimes happened?
After the crime happened, yes.
Oh my God.
Right.
Yes. Very strange, very strange, very strange. I agree. Yes, I do.
That's weird as hell.
Most everything that has to do with him is weird as hell, bro.
Oh my God.
There's a lot of red flags. A whole lot of red flags. And I don't know. I still don't understand. Thank you, Rach. I still don't understand why, I guess, the police were not as, like, on top of him more than they were.
Because maybe he really was on camera coming home and going in his house.
Right. I mean, I don't know for sure. I know, I'm just saying in general, Eddie, it was like after the crimes happened. I don't know exactly like how soon, but
or
that's what I'm assuming.
Or the fact that he's a felon and his DNA is already in CODIS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And therefore, like I said, if that's the case, I'm sure they ran it immediately.
Yeah.
You know, they ran him.
And I'd have to figure Ethan would be able to, do a little bit of damage to that kid, to have some DNA in his knuckles or hands or somewhere of his.
But to that point though, Willie, I've wondered that too, right? And it's like, but I mean, if that's the case, wouldn't he have also been able to do a little something to Kohberger? Because I mean, Ethan was a big guy.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and
yeah,
I mean, nobody.
Trust me, I'm with you on that, dude. I don't think that's been my question. Is Ethan put up a fight. I don't care if you have a knife or not. I don't care who anybody is. If you come at me with a knife, I'm getting something in. I'm getting a scratch in. I'm getting, I'm grabbing you somewhere. Yeah. Piece of your hair, piece of your, dig my finger in your eyeball, like anything, So if Ethan's 6'4", 6'3", whatever, and say Bryan 6'1.5", 6'2", there's still going to be some type of struggle where and that's where I have the question about the golf club. Like, what is this golf club? Are they saying that this golf club was used by who? A victim or the person who did this? Like, what's up with that golf club? Because the golf club would make sense if somebody picked it up to defend themselves with it.
I don't think anybody knows. Oh, go ahead, Clue. Sorry.
I haven't heard anything about a golf club. Like, I've heard it speculated, but the other side of those golf clubs is something else I've heard is they thought Ethan's golf clubs were in his car or his Jeep.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's the case, those golf clubs that are in that spare room belong to Hunter Johnson, because those were on the back of a picture I have where Hunter and his girlfriend are on the back of a golf cart, and in the background you see Xana golfing.
Okay. Yeah, I just heard somebody say that they took out a golf club or something. I didn't really look into it. But the question I have about what you just mentioned is why, if Dylan was if she was the newest roommate and all this, how did she know who to call? Like, how can I say it? How did she know Hunter so well to be the first person that she would call in this situation?
The friends, yeah. Like, I'm with you on that. And
like, who was Hunter to her is what I want to know.
Well, I will say
he was there every day. Every video we've seen, you see Hunter in almost all of them at some point. You know what I mean?
That's why I think that it's possible that him and Emily were living in that room down there.
Mm.
Oh,
yeah, I'm sure
because
it stayed over.
I got.
Like, if those are his golf clubs, it would make sense. And Emily answers the door like in record time in that 911 call from September.
No. Is it a 911 call?
No, it was like the party response from like the first or second. Emily opens the door like that.
Right there. Yeah, exactly.
So what do you and your fiance think as far as her? Let's just say she wakes up, it's 11 something. She now opens her door to walk out and start this journey of finding, calling, whatever. Where do you think she first went? And what do you think she did? Where was her route of travel when she left her room?
So, just me alone, I personally think there's a good chance that the forensic downloads between her and Bethany are, she was talking about the noise up there and she's asking, can I come down there? Bethany may have been there and she may have not been there. Because let's face it, they lied about both the girls being asleep and not waking up. So we don't even know that Bethany was truly at the house all night or Dylan. But I do think that Dylan probably texted Bethany, they're being loud, can I come down there? And she may have gone down there in the middle of the night. In the morning, they wake up, no one's getting up on the second floor, or they couldn't get the door open or something. But that's never made sense to me, because it's like, why wouldn't you go upstairs to the third floor to get the other two roommates to help you?
Amen. And then you stumble across them, and then you run out of the house screaming in panic, not hours later when the cops get there. I agree. I think I can't figure out why she didn't go upstairs either.
Mm-mm.
Okay, so
that's always been a question. Yes.
So you're basically sticking with kind of like, because we heard it from what's his name, that she couldn't open the door to Xana's room and then called Hunter over.
Honestly, I won't even stick with that. Like, I don't understand the whole calling anyone over there before you call the cops.
Trust me, I agree with you.
Because it's not, what people negate is it's not just you thought one person was passed out on the second floor. There's two people in the room.
Yeah.
Right.
Going back to the whole talking about, her being pissed off, reaching her head out saying, can y'all shut the fuck up? I think all that came from that, either that text message that Annie Elise had, or it came from that book, right, that the guy wrote and put out not too long ago. And thinking about that, and thinking about the sequence of her opening the door and all that, and I'm thinking of, why would you open your door if you don't know anything's going on? What motivation would you have, right? And it's like, that sort of does put some explanation into that book does, talking about how she's pissed off about it. And my thought here lately has been that, she may have just opened her door and rolled the hell out the last time. She saw this cat, it freaked her out. She went back in her room and just rolled out to somebody's house, came back the next day, maybe even with the other people that were at the house. Because we don't.
I've heard other people say that too, bro. Seriously.
We don't know that that anybody was necessarily called over there. I think that's just a statement that's been out there, but I don't know that anybody's actually said that, have they?
Yeah, the cops did.
Yeah.
Well, they said friends were summoned to the home.
Right.
But here's the thing. What if they did? What if they were there that night, heard a bunch of crazy ass noises, were talking to each other, and they both left at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, and didn't come back until maybe that explains the whole 8-hour period of time. They came back at 10, 11 o'clock the next morning, walked in and seen this shit and said, "Oh, what the hell?" and made that call.
To who?
To I guess Hunter Johnson. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. How do you stumble upon, as gruesome as as people have described this scene to be, you can't mistake that for a passed out person. I'm sorry.
No, and I agree, but it was a panic moment, Willie, in a sense, like maybe she didn't realize. You know what I mean? I know it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And what else? Like, what if that just left my head? But
if you pulled a Dago, I do it all the time.
I do it all the time.
Do it every day. But yeah, I mean, like I can see people have said that to me. Like, what if they left? I think Eddie had a thing about that too, and said, what if they weren't even there? They were there that night until a certain point. Maybe they heard a lot of crazy shit, and that was the the conversation between the two, and they got the hell out of Dodge and then went somewhere.
Yeah, but if she walks out of her door into the hallway and looks like left, right, whatever, wouldn't she see like what happened? Like if somebody was laying in the doorway of Xana's room, or she has no visible.
Yeah, I've said that too. I imagine you would have to see because
well, and we've talked about this on the channel because the first thing you do when you wake up is take a piss. The bathroom is right outside of their door.
Room. That's right. That's another thing.
That's why I think she went downstairs at some point.
I've never ever been able to accept the fact that she didn't. Okay. I even thought at some point, because you had to have heard this. I've said this, guys, 100 times. You had to have heard more than what is in that statement. Okay.
Oh yeah.
And if that's the case, anybody, I would think, would go and investigate the noise.
Well, and it's funny if you watch Chief Fry in one of his interviews or the press conference, he doesn't. Like, it's funny because he says there were other people home at the time.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I can agree with that because, like I said, we have seen body cam footage of police rolling up to the house, knocking on the door, and what do they say? Nobody's here that lives here.
Right. Right.
So, I mean, and that's why I said for Dylan to say everybody was nestled in their bed at 4 o'clock. Honey, it's a Saturday, the biggest party night. How do you know everybody is in their room sleeping at 4 o'clock in the morning if you're sleeping yourself? Like,
unless she had an interaction with them before or as that was happening, and she goes into her room as they went to their room. That's the only way.
But if she had an interaction with them and then goes to sleep, anything could happen in that time period of the interaction and her sleeping. So for her to say everybody was in their room 100% at this time is absurd.
Well, the biggest problem
what is she, the mom of the house?
You don't know what time it is, even when you woke the hell up.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Doodle, so much for that. And welcome, Eddie. Good to have you back, buddy.
And what woke her? Because it must have been loud enough to wake her.
Very true.
Welcome
back,
Eddie. It wasn't just no creaking.
Hello.
One more question, Dago. So I saw a video of somebody driving a U-Haul. I don't know if it was this guy on the screen or somebody, but is that normal? Is that normal for like the chief to drive the U-Haul full of shit?
Not in my opinion. Not in my opinion, but I don't know.
Okay. No, I don't know. I'm wondering because I saw him pulling away with it. I'm like, what the hell? Isn't that the chief?
Well, here's the other side of it. They got the U-Haul to give back the roommates some of their stuff, and the freaking dresser they brought out or the nightstand has got dried blood on it.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah.
They took a mattress out of there like that too. So
Yeah, I saw that. They were throwing stuff in the back of pickup trucks like it was freaking spring clean out.
But the U-Haul was specifically going to the roommates. If I'm not mistaken, why is there dried blood on your nightstand?
Yeah, isn't that evidence?
Right. It should be.
Well, why is it coming out of the roommates' rooms?
That too.
That's what she's saying. Like, supposedly nothing happened in the roommates' rooms. Okay, so there shouldn't be any kind of blood on anything that's in their rooms. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That was a weird.
I mean, so the beds that they took out that were in the plastic that they threw in the back of the pickup truck were those beds from the roommates' bedrooms, or were those beds actually from the crime scene or the?
I wouldn't think they could give the mattresses from the crime itself back to anybody. I mean, who would want that? First of all, second of all,
they had blood on them.
That's what I'm saying. How would you? First of all,
that's what I mean. They had blood on them wrapped in plastic, and they just threw them in the back of a pickup truck like it was trash. What are like? Is that?
They were either taking them to a lab or they were taking it to burn it because they were done with it. That's the only thing I could think of with that.
That's
that doesn't
crazy. An open bed truck like that,
Right.
an unmarked pickup truck. What the?
That was very unprofessional, in my opinion. I agree. And the whole U-Haul thing was strange as hell.
Well, and here's the other side of it. If those weren't the roommates' mattresses, did they get them back? Because I didn't see them put any of those in a U-Haul.
No. And it's like Carolyn said, it's a biohazard. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't be giving that to anybody, period. But that's strange. And the question,
I didn't think of that. Everything's such a biohazard, but everybody's getting their shit back.
Yeah, and to answer your question real quick, Candace, it was a latent shoe print that they found outside of Dylan's door. Sorry, Eddie. What were you going to say, bud?
Well, I have 2 points real quick. Hey, Willie. Hi, Clue.
Hello.
Dago, you mentioned about, if I had said in the past that I suspect that they weren't home at the time. If you listen to Captain Lanier's statement during the press conference on the 20th, you can read between the lines. He's saying that they were like in bed at like 1 and then woke up later that morning. He's kind of saying without lying that they weren't even there.
Gotcha.
So we'd have to go and re-listen to that, but that's interesting if you examine his words. But
either one of them?
The one that I think he means the one that Lanier was the one that Captain Lanier spoke on.
No, I mean
yeah,
either
that would be the
roommate.
20th.
Like,
Okay.
is he talking about both roommates weren't there, or?
Well, he doesn't specify, but that's just a reference. I came up on panel. I wanted to cover something else, and this is interesting because the last time I was on panel and Jules, this might have been like a week or so ago, but Jules was there in chat. We were talking about Hunter Johnson, and we're trying to recall where we learned that Hunter Johnson was the one that went into the house. So I got intrigued, and like I do, I did this, research. So I want to share that all with you because this gets really interesting. Okay.
Absolutely.
On the 14th of February, News Nation, Ashley Banfield says Ethan's best friend made the 911 call because it was Ethan's best friend who made the discovery of Xana in Ethan's body.
Right.
Took Ethan's pulse, also called out to get 911 on the phone, more than likely using Dylan Mortensen's phone. Okay, so that's on the 14th of February.
Right.
Now, okay, I'm gonna say that I looked everywhere to see. Me and Jules thought it was in the Drunk Turkey show, right? So here's the date of the Drunk Turkey show, June 7th. If you look at the June 7th Drunk Turkey show, he doesn't mention that at all. Christy G's phone call with him. The primary reason for the phone call, the reason why she contacted Drunk Turkey show is kind of like a 2-point reason. To spread the word about Kaylee's birthday and clear up some timeline discrepancies.
Right.
And I think that's referring to like Truth and Transparency's time frame for, the 6 hours or the 10 hours, being notified and then being contacted by the sheriff confusion. And they had no idea before 1:32 p.m. About, these homicides. So that's the June 7th Drunk Turkey Show. No mention of Ethan's best friend. June 9th on the Drunk Turkey Show, Christie's phone call. They were discussing finding DNA in the white Elantra would be a confirmation of Bryan Kohberger's guilt at this point. And the Gonzalez family doesn't know much more than all of us. And they're at that point, they're not 100% certain that BK is the guy. So, all right, 29th of June. This is on your show, Dago. The Drunk Turkey Show, Sergeant Friday, and True. It's Thou Shall Not Kill True Crime was on your panel. Okay.
Okay.
At 1:48, 1 hour and 48 minutes. Ethan's best friend comes up. I think Daniel is like driving and it's really hard to hear, but he mentions this. He said it's Ethan's best friend, right?
Yep.
You, Dago, immediately threw out, you drew a conclusion. You threw out Hunter's name. And that's right at the 1 hour and 48 minute mark on the 29th of June show of yours. So that was the first time that I heard Hunter's name after News Nation's, Ashley Banfield mentioning that way back on the 14th of February. Now, this is where it gets interesting. So that same day, Jules lost her ever-loving mind. She did an impromptu video. She's like, y'all ain't gonna believe what I just heard. Let's sit down and talk about it. She did a reaction to your live on that very same day.
Yep.
Now, and then, okay, on the following day, the 30th of June, Drunk Turkey Show, he's talking about he's talking about what happened around the 911 call. And he's reading from his notes now, and he says, Christy has firsthand knowledge that the Gonzalez family had spoken to the person who made the 911 call.
Right.
So he's referring to this phone call that he had made. And again, that's the 30th of June that Daniel is saying this, but he's referring to that phone call that he had on June 7th. Okay. Last bit of information. I kept scouring the interweb, and I found on the 15th of February on the Pascal show. Everybody's, I'm sure, seen the Pascal show.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. At the 50-minute mark, he names Hunter Johnson as the 911 caller because he's speculating. He's doing like a reaction to what Ashley Banfield said, right? He's the first time I hear. See, the connection is that memorial service when Hunter spoke, because he had mentioned something about being Ethan's best friend, right? So long story short is we, the true crime community, are all making this conclusion that it's Hunter Johnson, right? Now, here's where I would submit this. The FBI would know that.
Yeah, I would imagine.
If the FBI is the source and they're telling Ashley Banfield to put this out, they would know that we're going to come to that conclusion.
Gotcha.
I thought that would be.
Wait, back up and repeat that last part, Eddie.
Okay, so
just the last
Ashley
part.
The sources.
Yeah.
where are her sources? I would submit that it's someone that has to do with this crime. It is someone that is feeding her this information. Wouldn't it be then the FBI? And if the FBI is feeding that information for Ashley Banfield to put out, she doesn't have to say Hunter's name.
Gotcha.
She would let us do that.
Right. That's what happened.
Yep. Pascal was the first one that did that just by using, reasoning, deductive reasoning, right? And okay, so we all know that. Okay, because we bounce around in these chats. If Pascal Show said it, and I don't have all this time to scour. Who can go back and scour all of these old programs? But I did quite a few, and
gonna say you were pretty on point.
If Pascal did it on the 15th, there were others, and besides that, how many people were in his live? How many people have rewatched that? So we're learning it from his lips. The name Hunter Johnson on the 15th of February, and then we carry that with us. We bounce around, and we're all chatting about it. But it is us who came up with that name.
And that's based on what we were told about Hunter being Ethan's best friend, right? That's how we got to that point, I imagine. That's how when Daniel said that it was his best friend, that's why I in turn said Hunter Johnson, because that's who I knew as being Ethan's best friend.
Yeah, you had probably been, hearing it through these other programs too, like the rest of the true crime community.
So
it wouldn't have been the first time
summoned over multiple people.
I'm sorry.
I said, so do you guys think it's possible that she might have summoned over? Like, do you think it's possible that whoever she summoned over, whether it was Hunter or anybody, that multiple people came over and not just one person?
We know there was multiple people that were summoned. There was a good handful or more of people that showed up. So
yeah, but what I'm saying is, do you think that Dylan made a phone call to whoever, and then that person brought people with them, or she called multiple people?
I mean, it could have been both, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, both is going to be a problem with me because if she called one person because she was scared, and then they guided her to call 911, that's fine. But if she's sitting there just calling people,
he could have grabbed a couple brothers and said, "Hey, we got to go over here. There's something going down." Blah blah blah. But I mean, are you saying that, Eddie, because you feel that Hunter may not have been his best friend, or just because you're pointing out how that happened?
Well, I want to point out how it happened.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that Dylan or Bethany were home at the time. I don't see how anybody could be. And I think this statement of Dylan's is something that she has agreed to, stay with the script upon penalty of death, right?
Gotcha.
She knows to stay to the script. She wasn't there. This is ridiculous, her statement. That's not, that's fiction. Go ahead, Clue.
Wouldn't you think that Ethan's best friend would have been his brother?
I mean, you know what? I'm glad. I swear to God, you think the things I think. I would imagine that would have been the first person to call, would have been his brother and or sister. Okay.
Well, he said that in his acceptance of the scholarship. Ethan was my best friend.
I mean, they're triplets. Come on, you know what I mean? So
yeah,
and
I know. Hunter say something about that in the eulogy or the at that speech whenever they got up there.
I mean, he said he was his best friend too, but I mean,
and I'm just saying because my twins, I have twin boys. They are best friends. Period. You can't.
Right.
There's nothing that goes in between that. But I mean, maybe she didn't know because she was newer. Maybe she didn't know the dynamic and just called somebody that was at the house on a regular basis, being Hunter, and knowing that he was close with Ethan. You know what I mean? Maybe that's
true.
Why.
Well, I will say this: what you just said, Eddie, it has me thinking. Probably tinfoil hat, whatever, but does it not seem to anybody else that like maybe Ethan was redressed after something happened to him? Because if that's true that someone took his pulse, that's weird. I would think when you walked in there, you would know that it would be pointless.
No point.
But it's also weird that they say the girls upstairs had visible stab wounds, but Ethan had to be sent to the county examiner. So
Why did
couldn't-
take that? Thank you, Klub. And why if Hunter checked his pulse, why didn't he in turn go upstairs and see what may have happened upstairs?
Right. It's just
If-
weird that
Go
whatever
ahead.
happened to Ethan isn't visible.
So
You know what I
so you're
mean?
saying so you're saying from the naked eye, it didn't look like nobody. I got what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, you should have been able to tell. I mean, unless his head was tilted, I hate talking about this, but unless his head was tilted a certain way, and you couldn't see that, but there should still be blood everywhere, I would think, and you should be able to look down and tell that that he's not with us anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and well, you would think that there would be blood on his clothes or whatever, or you could see on his skin that he's been stabbed, but they don't say visible stab wounds on Ethan. It's only the girls upstairs. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And then Jerry just said that the defense paid for that second autopsy. Why did they do that? Because I think they wanted to know exact cause of death. Why did it not get brought out in the first autopsy, though?
Well, I'll tell you what else is weird about that whole autopsy thing, and people in my channel have just like eaten my rear end over it, but the freaking whatever his name is, not Chief Fry, but the other one, he says the Latah County coroner has performed autopsies.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone's like, you can't do that as a coroner. It has to be a medical examiner. And I'm like, I know this, but I'm telling you what the man said.
That's true. That is a fact. That is a fact.
I'm curious if any of the parents actually got to see these kids.
I think Steve did for sure, based on certain descriptive conversations he's had, and I'm so sad for that too. They shouldn't have to, but they had to. You know what I'm saying?
Clue. I spoke about that on one of Dago's shows. I was talking about Captain Roger Lanier reading from his notes that Latah County coroners conducted autopsies, and that's on the 20th of November.
Right.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
but I mean, again, summoning multiple people to the home, and somebody taking his pulse and touching the doorknob and all that kind of stuff, it's a huge issue. And I think that's one of the big reasons why, they're going to try everything they can to suppress that body cam footage, because it's going to show a shit ton of people in that home when they got there.
And I almost wonder, you guys, I've wondered this for a long time, if when law enforcement actually got on scene, if there were multiple people in the house, not just standing outside. Okay.
Oh, I'm sure.
In that sense, that almost makes me wonder if that's possibly why they stopped EMS from going inside, because the crime scene was already completely trashed. Okay. That made me wonder about that, because that crime scene had to have been completely and utterly destroyed, in my opinion. That's my opinion. But
okay, so let me ask you guys this then. So from the time that she saw, and again, if the PCA said otherwise, I wouldn't say it like this, but the PCA clearly states that the killer then left the scene, which means that Dylan was afraid of this person she had seen. So from the time that she had seen this person and got freaked out and saw him leave towards the back door until she summoned whoever the hell she summoned over to the house, in that time frame, what do you think her main actions were? Do you think she was just sitting in her room, texting back and forth to Bethany? Do you think she left? Do you think...
I find it hard to... This is why I found it hard to believe, and why I went along with what Eddie said about them not being in the house that night, because a theory I had a while back was that she did step out and saw, because she was closer to the scene with Xana than anybody, okay? That she stepped out and saw something and said, got to Bethany and said, "Oh my God, what the hell?" And they both booked. Okay, and then they came back early in the morning, and then went from there, which explains the 8-hour scenario to me, and it makes it make sense. Okay,
What doesn't? But if you see your friend's dead and stabbed,
Right.
why are you running out without dialing the police?
Maybe out of fear.
They're
Maybe out
taking
of
directions. They're following someone's directions. Someone is in total control. There's a lot of control exhibit shown in this crime scene.
And who
It's like
cleaned?
they were told to dismiss, and then whoever this crime scene, someone was in charge of that crime scene from the time the crime happened until they allowed those two roommates to return and then stage this 911 call. And notice that the 911 call is made in the house. There is no one outside. None of the family members or anyone else that was summoned will recall seeing that a 911 call was made. Right? The 911 call happened inside the house supposedly by someone.
That's what it stated. Yeah.
Yeah. Other than not the roommate. But
Well,
it came from the roommate's phone. Isn't that what it said?
It came from the roommate's phone. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Party of Five. I appreciate that. I appreciate you. Yeah, absolutely.
So people sitting right out by those vehicles cannot even refute whether or not a 911 call was made or not. They're just feet away. You know, the people in the house supposedly are making a 911 call, and they can't confirm nor deny it.
Yeah.
I challenge whether the person making the 911 call came out. You know how like the 911 call operator will say, you know, stay on the line, you know, at all costs until they arrive. I'm going to keep you on the line.
They were there within, based on what we saw, 2 minutes. So they were either out on the road already and just responded like that, or you know what I mean? So that's my thought.
But the prosecution isn't going to
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Flip a coin. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I would say that no one came out of the house holding a phone to their ear, still on the line with 911.
Yeah.
Well, again, you know, we were told that somebody was passed out. How did that go down? You know what I mean?
So here's a scenario that I've thought about could have happened if Bethany and Dylan are texting each other, right? So Dylan's going to be like, oh my God, they're so loud, yada, yada. And then after she sees that guy, if she texts Bethany again, she's like, there was just this like random looking dude coming through the hallway. And what if Bethany then looks outside to make sure the guy is gone and sees something possibly that doesn't match an Elantra because she has exculpatory evidence?
Wasn't there a statement clue that one of them, I can't, because I'm so confused right now on a lot of things that I forgot, but one of them looked out a window and saw something or somebody. I think it was Bethany, wasn't it, that saw somebody?
There's a rumor out that she saw the naked man running, right?
Oh no, there was another, I know the naked man thing, I remember that, but there was something else. It may have been Dylan that saw something out of her window as well. That's the other side of it, though. So I don't know if that's another rumor or not. I'm just asking.
I haven't seen anything official about that.
Okay. I'm just.
The only reason I ask is because, like, you know, obviously the prosecution is going to have to explain what, you know, their witness was doing for 8 hours, or she's going to have to explain, or somebody's going to have to explain for her. Because for as long as you've been live, Dago, is how long it took her to contact anybody.
Yeah, I get that now. And I do have another, and I'm not going to go into it. I can't, but I do have another piece of information that's kind of important with this that I was told to by a pretty good source, and I'm leaving it alone at this point until something comes out about it. And if it can be proven and vetted, then we'll talk about it. But there's something else that has made me think in a different direction when it comes to Dylan in that aspect. And that's why I'm kind of leaning the way I do. And Pickle just said Watson DTF has some info about BF's exculpatory evidence. That would be nice to know, Pickle. If you could find me where and when. I have not heard that. So
yeah, me either.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see, you know, during her cross-examination, what she says she was doing for that whole gap. I mean,
Yeah.
especially if she had her phone with her in her room, like, oh man, I don't know. Something's just not right. And then, like I said before, who cleaned up? Who cleaned? Something was cleaned. Who cleaned? You know, like
something was cleaned.
It wasn't them, according to them, but you know, I don't know.
I don't think the roommates did. Trust me, if you took BK out of the equation, you asked me what happened, I would say that I don't think the roommates did this, but I think the roommates would know somebody who did this, help them clean the shit, and then just shut their mouth about it, and it would make perfect sense. But that's if, we didn't have this over here with the PCA and Bryan Kohberger. That's what I would think.
I would have been on that same road with you until thinking about Dylan how it kind of makes sense that Dylan could have left that house and truly not seen anything, but just left that house pissed off because of all the racket, and then seeing somebody crazy that she didn't know and rolling out. That right there makes me just
but she can't. Yeah, but she can't say. She's not going to say that though at trial, because it says that she was in a frozen shock phase. So I believe that they're going to try to use that whole thing that she was frozen in shock for 8 hours. Because why put that in the PCA?
I think that's such a hard thing to sell. Like, I really do.
I
know. I think it's a hard thing to sell that somebody was in a frozen shock phase, like just huddled down in a corner for 8 hours. I think it's easier to say that she left the house in a huff.
Scared out of her mind. Yeah, I would go with that before anything. I agree with you on that.
But then the problem is Anne can spin that into, where'd you run to? Why didn't you do this? Why, you know what I mean? Instead of keeping her in. But like Eddie said, she's going to go with whatever. Because like I told you, I think she changed the story a couple times. So she's going to go with whatever they tell her to go with.
That's a big thing right there. If you left the house together and went somewhere else, when you got there, why didn't you call 911 then? Okay,
Would you go sleep in the woods
for that? Because there isn't one unless there is some kind of a massive fear factor here. Okay, and I can see from things I've heard from multiple people, which are rumors in my opinion at this point, because we don't know. But if you're scared to death of something, there's a reason to not call police right there. And that's always been an option in this 8-hour gap. Okay. Pickle just real quick says when she mentioned that comment a few minutes ago that after DM saw him, she texted BF, who peeked out of her window and seen the man clad in black coming from the side of the house, direction of the slider, and going across the lot towards Linda Lane. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that. Thank you.
That's the only thing that makes sense. Like if she texts, like that's the one thing you're going to do if you're the roommate and you're getting texted from the one upstairs who said they just saw someone. Your natural next move is going to be to look the hell outside.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Yeah. But I'm more with Willie on it's a very real possibility that the roommates know who did it and helped clean. Like more so than them leaving.
Yeah, it would just make so much more sense. Like so much more sense. But I mean, obviously you don't want to believe that. It's just like I said, Dago, it's just hard because they did it. Remember, they handcuffed themselves to the timeline, not me. Okay, so anything I say about the timeline, nobody, I don't want anybody to get angry, but I mean, it's impossible.
I get it.
That 3-minute window is literally physically impossible without a trace. Now, if it was blood, trailed throughout the whole home, out of the home to the, area where the car took off and blah, 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 and his car seeped into his whatever, I could get on board, but, it's not even like, because you figure, okay, if it didn't get on him, he had to at least be stepping in it, and then you press your gas pedal, you press your brake pedal, which then you clean, but then it can still hit with luminol. So
see, that was always something that was brought up. That was brought up to me multiple times, where people, and I'm not saying this is true, folks, but people had theories about the fact that the crime was committed inside the home. Okay, and then there is nothing leading out of the home or anywhere back and forth through the house of any type of a trail going from one room to another, up and down the stairs. out the door. There's no footprints. There's no this. There's no that. How did that happen? How does
that's why I said if Dylan was a guy, she'd be in jail, and that's why Darlie Routier is on death row right now because there was no blood. There was no blood trail leading out, and she had like a life-threatening cut to herself, and they put her on death row. And the only thing that obviously is suspicious of all that is the sock, that they found. The bloody sock. I don't know if you know the Darlie Routier case, Dago, but there was no blood trail out of the home, nothing. She had like life-threatening injuries, and she's on death row now. And the only thing that led outside of the home was a bloody sock found, I don't know how many 100 yards away. So here you have somebody who was not harmed, who saw the perpetrator. We don't know if he saw her,
right? And
waited a whole workday before not even notifying the authorities, before summoning over more people to help her do what? You know what I mean? Like what? So that's Jesus Christ. I
get it, dude. That's why everybody is in the mode that they're in with this, and they're so many questions that don't make any sense. You can be answered these questions with a blatant just.
Well, yeah, because if she looked like Sarah Boone, we'd all hang her. That's why. And that angers me, man. I don't like that. I don't like that double standard shit.
Oh
my God.
If you watch this video, there's a guy that comes in our chat and he has a channel. His name is Mark B.
Mm-hmm.
This guy is so above and beyond dedicated to how Kohberger could have got out of that house without leaving a trace of DNA. And he also does the same for his car on the same video. It is the greatest thing.
Is it the whole
this crime?
Kill kit scenario? Is that what it's about? Or okay.
Oh, the bucket?
Yes.
Oh no.
Listen, really, it's not that far fetched. I said at one point in time, because you know what a Tyvek suit is?
Yeah.
Okay. We used those when I was on the fire department for biohazard and stuff like that. We would wear them. Now they have black ones, they have white ones, they got red ones.
But you still have to take it off. There you go.
It's a zip. It's a zip, one-piece zip-up type thing. You can zip yourself into it, and it zips you all the way up. There's a hood. There's everything you want to wear. Obviously, we know that wasn't on him, but you can do this with a Tyvek suit per se, and a few other items in this little kit per se. Okay, I didn't watch this video. I'm gonna have to check it out, Clue. But I've heard other people write me. I get so many emails about this, and I have for a year now about different variations of how this happened. Okay. It's just hard to believe. It's very hard to believe. And I was waiting, like everybody else was, to hear that car was the mobile petri dish that we all thought it was going to be, and it wasn't. It wasn't. And I cannot imagine doing something like this and not having one speck of blood or DNA in that vehicle. Not even everything else, but the car. Okay, how do you do that?
Well, Nancy Grace put all her chips on that card, and that's why she's not talking about this anymore, because she was dead wrong.
If he had a kill kit, why did Dylan see him dressed in black clothing? He wouldn't have worn. He would, because I don't believe she saw him in what he committed the acts in if he actually brought one. But it doesn't make any sense because of that in my mind.
Right.
And what about his face, his beanie, his mask, soaked? Yeah.
Sherry, the reason that was brought up was because Steve Goncalves had stated that he knows for a fact that they were texting or communicating back and forth during the commission of the crime. Obviously he was told that at some point, but that's where that came
that's why
from.
I said Dago. That's where I think that this is my opinion, that whatever story Dylan first gave of, she was in her room sleeping, didn't hear nothing or anything like that. And then they came back and said, listen, your phone was active and you were texting people around this time. She was like, oh yeah. And that's where everything changed. And now here we are. That's my opinion.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. So
one thing I'm always curious about is why is the true crime community, some portion of the true crime community, why do they go into these fantastic imaginings in order to make it be him and add to the story, such as, because I can't even imagine. And I was in chat earlier and I was trying to, ask reasonable questions about this DoorDash driver. Is he gonna be driving at pace? These two cars crossing each other's tracks going the opposite way, and he's going to be looking through his windshield at another person driving towards him through. So what is the storyline going to be? I'm sure it's going to end up being just this perfect scenario where the DoorDash driver is out of his car and Bryan Kohberger is going to be, of course, right there in front of him, right? Is that how the DoorDash driver is going to identify? Or is he suggesting that the DoorDash driver is going to identify a white sedan? It's kind of like, I can imagine where it's going to go, but
I mean, that's a good point, Eddie.
Go to fantasy land.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I also want to point out, Xana did not have a front license plate, so it's not too uncommon.
Right. That's true too. Like I said, I mean, a lot of people don't wear them. Yeah, I don't wear mine. You know what I mean? I don't know what the law is in Idaho about having to have one on here, but like I said, there's a lot of out-of-state cars and a lot of out-of-area cars. So I don't know if it's a regular thing to not see a front plate on a car. So that's a good point too. And Vicky, thank you very much for joining us today. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night, and God bless as well.
Yeah, but Eddie, the reason why is because a majority of the audience already has them hung. So if the person goes in the middle or says anything that goes against that, then people get upset. So they kind of just stick with. It's not necessarily. I don't necessarily believe these people believe 100% deep down that what they say they believe, because there's no way. Some of it's just so absurd. I mean, that it's like.
It goes both ways, guys. Not just
exactly. It does.
It goes. That's why I had to say, hey, okay, we got to calm down with some of this stuff, because
some of that shit's great. Yeah,
it was getting ridiculous on both sides of the fence. Okay, there's people that are going out of their way to find ways to prove that Bryan did this, and there's people that are going out of their way to find ways to prove that Bryan didn't do this. We got to stay in that part right there where the truth lies as much as we can, to try to differentiate that for as much as we can, guys.
Oh, trust me. And then you can hear me. I mean, you hear me. I get upset on the opposite side too when people start going into the, talking about the family and the cartel and drugs and shit.
Yeah, that pisses me off to no end. No end.
And I don't say nothing, but I just don't understand it, because it's.
That's right. What Sherry just said right there. I don't believe he's completely innocent. Prove both ways. That's what I want to see. Because again, there is something, I said this a year ago. We know who, whether he had anything to do with this himself physically, we know Bryan Kohberger for a reason. He just didn't get picked out of thin air and say, here you go, here's the guy, let's do it now. You know what I mean? There's somehow or another that there is, and I know everybody says that there's no connection. There's got to be a connection to someone, something, somewhere, somehow, for him to be in this at all, some way. It wasn't just let's throw numbers in the hat and pick a number and that's him. It didn't work out that way, guys. There's something there somehow that puts him in this, whether it's somebody he knew or something he knew, or he did it himself in some form or another. That dude is connected to this somehow. Okay. And I can't let go of that. I won't let go of that. So until somebody says, nope, there was absolutely zero connection to this guy, he was pulled out of thin air, I can't accept that. That's just me. So
I'm gonna say this case has made me think really hard, long and hard, twice about selling anything on eBay, Facebook Marketplace, whatever.
The DNA thing, the transfer thing, like I said, that's what I mean by the connection. He brushed up against somebody or touched something that was around something that was around something that was around in that form, or that it has to be something like that, or he wouldn't exist. So
if he says if he even remotely says he was ever at that house prior to this night, I feel like they've got a problem because of the fact that it is touch DNA. Because if he was in that house and whoever did this, right, let's just say they came in, they touched the same door handle he had touched at some point, and they've got transfer right there. Yep. That's a problem.
It's like 20 cells. It's not even like a bunch. It's like 20, 30 cells they have. It's nothing.
If he went to the Mad Greek and Maddie or Xana was his waitress, guess what? He gave him cash. That's a DNA transfer.
Right.
If he touched the door handle to open the door, it's a transfer. If he sat in a booth, that's a transfer. If he went to the bathroom, that's a transfer. Anybody could have transferred. I know it's a long shot, folks, but it had to happen somehow. You know what I mean? So that's the only way that I can see
If
this.
anybody went to work today or school today, everybody has other people's DNA on them right now. If you opened a gas station door or used a gas pump today, you have other people's DNA on you.
This was bought at another. I didn't make this. This was bought at a store. Somebody else touched it. I have somebody else, probably 5 or 10 other people's DNA on this, along with my own at this point. It's creepy, folks.
Exactly. I'm just saying, just think of how many people touch a gas pump a day.
Oh yeah, I know.
You know,
What's up?
the same gas pump, you know, so.
Daniel, for what it's worth, I think your channel is very reasonable about, you know, how far we take the speculation. Because at some point, you know, it's rumors on social media or us true crimers versus rumors by law enforcement and the mainstream media.
Yeah.
You know, is everybody familiar with the fable of the very proper gander? Has anyone ever heard of that? Or is that too old school?
Nope.
I don't think I have.
I'm too young.
Well, it's too deep of a dive. It's just like a fable, you know, one of those old time fables, and you can look it up. But in short, it kind of, to me, I think of that fable of the very proper gander when considering how the media is trying this case, right? They just put out misinformation about Bryan Kohberger.
Yep.
And, you know, these journalist types, you know, Chanley Painter, you know, you name the personality, they are very, very smart people. And they know what they're doing. And they have to know that they're being insincere. And, you know, they're working for a large corporation. They're powerless to be able to mutiny against their employer's directive, right? They're not going to say no. They're going to do what they have to do. You remember that 9-hour live stream you did when I think it was like they wanted discovery and they had those 4.
The hearing, yes.
Yeah,
that was a long day.
I think that was August 18th, but they
Yes.
kept on court TVs, you know, up in the upper left corner, they had like a couple of bullet points. Like he followed all 3 victims on Instagram. There's cell data placed him in the neighborhood like this.
Mm-hmm.
That's not by accident. Someone is directing that and giving them the go ahead to do that, right?
Gotcha.
But now think of this, Diggo. So if I get in my car right now and I drive up to the 7-Eleven, okay? Now it's pretty late at night. There's probably nobody there. And I open the door and I walk in, I buy something, I open the door, I leave. Now, after I leave and drive away, somebody pulls up, opens that same door, takes out a gun, commits an armed robbery, shoots somebody wherever, drops the gun, leaves. Now they test that gun. Guess whose touch DNA is on it? Guess who's on camera arriving to that location?
Right.
Myself.
Absolutely.
And that's how easy it is. So, you know, it could be as easy as him driving around that area, his touch DNA being transferred somehow to a sheath, and here we are. Because like I told you, if you take that touch DNA out of the PCA, who is this guy? He's a guy driving around.
Jules even made a kind of a generic statement about the fact that if he could have given somebody a ride and dropped them off, and they were involved in that scenario, and they accidentally, being in his car alone, could have put the DNA on the sheet. Period. If he gave somebody a ride that he didn't even know, okay. I mean, and that's very possible. That's very, very possible, guys. You know, there's no reason to not think it is. It's just there's so many different variations. I've never ever in my life, and I pray to God I never do again, seen a case like this ever. Okay,
Really?
never. I've never seen. I mean, well, okay, Delphi's a little bit along the crazy lines, but the way that the DNA transfer and all. I mean, Delphi's a lot along the lines as far as the no evidence against Allen and stuff for the bullet and things like that. That part, yes, I got, but The transfer thing for the knife sheath has just been bugging me the whole time. Like how and who and where and what or just blatantly, was it Brian's damn knife and did he do this? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean,
With Enon harsh.
But again, I think it's very important the placement of the other two DNAs that were found around the bodies. I think that's very important. That
I agree.
Depending on where
they belong
it was
to.
found.
It would have been nice to know who they belong to, and I automatically just assumed that maybe one was Jack D's because he was Kaylee's boyfriend, and the other one was Jake Shriver's because he was Maddie's boyfriend. That's my thought. But
you would figure then they would be able to be identified because I'm sure those people gave up their DNA. So I guess what I'm saying is, if these two other DNAs are around, I mean, do we know for a fact there's not another DNA on the leather part of the knife sheath?
I mean,
I know they picked up a single source from the button snap, but do we know for a fact there was nothing else on the leather part?
I don't know. I don't know.
So that's what I mean. Like obviously these two DNAs matter to put them in a document because I'm assuming there's hundreds of other DNAs in that home if they just had a party on Friday, unless somebody cleaned. But for them to include these two DNAs, you would think it would have to be very close to, like, it has something to do with where the bodies were on something, or
well,
you know what I mean? Like,
to your point about the
or else
DNA,
why include them?
To your point about the DNA on the knife sheath, if I'm not mistaken, it's almost misleading the way it's written, right? Because it says a single source of male DNA, but it could be single source DNA instead of like it. Because when I first read it, I was thinking, okay, y'all found one single source of DNA on the sheath, but we were talking about it, and it's like, no, there's no way. There's only one DNA on that sheath, because like we were laughing about it because they can. I think you were talking about it one night. There were people that tracked DNA on like underwear out of a package back to people in China that made it. And it's like, there's no way there's only his DNA on that knife sheath.
So maybe female DNA, like from the victims, but
Right.
it's
And that's what me and Investigator were talking about. But I made the argument of usually they describe, especially something of, the sheath, that how they describe it in the PCA. That I figured they would say it was bloody. Like, they viewed a blood-soaked knife sheath.
I would imagine that too. I did.
But they don't, they just say it's leather, United States Marine Corps, single source.
And Sherry, go ahead.
What's crazy about
Go ahead, Cliff. I'm sorry.
What's crazy about the two other DNAs is in the courtroom, Bill Thompson says they didn't test them. They weren't done, is what he says. But all they did was put those in CODIS.
Yeah.
So I don't know that even if somebody gave their DNA, would they match?
That's the point. Yeah.
So then how the hell would they know it's male then? If they just put it in code.
Well, like Sherry just said, though, they had to have checked something to even know that it was male, though. That's the thing.
They did an STR analysis of it.
Right. They did the STR, which
right.
Then they put in, that's what they upload to CODIS. But say Jack DeCour, right, gives his DNA, would they even go as far as to match it? Because what Bill Thompson makes it sound like is they didn't do nothing with them other than put them in CODIS.
Right, because that's how I took it too. There was nothing more that they could do with it. You can't. Well, basically, what he said, you can't do something with something you don't have, or something like that, right?
Well, he was talking about giving them the records. Like, I can't give you something I don't have, but they could have done with those DNAs the same thing they did with Bryan's. They just
Thank you.
Yes.
That would be my question. I would say, why did you decide to build a tree for my client, but these three John Does, you don't build a tree for? You got the two DNAs around the bodies, and you have the glove.
Right.
And you just don't build a tree. Why? Lazy?
I mean, maybe because they didn't. I don't know. It almost sounds.
I said, even if it's not, to say that a different suspect did it. What if one of these DNAs helped Bryan? And then all this makes much more sense.
Exactly.
But who am I?
That's a good point, dude. That's a good point. This is just that we could go on for 4 days, guys, and never. The questions would just roll out one after another, after another, after another. I mean, it's just insane.
Yeah,
It's insane.
I think the deliberation is going to be record-breaking time. Like they're going to deliberate for a shit
Oh
ton.
yeah.
I mean,
hope so.
It's been the long aspect of it, not the short. Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree because, I mean, we've already seen, what was it, 6 jurors that they weren't happy with the info they had for the indictment. So
And that's a grand jury.
Right. That's what I'm
This
saying.
you know what I mean? And they indict anything.
Yeah,
So-
apparently what they showed them wasn't enough to get to reasonable doubt. Or you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So what's it going to be like during the trial? You know?
I know they got so much more, Dago. Don't you worry.
I can't wait to see it, buddy. I can't wait to see it. I want to know what they have. Yeah, I really do.
Fiance
Well,
and I have thought about renting an apartment there because there's only 5,000 actual residents, so our chances for being called to the jury would be pretty slim.
Oh, yeah, but are you kidding me? When they ask you to do the, I can just imagine that.
Don't put me on the jury.
They wanted information they weren't entitled to. Is that in regards to what, Sherry? The grand jurors? Okay. Yeah, I guess. I mean, yeah, but I would imagine like the information though to be able to get. How can I say this?
I wonder what more they wanted.
Right.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Like, what else did you need that?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
I wonder if they were like trying to think.
Well, but consider this though, right? Because it may just be it obviously wasn't anything that detrimental because they still agreed to indict him.
Yeah, that's what the end result is for sure.
Yeah, but
it's only to probable cause.
Right.
It's the problem is it's only, and that's what Jay Logson was arguing, that the grand jury is set up to where they only have to indict someone on probable cause, not beyond a reasonable doubt.
And it's a one-sided argument. They almost lost a one-sided argument. That's crazy.
Yeah, Sherry said that they wanted personal information, so I can see where that's, there's no entitlement for that at all.
What?
I know what they did. They're probably like, we want to know what this chick was doing for 8 hours, and they were like, oh, we can't provide that right now.
Okay, so that's why it was dismissed.
But like, what personal information would help you?
Yeah,
in
right.
That situation.
Yeah.
Like, what could you be asking? Like,
I didn't know that, Sherry. Thank you for that info because I had no clue about that.
Well, let's see. 6 of them had to ask, so it has to be something that's not too crazy.
Well, if they wanted personal information, no, I understand now because I remember reading a document about something. So if you, I don't know, it doesn't make sense. If a grand jury's asking you, can you give me this, this, and this to help me to understand this? Wouldn't they be privy to something like that?
You would think so.
That's my thought.
Not if they don't have it.
Yeah, but they're also not allowed to release certain details of personal information, like medical records that are sealed for whatever reason, or things like that. Possibly, you know what I mean? Maybe
So,
that's what it was.
So how does it? And I don't really know this. How does a grand jury work? Do they deliberate for how long? Like a day, 2 days? How does it work? A couple hours?
I don't know. I don't know. I've never been in that scenario.
So it's not. So it's obviously not like a jury. I'm just trying to figure out how long they.
Hey, Jason.
Each other.
If I'm not mistaken, this one was like just it was over and done with real quick.
Yeah.
Like I don't think it was like maybe one day.
I think they did it overnight, didn't they? Do like an overnight scenario and boom, boom, and they're done.
Gotcha.
That's how I took it. I don't know if I'm right or wrong. I'm just saying.
The timing was weird to me because if you look at the timing, Richard Bertoli comes out and says it has, like, through my investigation of the paperwork or whatever, it's come to my attention that Bethany has exculpatory evidence. The minute they filed that, they had to file for a grand jury.
Yeah, that's what
a roadrunner.
That's what I said earlier. Is when they wanted to they wanted to bring her back. She denied. She worked her way around that, so they quashed that. And then they came to an agreement where they could go to Nevada and interview her. And as soon as that happened, shaboom, it was done. They did the indictment. It's over with. Everything's locked out.
Yeah,
That,
so it's
me,
like
I agreed. That was weird.
I don't know what, like, that makes me just so curious about what the heck Bethany
Yes.
heard, saw, knows, whatever.
And it's unique to her alone. That's why I got so like I got like really suspicious of that right there. Okay. Very much so.
That's a good point, because it does that. If it's a good point in relation to the PCA, because the PCA kind of group Dylan and Bethany together in all scenarios other than seeing someone.
That's why I was so curious to know, like, if that's unique to her alone, what could that possibly be, considering reading the PCA, like you said, they're grouped together, but this separates her and her alone. And she was petrified for whatever reason to come back to Idaho.
Yeah. Well, again, as much as we're going to sit here and say that, you know, Dylan heard a whole bunch of shit, Bethany had to hear a whole bunch of shit because Anna and Ethan were right above her. So
I would have thought that too. That I said
Diego,
that.
do you remember us talking about this? I even used the word connected at the hip. It's like law enforcement wants to have us believe that there are 3 pairs of 2. You got Ethan and Xana, Maddie and Kaylee, and of course we're gonna always associate Dylan and Bethany. They're always together, right?
Yeah.
But no, singly. We gotta, I would say that we have to get accustomed to believing that they're out and about in the town, not with each other. So they're going to have a different experience.
Yeah.
And Clue bringing that up is a good point, because
it is.
We don't often think like that. We think that they're both in the house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They
And
have
then,
a unique, and I doubt that they were out on the town together.
well, CL making this statement right here that the PCA states that BF was at Sigma Chi, and that does separate them. Dylan wasn't there. Okay, so is it?
How would she know they were? Yeah.
Is it part of that? You know what I mean? It's. I don't know, guys.
But what Bethany saw at Sigma Chi would not just be unique to her. It would be unique to her and anybody else that was there. Like, to me, for it to be unique to Bethany, it would almost imply that it was something she saw, heard, or something out of her room, or when she was isolated from everyone else.
That makes sense. That does make sense. Absolutely. And JC said that she believes that Dylan and Bethany were also out separately. That's not hard to believe at all.
Well, and it's weird too that in that summons back to Idaho, they say she won't be arrested.
I know, and see, that's something I caught too. Why does that have why does that wording have to be put in there at all?
for things that happened before she comes back.
Yeah.
Like, or something like that.
Is that also a document that has been stricken from the case file? Because is that in the same document as the Richard Bertanti?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. I just
do you remember
notes on a
document,
portion of it.
Do you guys remember? Anybody remember which document that was in?
Yeah, I have it here.
I have it. It's
March
the one
22nd.
her subpoena.
Affidavit in support of motion for out-of-state service serving a subpoena.
Okay. I was trying to remember which one that would have been on. Gotcha. Out of motion for March. What date was that, Eddie?
22nd, March 22nd.
Hold on a minute. Let me look at something. Go ahead, guys, with what you're saying. Don't mind me.
And the girl has 2 lawyers. I mean.
Yeah. Well, they have, from what I understand, they have money. So I don't.
They got money.
Court documents.
Okay. 320.
Clue, out of curiosity, have you and Beyonce have you ever discussed this interrogation of Brett Paynes?
Interrogation of Brett Payne. What do you? I don't know what you're talking about, Eddie.
Oh, that's so. In a document May 4th, 23, the motion to compel. They're in the first supplemental request for discovery. Ann Taylor wants this interrogation by Brett Payne. And then May 12th, so like a week later, the state's response, it's another document, quote, the state has provided recordings of MPD Detective Payne's interview with Mr. Kohberger to the defense. The state will provide any related reports and or notes as they are received and reviewed. So that's the state's response about a week later. So the following month, June 15th, the defense answers back. Quote, the state responded that they have provided audiovisual 0123 discovered on March 30th, 23. However, the recording is an in-person interview with FBI agents rather than the phone interview done by Moscow police.
Yeah.
And the state's response to that, July 11th, they say, the state has been informed this phone interview was completed by S.A. Shirley, who confirmed this referenced phone interview was not recorded.
Yeah.
Well, if you follow the logic of all that, they're in the state's response, they say, we provided the recording of MPD Detective Payne. And then later, like a month later, they say, they're saying the state has been informed that the interview was completed by S.A. Shirley. So the state doesn't even know what's going on. They have no clue.
Well, do they not know what's going on, or is this another Stickergate situation where there is no record, but the people that were directly involved say, yeah, there is a record?
So it brings up the question, how many of these interviews are there? Is it just the one and they're confused, they're mixing the one up with, are they saying I guess it's not Brett Payne, it's with this special agent? Or is there really two? Because Bryan Kohberger would know who interviewed him. He didn't just make that up. In the first motion to compel, Ann Taylor is specifically requesting Brett Payne's interrogation. So it feels like there's more than one interview.
Real quick, you guys, that document doesn't exist anymore.
No, that's right. If you're looking that up, we already talked about that.
Yeah, I forgot about that. It's gone. I forgot about that.
Oh, she's got it.
I have it.
Good, because I should have done that too. I knew I was gonna. I never thought that any of this would have been taken out, but yeah, it's gone. I forgot about that.
Well, wait a minute.
It's not on the Moscow website.
It was filed in Nevada, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you have to, if you just search like Richard Bertoli, I'm pretty sure it'll just pop right up.
Clue, do you have all the documents through the month of April that are stricken down?
Maybe. I try to download all of them because I'm really, if you actually look at the case summary, there's a lot of stuff that's been filed that's not public. So anytime something comes out, I try to download it before they're like, oh no, let's take this off.
Yeah, right. And I never thought of doing that. And I never realized or thought that they'd be pulling any of this stuff. So I just let it be what it was. But there's only 3 documents left for April. It's crazy in here, at least.
Jesus.
Yeah,
what?
They took a lot. There's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's 3 documents for April left in here. It's crazy. The petition
Remember me bringing that up on panel maybe a couple weeks ago? What do they all have in connection? They have to have a commonality. Why the April ones? What is it about them that we can't have anymore?
That's when they started the. If I'm not mistaken, that's when they started sending the things out for the grand jury. Because they held the grand jury in May.
Oh yeah.
And the only thing that's left in here is the petition for appointment of special assistance attorneys, order appointing special assistants, and the notice of hearing criminal. That's all that's left in there. And
that's a bull. I'm sorry, but that's there's something going on in this. And you know what is funny to me is what Steve Gonzalez said in his last interview, that something like there's going to be, how do you put that?
Oh Lord.
Something coming out about a lot of,
I can't remember how he said it.
but it was almost
when he was talking about being drugged through the mud, but it's worth it because the truth will be known or something like that.
No, the interview he did with Banfield that came out Friday, I think it was.
It was almost, he was alluding to like bigger, like higher up organizations, agencies, like some stuff would be coming out about them.
Oh, okay. Well, wasn't there a scenario going on where Idaho was trying to remove the FBI from that area at some point? I do believe I remember early on in this case, it was talked about that they were trying to get the FBI removed from that, not get them out of there basically. Now don't quote me because I can't remember exactly because there's so much with this, but I remember hearing a conversation somewhere that was a big deal in Idaho, that they were trying to have the FBI removed. So I don't know, guys. That could be something to do with that. I don't know, but
That's crazy because they called them in, like literally it happened the 13th. The FBI was on it by the 15th is when
yeah, and supposedly they were there already. Remember that? They was already on the ground in Idaho and Moscow and doing whatever was going on with some possible parallel investigation. I don't know how true that is either, but I don't know. Bryce said he was running the case, downplaying the FBI. Yeah, that too. I don't remember exactly what that was about. God, I'd like to I'd like to remember better. I need a better mind, you guys. I'm getting old. I'm still blown away as I look at this that many files were pulled. I remember, isn't that when they took this site down and they pulled a bunch of shit off this site, and then within a couple of days everything popped back up, but it looks like it's missing things. Is that when that went down? Was in April like that?
it sounds familiar, like it was inaccessible.
Yeah. And then there was stuff that was just missing, and then like a couple of days later, it came back. But no, I guess I didn't pay that close of attention to it. That's a little weird to me, but yeah, I believe you're right on that. There's something strange with that.
Did you find that paper or no?
I can't find it.
I'll have to send it to you.
That's fine. I don't know. You have my email by chance?
I don't think so.
Here, let me throw it in here real quick. Yeah, because I want to see that again. There's a lot of things I was disorganized with, and that was one of the big ones right there, was downloading the documents and keeping them on my file. But like I said, I thought I had access to this and everything was going to be there. So I do now know that that's not a thing. So, Batonio, is that who you're talking about? Richard Batonio Bonchel?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, or not Batonio. Oh my God. Bertoli. I'm thinking of my Batonio is the right tackle for the Cleveland Browns. I'll tell you where my mind's at. Sorry. Anyway, Bertoli, I think it's Bertoli, I believe.
By the way, they really rallied on that game this weekend.
Yeah, they did. I was super grateful. Super grateful for that one.
Talking about the FBI and Steve Gonsalves, one thing that he said in that interview with Banfield the other night that I thought was really interesting was he was talking about, I think Banfield had asked him about the parents, the families being in agreement with the house getting torn down. And he said something to the effect of law enforcement, all the layers of it can't even agree. So how do they expect the families to agree? And I thought that was really interesting that, basically like MPD and Idaho State Police and the FBI weren't all in agreement on that.
I took that for the same thing, bud. Absolutely. Oh, that's true, Doodle. I forgot about that. I never did finish pulling that. I had to update my computer. I got a new computer and I didn't transfer all the files I had. So I lost all that stuff too.
I think they want that house down to develop the area, because if you look at 1118 and 1126, they were sold in July to the same person on the same day at the same time through the Latah County Court.
Yes.
And
Yep.
the person that bought them, the company or whatever, there's 2 businesses registered at the address, and one is a development company.
Yep. And early on in this investigation, I'm going to say January or February, okay, of this past year, I got an email from 3 different people that said, Dago, I believe that the house was the target because that property is wanted by a lot of people. And I was like, I can't go with that. 3 different people said that to me, that it is a very wanted piece of property. And I'm like, yeah, okay. But I mean, there's that too. There's another way to look at things. You know what I mean?
Well, without something happening there, would them people have ever gotten rid of that?
That's what I'm saying. That was a key, like probably a great moneymaker, because it rotates through every school year. Possibly you can get as much money out of that place as you want.
Oh,
now,
yeah.
Nobody's going to want that property after what's happened there. Therefore, it's donated to the school. And if the school, this is a complete conspiracy theory, okay? And I don't typically do this, but if the school wants to make some money off that property, there you go. They can sell it for whatever they want to sell it.
Well,
I'm imagining.
all I'm going to say is it coincidence or not that the president of the university was at Sigma Chi 5 days before it happened?
That is quite interesting. I'll say that much.
And also in the press conferences in the beginning, talking about the safety and how, basically to me, I took it as him giving a sales pitch for people to live on university property. If you go back and watch him in one of the initial press conferences, it was just like, what are you doing? Like, why are you standing there talking all up about living on campus and all this?
Resident housing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Okay. And that statement was is about as speculative as you can get, but it was just based on what was being talked about. So yeah. But maybe they're trying to do Carolyn just said they're put apartment buildings there where you can house multiple people in one building. You know what I'm saying? Who knows what they're going to do? It's a good sized piece of property. And if it's developed the right way, there you go. You know what I mean?
Well, if you've got all 3 properties, if you wind up having 1122, 1118, and 1126, you've got the whole corner.
And you can take that, you can build apartments that are like right next door to it, right there. Bing, bang, boom. And you have how many apartments can you put in that building as compared to collecting for 1 house, 2 houses, or 3 houses?
Well, it's literally the same size as the Queen Road apartment complex.
That's right.
area.
And they build it right into that. End of story. So that does make some sense, if you look at it from that end. Okay, I'm reading 52 apartments that there's, like Carolyn said, 52 apartments at $1,500 a month. That's a cash cow, folks.
It doesn't make Crime Circus's theory of it being a $1 million or $1 billion property that far off in terms of overall value.
No, it does. You know that they make money on campus, guys, all around campus. We saw the I know you guys saw when they had the one sorority house, the huge sorority house where they had to call the police because there was a guy inside the house. They searched through the whole place, and they had like what looked like military style bedding up in the attic part of it, and then everybody had their different rooms, and each person or each student is paying like $700 a month for that space, and there's like 100 and some people in this. That's there. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a big money maker. It's a cash cow. All of it is. So
that's why they had to get all these kids back to class, man.
Yep.
I agree with that. That's why there was such a deadline on it. Boom, boom, boom. We got to get this handled. We got to have somebody in custody so that everybody feels safe to come back. Because if we lose that money, guess what?
So like the one thing that makes me lean a little, I always am 50-50, but the one thing that can kind of tip that is the fact that if they just wanted it closed and like to the public a solution, whatever, why wouldn't they have just framed like Kopaka?
That's a good point. I mean, that's a good point. But at the same time, he's a Purple Heart recipient war hero. That's going to look really bad. That's going to look really bad. I mean, it already
can't
does.
look any worse than them
It
taking
already
him
does.
out.
I know. It already does.
Them lying about what they did.
Yeah, that's a whole other show completely.
And remember, from you still have to remember watching all that body cam footage that his brother went back to his place and there was no bullet holes in the walls, dude. So whatever sniper missed from 40 yards and then shot him, I guess the bullet, magically just disintegrated because there was no bullet holes in the apartment.
That scenario really, 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 really.
And there was nothing in his room, and his phone was sitting on the counter face down, wiped completely clean. Completely clean.
Yeah, it was like reset or something.
They completely reset it to factory reset. That's something that really bothered me. Why would you do that? For what? What is the gain on it?
You tell me.
But in terms of like the Idaho thing, if you guys just wanted a resolution and to calm people's fears and stuff, it would have been really easy if you're going to frame someone to just frame him.
That's what I said.
Because
it's too easy to say that. Yeah.
Yeah, I get that. That makes sense.
Because then you solve two things in one, two cases in one bang, really.
Yeah.
Two birds with one stone. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
That's kind of like why I'm like, they must have something that they have not put out in the public on Bryan.
Well, I'm not going to say that it means necessarily they have something they haven't put out on Bryan, but I will say it does eliminate the whole theory of they framed him per se, right? I'm not convinced they've got the right guy.
Right.
I think their PCA shows probable cause to arrest somebody all day. It does not show probable. It does not go beyond a reasonable doubt, though, right? And that's where I think it's just a huge problem because there's so many gaps in it, and we all look at it and go, well, now what? I would never buy this as a juror. I would never convict this guy. But that's what I try to speculate is that as a juror, how would I have to hear this for you to convince me to where a smart defense attorney wouldn't shoot a hole in what you're presenting? And I can't find a way.
That's what I've been struggling with. I think that's what we're all struggling with right there. Honestly, I really do. That is the hardest thing to accept at this point. Sorry, Sarah. How did he get involved with this whole situation?
So wait, so did they so what's the next, like, after this IGG and stuff is over, then we can finally get a trial date? Is that you said we're waiting for the IGG?
Hopefully. Hopefully.
Christ, dude.
I mean, who knows what's going to happen with that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, I find it funny that they finally have come out and actually denied his motion to dismiss, right? It's like, I mean, that's been around for a minute. Like, why did it take you so long? Did y'all just like, oh yeah, we need to button up this loose end so that we can move on to the next thing, or what? Like, everybody knew you weren't going to deny that.
That took you're right. That took a really long time. I don't get that either. At all. What was going on that long?
The motion to dismiss hearing was October 26th.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's a long time ago.
So the ruling on this IGG might take a couple months, is judging by that type of a timeline, if that's a guide, right?
Mm-hmm. The judge needs to decide if it should be admissible. That's a good point too, Mrs. Kelly.
I think they just don't want us to see. They just don't want us to see it, because I think there's ways that they get names and they do little things that they don't want to get out. But that's my opinion.
No, I mean, it sounds about right.
It does seem like they want to be in control of like everything. Like you talk about controlling a narrative.
Yeah.
It seems like they, specifically Idaho, Latah County, whatever, wants to be in control. That's like Judge saying, I'll allow cameras, but I'm going to take control of them. And you're going to put it on a personal
And you're going to watch my channel.
YouTube. Yeah. Like, it's very weird.
It is a bit weird. I mean, I'm glad that happened, because otherwise we wouldn't have been seeing anything, as far as I can figure. You know what I mean?
Well,
That's, I mean, we have judges running channels. We have virtual reality going on. Like, what the hell is a circus?
Thank you. I'm with you all day.
I have to throw in my input on that, because the gag order is keeping us all blinded to everything.
Yes.
And there's nothing telling me that is going to suddenly change come trial.
Yep. Agreed.
That's a good point, Eddie. I can agree with you on that too. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That is a fact. That's going to be interesting. I want to see how that unfolds, actually. You know what I mean? How are you going to... Well, I mean, I guess the same way, in a sense. I'm like thinking out loud and talking at the same time. Sorry.
Like, we actually think we're going to sit there and watch Dylan's testimony when she's on the stand? We're not.
No.
It ain't going to happen.
That was the whole point in what they said too. If people actually like read that document, they didn't deny, or they didn't do the camera thing because of what the prosecution defense was saying about them looking at his crotch or whatever. It is solely based on the witnesses not being comfortable testifying. So they're not. I promise you, they won't even show that. I promise you.
So we won't get to see Dylan's cross-examination?
From what I take from that document,
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I ain't watching this shit then.
Don't hold your breath. It ain't happening.
I don't think it'll happen. If it does, I'm going to be completely, totally, utterly surprised. I promise you.
I can tell you this much. If there's enough room left for the public, I have spy glasses. So y'all will see her testimony.
Exactly. I mean, with everything we've waited on and gone through to get to this point, I hate
but
to
these
say
are adults, man.
I agree.
Right.
That's yeah.
You know, I watched a lot of trials where, you know, they you can hear the kid talking, but they don't show their face. I mean, is there maybe a possibility we still would be able to hear them speaking, just not their face?
Well, it kind of makes you question, like, if you guys are so protective of them that you will change your court procedures to where their eyewitness testimonies or whatever aren't public, then would you cover up if they committed a murder?
Yeah, but we already know who they are, right?
Yeah.
That makes no sense why they would. Yeah, I don't know.
I threw a poll in there to see what you guys think. Will we see Dylan and Bethany testify?
I'm telling you, if they let me in the courtroom, you will, because my Ray-Bans, I can turn my Ray-Bans on the live stream.
Right. Order one of them big old satellite dish things that you know, that's crazy.
Y'all know I'm crazy.
I know you're not lying. I'll tell you that much. You're enough to know that, and I'd be grateful for it. That's a fact, because we've been through a year's worth of this stuff, up and down, inside out, back and forth, every which way. We got to hear some of that. That's all I'm saying.
I think you're going to go through another year of it too.
Probably. I can agree with you. And you know what? By the time when this gets to trial, you guys, if it gets to trial, I have a bad feeling it's going to be either completely dismissed, like out here, or a huge mess. A huge mess. Based on rumors and allegations and speculation, I think it's going to be. If it goes for that whole other year, it's going to be bad.
You should put a poll up asking if anyone will perjure themselves on the stand.
That's a good question. Crime Solver said, "Don't make us not to bail you out, Clue."
I think
we would, though. We would.
What
did your poll say, Dago?
Will we see Dylan and Bethany testify? And then Crime Solver said, "Don't make us have to bail you out, Clue." which we all would. You know that.
They wouldn't catch me.
That is probably no truer words have probably been spoken.
I will agree.
I just want to see the cross-examination. Testifying's fine, but
I get it.
I want to see Ann poke holes into that shit.
Well, CL said you don't need to lie if you're given immunity. That's another good point.
True.
Wow, good point.
Mm-hmm. Good point, Phantasmic. Let me see here. I want to see what everybody. 55%. Vote it up, folks. Vote it up. Holy shit, you guys. I'm going on 9 hours. What the hell happened today? At this rate, I won't
Your
have to
second longest live.
I won't have to talk about this for another month now. It was just a lot of people in here coming in and a lot of questions and a lot of statements and a lot of this and that. So I mean, I've enjoyed it, you know. If we can keep it commonsensical, logical, and respectable towards the families and the victims, I'll talk about it all day. That's all I care about.
Oh yeah.
I think a lot of people have said that they wanted this, they needed this. Carolyn just said it too. Rach says it, loved it. A lot of people have sent me good comments on it. So am I in some frozen shock phase of sort? Very possibly. I know I will be after this because I'm burnt the hell out, but hey, it's all good.
I'm gonna call into work tomorrow and use that.
Testify? Why will Bethany have to testify? Like, I could see Dylan having to testify, but not Bethany.
The exculpatory evidence?
Yeah.
I mean, she don't have to testify for that.
I mean, no, that's true. If they already have it in spec, you know, they have that, then they're going to put it out there. But I wonder if they're going to. Oh, that's probably.
The defense knows.
But they didn't really put anything about her specifically in the PCA.
Well, they did in terms of talking about building the timeline, right?
Building the timeline,
and talking about both. You know, there were a couple of mentions of Dylan and Bethany's statements, so I think it's important. Right?
I mean, I think they should, both of them, but.
Yeah, but but wasn't Bethany with? I thought Bethany was with people. Didn't she interact with the victims?
She was at the frat house. She was at the frat house that night. Yes, that's what you're talking about. Yeah, that's where she was.
Go. So she's gonna have to, that she's, I figure she would have to get up there and say where she saw everybody and what happened, and I don't know.
Right. Absolutely, and I thank you for that statement, JC, and welcome. By the way, I met JC over at oh my god, I just went brain dead. The other channel I was talking about earlier, guys, I was over there at 2:00 in the morning the other night. Somebody help me here real quick. It's a great channel, by the way. It's where you're always over there too, Willie, with Riddler. Lost Souls. Yeah. That's where I first met JC at. So I'm glad you came over this way, JC. I appreciate you, but I like hearing what everybody has to say. I like hearing new opinions, because if you always listen to the same people, you feel like you beat a dead horse. Now, here's the thing. Talking about this case in a lot of senses is like beating a dead horse, but when you go at different angles with different theories and different opinions on like the way that we've done things today, I don't think it hasn't been that way. It was kind of interesting today. It really was. And I appreciate the way it went. You know, there's a couple little mishaps here and there, but we straightened it back out and here we are. So I'm grateful for that. And yeah, I agree. Scarlett's amazing. I absolutely loved being over there. I was receptive very well, and I appreciate it much. Right, Sherry. So, I do have to say though, guys, that I think my steroids are wearing off finally. That's what my problem is. I just realized that I've been on prednisone for 4 days, so that's probably why I'm like wired. Still ain't working completely though. I think I'm going to need to bring this one to a close. But this has been awesome. Clue, I appreciate you and Beyonce very much. I'd love to do this again. Anytime, you guys are welcome here. You know that. Willie, it goes without saying. You already know that. I feel like you're part of this damn channel at this point.
Pleasure, man.
I always appreciate you and anybody else that was up here today. I really appreciate that as well. I love hearing your guys' thoughts and opinions. I didn't even get a chance to open the phone line, but I do believe that this is going to have to be it because I'm feeling like I need to sleep. But you guys in the chat, absolutely amazing. I appreciate all of you. But again, everybody on the panel, thank you, Eddie. Never a dull moment with you, my friend. I always love everything. I love your. I wanted to say this earlier. You've got to have the best note taking skills and notes that I've ever seen on any case.
Oh yeah, I'm scared to go live now.
Oh no.
No, Willie, you said this at this time at this second. I'm like, God damn it.
I have Eddie's phone number. I feel like if I'm missing something, I can call him and he's going to go right to it. It's right there. I'm telling you, you've got the best note-taking skills I've ever seen, bud.
Yeah, like, and the way he puts everything together, I was like, okay.
Yes. I mean, it's always amazing, my friend.
Otherwise, I'll forget it all. I envy you all because you all have the ability to just impromptu, just put it out there. It's in your head and you're well spoken, and I love that about you. And speaking of which, I love all the content creators. It just saddens me to see all this fighting lately. It's so bitter.
I agree.
Crazy.
You know,
I agree.
A.R. Hayes' most recent, I chose the positive team. What he said there is so poignant. I got a chance to listen to that. If y'all didn't hear that, it's worth listening to. But there's, I call it the other side of the aisle, the ones that are for he's always guilty.
Yeah, but if all of us were together in a small town right now and there was a puppy in a burning building, I'm sure we'd all band together to save that puppy. So, as much as we all have different opinions, I'm sure we'd all come together.
The likes of us don't label and shame people that think otherwise, but that's not the case on the other side of the aisle all the time. And A.R. Hayes said that we're evil. That's the word now for us.
Yeah, we're called evil. It is what it is.
Anyway,
because open mind, open perspective. Go ahead, bud.
I love you guys, Clue. I love listening to you, and this is way past my bedtime. And usually, I don't get a chance to always be in your live shows, but when I do, it's just awesome. So.
Thank you.
And Willie, I'm looking forward to your content too. You're really, you got it together. You're going to be.
Once I figure this shit out, man.
I told you we'll work it through. We'll sit down and we'll sit on the phone if I got to and work you through how to do everything. I have no problems doing that. So,
appreciate that, man. All right, well, you guys have a good night, Eddie. Appreciate you, man, and I'll see you guys another time.
Yes,
good night,
sir.
everybody.
Have a great night, guys. Thank you all so much. Everybody on panel. And again, Clue, absolutely appreciate you coming over here, and you're welcome anytime. You and Beyonce both. Thank you very, very much.
Well, thank you. You'll have to come on my show too one day.
Anytime you want me to, I'm there. Anytime.
All right, and I'll email you that paper.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate you guys so much.
All right. Good night.
Good night. And everybody else in the chat, guys, I got to tell you, this was a very interesting show. It was a long one, but I really appreciate it. All of you guys out here, absolutely, Eddie. Thank you. I appreciate the patience. I appreciate the respect everybody's giving each other. Like I said, there was a couple hiccups, but we worked through that the way we're supposed to. It was just an awesome show, and I'm very grateful for it. And I'm grateful that we can come in here together. And like I said, guys, if we all agreed on everything, it would be a very boring world. And that's not the way it should be. So, you guys are amazing. Every one of you guys, I adore each and everybody in here. I appreciate each and every one of you in here. My moderators, I love you to death. You guys are amazing. All the creators that popped in, thank you for that as well. You guys rock and roll. It was just amazing. Anybody that did drop any donations, I thank you so very much for that. What else can I say? You guys are just amazing, guys. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and please, guys, I'm begging you, if you do nothing else, don't change a thing about yourselves, because you guys are the beautiful people. You make this all happen, folks. I will see you so very soon. Love to all of you. Have a great night, folks. Bye-bye.